Welcome. In today's video, we're doing a bookshelf tour with a professor who writes a book a year. You're going to discover in this video the kind of library necessary and the kind of approach necessary in order to achieve this remarkable output. Dr. Christian Valentin, EDD, is a Puerto Rican educator and author who has spent the last decade building a library dedicated to understanding how media shapes the way we think. He's a professor who mentors doctoral students and writes books about digital culture, attention, the psychology of information, and media ecology, the field that examines how communication technologies reshape human perception and society. With a background in audio engineering, Christian designed his library not only as a research space, but also as a fully functional recording studio. I just want to mention before we get started, this is also a dual language library, so English, and there's a smaller Spanish section that we get to. You'll notice there's the Great Books of the Western World set in his library. And so we did 2 long sessions doing a tour of his library. And then the third session, and you'll see all this down in the timestamps, goes over his top 15 books, and we go more in depth on his top 15 books. Make sure you check the first link in the description for details on how to download all the high-res photos of his whole library. We're also doing a giveaway of 5 of Christian's books that he's written over the years. That's also in the first link in the description. One thing I should also mention is we did a 20-minute academic tour of Puerto Rico. This was meant to be part of this 12-hour video, but we went over time and we weren't able to fit it into this video. So part of the bonus resources for this video is that 20-minute aerial virtual tour using Google Earth around the major academic institutions of Puerto Rico, as well as the major cities and important locations in Professor Valentin's educational journey. Finally, if you're interested in doing a bookshelf tour with me, please send me an email at timothy@timothykenny.com. I've expanded the scope of these videos beyond just home libraries of individuals to also include special collections at universities or other libraries, as well as presses, and especially small presses, independent presses, and university presses, and also small independent bookstores that have that kind of home library feel to them. So if you have a library or a bookstore or a collection that fits into one of those categories, please reach out and I'd love to do a bookshelf tour with you. With that said, let's get into the video. Christian, I think the best place to start is to just show people what your 3 main bookshelves look like. This is really the main centerpiece.
Yep.
And then we have a second shelf off to one side. And so this is that second shelf. And then we have a third shelf right here, which has those great books. And the way we're going to do this is Christian has taken photos of each individual section of each shelf. So going left to right and then down to the next 2, we're going to be going through each of these. And then we have a wider shot where you can see most of the titles, but it's not as high resolution as these ones. So that's how we're going to be going through. And Christian, maybe you can first just walk us through what's the difference between this main bookshelf and then the 2 side bookshelves.
Yeah, I would say like the main shelf is most of the book that I have read from cover to cover. And in the top, you can see that I have that is what I would say, like the main section from the main section, because that shelf in the top are books that I have mostly used in my writing, in my personal writing or my academic writing. And it's, I would say, the main topic that I research. For example, that first shelf is about how technology have been influencing our capacity to read and to concentrate. And
But in
yeah,
terms of big picture,
the big picture,
yeah,
yeah. So
comparing this to the two other shelves.
to the other shelf, yeah. So the two other shelves are mainly about my academic research. For example, in shelf C, I have only books that I use mostly for my thesis, my dissertation, my doctoral degree, which is about plagiarism. And on the top, I have the great books, which was a gift from a neighbor, from a lawyer, Celedonio Lozada. He was a lawyer and he died. And his son, he called me and told me, I know that you read a lot and I don't. So I would like you to keep my father's books. So he gave me the opportunity and the privilege to give me all his main books. So that is why I have the great books there. And below that, I have mostly journals, which I am part of. And then I have my literature review books, which is about plagiarism that we can go deeper on that later.
Right.
So basically, that is shelf C. And on shelf B, I have mostly history about the Caribbean, including Puerto Rico. I also have books that many professors have give me because they retire. I have books from my mentor, Dr. Graniela. She was a psychologist and she retired and she called me, I'm going to throw away a lot of books and I know that you read, so you can come here and take them. So I have a lot of that. And then I have a lot of books that I've been reading this year. So most of those books that you can see there are books that I'm going to reorganize into the main shelf later this year, because those are books that I read in 2024. So I need to rearrange that maybe in 2 weeks from the time this video is recorded. So
Slow
all
productivity
section,
there. Yep. Cal Newport.
yeah. So all those sections like Carr, Newport, I read them this year, so they're going to the main shelf later. And here I have my dissertation, and I have other dissertation that I have as an example that I use to write my own. So that little section there is only for thesis.
Mhm. So we'll come back to those.
And here I have some religion books that I actually need to rearrange to the main section because I have a section only for religion. And these are my own books that I have them there because I'm going to present at the Inter-American University of Saint Germain in January, I believe. So I just bought some of them because I'm going to present them and maybe sell some of them. So
Yeah.
I have the little section, for that. These also are books that I read this year. Actually, most of them, I bought them in New York this year. And we can talk a little bit more deeper about them later. And yeah, this is from the main shelf. Yeah, and there I have a little section, from books that I going to read, like the red one, Polarized Degrees. It's a book that I bought. I'm going to read this year, maybe next year. And the black one also I'm going to read. That is about internet, and the work is a book that I'm going to read. I just bought them.
Okay, so that's the overview, and now we can get started going through shelf by shelf. So
Great.
now we're back to Cal Newport, and do you want to say a bit about him, because it looks like you've been following his work for a while?
Yeah, he's one of my favorite authors for the way that he writes. I really like the way that he expresses ideas and how he builds an argument. So this main section in the top is basically about how technology defined as internet, computer, cell phone have been influenced the way that we work and that we concentrate, and how technology have been influenced our capacity to read in a deep level. So
You're talking about digital minimalism?
yeah, but most of this section I would say that fit into this category. For example, we have Wolf, which is an expert in dyslexia, and that book specifically is so good. She explained how the brain works in terms of reading.
You're talking about the Proust and the Squid?
Yes,
Or
that
Proust?
is, yeah, I think this one comes first and then Reader Come Home,
Okay.
which I like better. And both books are great if you want to learn about how the brain functions in terms of reading and concentration. And of course, I know that you read Carr Newport deep work. He also talked about that. And I would say that this is one of my favorite section of the main shelf, because I've been reading about this stuff since 2019, I believe. And I've been incorporating most of the suggestion that this author give into my personal life. For example, one of the main theses of Carl Newport deep work is that you need to take some specific time during the day only to do deep work, which is like working only in one task at a time. Like, for example, reading in a deep way, or writing, or doing research, but only doing that, not like trying to multitask. So this book is so important because there's a lot of research that you can find in his notes that explain that if you never take the time to do one thing at a time to be able to concentrate, you are going to lose that capacity. It's like a muscle. You need to train to be able to run a marathon or to run a 5K. So it's the same with reading. If you never exercise that ability, if you never use that ability, like to read in a deep level, you're going to miss that. You're going to miss that ability, and then it's going to be way harder to try to concentrate or to do deep work.
And we'll be talking about this more in another area of the video, but you've been putting out a book a year for like the past several years. So you've got experience with implementing deep work and then being able to use that. So can you say a little bit about that?
Yeah, as you said, I've been writing from 2015, 2016, and I've been basically publishing a book a year. And most of my books are a synthesis of the books that I've been reading during that year. So I write typically during the day, during the morning, like from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m., because that is when I feel better, like focusing and doing only one task at a time. So I've been writing and publishing, and the other reason that why I do that is because if you like to read, you need to do something with that reading. You cannot like read a book and then put that down and never think about that book, because if you do that, you're going to forget, I would say, 7% of what you read.
Right.
That is the forgetting curve.
Yeah. So 70% just within, a few days, and then it's going to be 90%
Oh,
plus as you
yeah, in a
get.
couple of weeks,
Yeah.
you're going to forget that.
So are you generally taking notes as you read, or?
Yeah, of course. We're going to talk about more about that when we see the how to read a books.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Good point. Okay. So
So here is a following section from the technology section. Here I have the War on Screen, which is one of my favorite books in this area, War on Screen. That book is so good because she presents several study of the difference between reading on paper and reading on an iPad or a Kindle.
what is her name? What's the last name?
Her is Baron.
Okay. Barron.
Yeah,
Okay.
that is the only book that I have read from her. I need to research if she has published any new books. But that is so good, and she described different paper about how reading changed, like the how you process information based on the medium, like paper, audiobook, or Kindle or an iPad, and you're going to learn a lot about that. And she also talked about how concentration it's going to be influenced also by the medium. She explained that it's of course it's more easy to be distracted if you are listening to an audiobook or like trying to read a physical book.
What about Alone Together?
Alone Together, actually, I'm not pretty happy with that book because I
really?
was expecting something more deeply. And she began talking about how young individuals now, typical, I would say Gen Z, they don't want like to have physical contact with others, like social relationship in face to face. And they rather prefer like to text or to chat to maybe social media, and they don't want like to go through what involve a relationship. Like for example, if you broke up with your girlfriend or your boyfriend, you are going to have certain feelings. So many people, according to her, don't want to experience that. And she explained that is why many people like want to have like electrical puppies. So she explained like different toys that some people rather like to use. But I was expecting something more like research, and she have a lot of interviews, which I don't really like. Neither in the I Generation by Jean. She
Yeah. Well, I just want to say something about this, which is I think that when this came out, it was much earlier in the sort of people's thinking about, sort of like Bowling Alone, where when it came out, it was new. And now, like a lot of times, books like this that are less research based and more story based or person based, they kind of, uh, they get popular attention, and then academics come in and start doing the research because the book was popular. So
right,
a lot of times these kind of books, they are popular, but not necessarily because they had a huge amount of research. They kind of created a new academic subdiscipline. And so they're not necessarily good 10, 20 years later, looking back on them. Kind of like what was that book? The Third Wave.
yeah, but Ablin Topsfield.
Yeah, so I don't know if that's exactly in the same vein, but it's like some of these books, they made a big splash, and then they caused a lot of research to happen in their wake, and they're not necessarily useful to go back and read, but from an intellectual history point of view, they are important landmarks for how the
Pioneer.
zeitgeist was shifting.
Yes, she also published Bowling Alone, right?
I don't know. I don't know too much about her writing
Yeah.
or her publications.
I think that book is from her. I don't know, but I have heard the title Bowling Alone.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think it might have been turned into a documentary. That might be the documentary.
Hmm.
But anyways, you were going to say something about iGen.
Yeah, she also have a lot of interviews, and I personally don't like that
Mhm.
because I want to read more about paper that maybe I want to read and that she quote, and I can look it in the reference section. That is why I buy these popular books about technology, because it's like a compilation of different research, and I can go through all the reference, and then I can find a paper online and I can deep dive into those research.
So it's sort of like a literature review of the
Yeah,
author.
that is why I buy this kind of popular books about how technology has been influenced society itself.
You've got a fair amount of books like this that are sort of coddling of the American mind, or some of the stuff on the last shelf. Like I think maybe it was down here. Then you have some stuff on. Well, you have Jonathan Haidt's other book here, The
Yeah,
Cancellation of the American Mind. This is sort of this is Luke Hanoff again. So this is his sort of spin-off.
hmm. Yeah, this book is there because I read it this year. So that shelf specifically are books that I read this year. So it's going to be there later.
You want to say anything about this book specifically?
Yeah, I think that this is, I have read from Jonathan Haidt, the Happiness book, and this one, and of course, the Anxious Generation. I would say that the Anxious Generation goes first, and then this one, and then the Canceling of the American Mind. This book is so good. Basically, I bought the Anxious Generation because of this book, and a friend of mine recommended me this book. And I bought another book from him, which is about politics, the political divide, something like that.
Yeah, so I just want to read off his books here. He had The Happiness Hypothesis in 2006.
Yeah.
Then he had The Righteous Mind, Why Good People Are Divided by Politics and Religion in
Yeah.
2012. Then he had Can't We All Disagree More Constructively in 2016. Then he had The Coddling of the American Mind in 2018, and Why Do They Vote That Way in 2018. Those are short books. Those are not those Can We All Disagree and Why Don't They Vote? Those are sort of minor books. And then so he had The Coddling of the American Mind was the big one in 2018, and then The Anxious Generation was the big one in 2024. And those have all been, those two especially, Coddling and Anxious Generation, and I think Righteous Mind, those were all huge bestsellers.
Yeah, and the Calling of the American Mind, that was from an article that they published first, like a couple of years before the book. And then they make a book of that article.
Yeah, and
And
yeah, go ahead.
and I remember a specific argument or facts or statistic that he put in the book is that I remember that I was reading this book in the dentist, waiting for the dentist, and he argued that if you have like a kid and you never supervise your son or your daughter, and that kid is always using his cell phone, like after 3 hours of using your cell phone or social media, your probability of having so like a mindset like for all the probability of getting anxiety or depression like rise exponentially after using the cell phone for like 3 hours or more, specifically like for kids, like minors. And I remember like being in the office waiting for the dentist, and I remember like I wait like for 2 hours, and there was like a kid using his cell phone like nonstop for the 2 hours. So this
Yeah,
book,
I mean, I think there's some really complex causality with this stuff, because if you imagine sort of the unusual case, or the minority, maybe the people who have the most active social lives in terms of the top 5, 10, 20%, I think a fair amount of those people, especially younger ones, also use social media a lot, but they're using it as sort of a facilitator towards a very active social life, and I don't get the sense that those people are having these negative symptoms from
Hmm.
using social media 3 to 4 hours a day. I think there's maybe a larger mass of people, whether it's actually a majority or whether it's a significant 30% minority, who really are only social media is their only real place to get their social emotional needs met.
Right.
And there isn't that offline component that goes along with it. And I think if you're just measuring time use per day, you're not distinguishing between those two and there's a spectrum between them. So I think, with any kind of social science, you always have the reflexivity, which is and like dynamics where something is influencing itself, and things can be going in both, causality can be going in both directions. So it's important to keep that kind of stuff in mind when looking at this kind of stuff, because if you just remove people's amount of time they're spending on social media, that doesn't necessarily mean they're going to go back outside and go and spend time with people. So it needs to be part of a larger solution beyond just reducing time spent on phones and devices.
Yeah, because what he argued is that it's not using social media itself. It's that if I decide like to talk with you only through Zoom,
Mhm.
and I decide to socialize only through Zoom, and I don't want to go to a cafe to talk with my friends face to face, that is where the damage is. Because this conversation that we're having, according to research, is not the same as if we were like taking a coffee right now face to
Right.
face. So what he argues is that most young people want to do only digital conversations,
Right.
and that is where the danger is. So it's not the social media itself. It's avoiding to go out and having social interaction, because like using WhatsApp or DM, you don't need like the social cues that you need face to face. Like you need to know where to start to speak, to look to the person in the eyes when you're talking with the person. And if you don't learn that from an early age because you only text, then as an adult, you're going to have a problem. So that is why it is important to have that face-to-face conversation and not only through WhatsApp or DM.
Right. And to a lesser extent, that's not just texting, but getting on phone calls, talking on the phone, and then not just talking
Mm.
on the phone, but being on video. It's always there's always this element of social cues that are missed when
Yeah,
you're reducing things down.
right.
What about
Uh,
Hamlet's Blackberry?
yeah, I really like this book, even though that book is like relatively old. Like when you compare that with new books like The Anxious Generation. But he did a great book. I believe this is his only book. He's a journalist,
Mhm.
but he started the book with a metaphor like that you try to imagine like living in a huge warehouse. Like everybody lives there with their own beds and everybody's talking at the same time. And you have like a little table with sticky notes that every second, like every 5 seconds, somebody's giving you like a new note. Like, remember to do this. Hey, how are you doing? And you never have like a minute of silence. So he explained that that is basically how we are living if you don't have like a method to restrict you from using your cell phone 24/7. And he also explained like how when he bought like a BlackBerry, which of course a very old phone, he explained how his mind was beginning to change because of distraction. But that book, I would rate it pretty good because I really like it, and the way it is written is very interactive and interesting. Actually, I should reread that book again because it is pretty good. I remember buying that book along with Carr Newport do work.
Hmm. Yeah,
Yeah.
it sounds like there's some parallels with Cal's work.
Mm-hmm.
Any of these other books you want to talk about?
Yeah, Switch is pretty good. They have a lot of research of technology, but it's more about different paradox in our daily life. For example, he explained the best way to lose weight, which is by using a small plates
Hmm.
and like different hacks, I would say. But it is a very interesting book. But Adam Arthur Irresistible is almost in Spanish. That is one of my favorite books about technology. I read that book last year, I believe, and that is one of the books that I have read from cover to cover.
It sounds sort of like Nudge.
Yeah, and the other thing about Adam Arthur book is that he gives you different example of different institutions that are now in the U.S. That is for people that are addicted to video games, and
Mm.
you can pay to be on those retreats. You live like in the forest in those institutions, and you basically go through a detox for your addiction to internet or your video games. And then they give you like lesson and workshop to how to incorporate again into your social life.
Yeah,
Without,
I think I've heard some stuff about that being especially an issue in Japan, and there's like a name for it, and there's names for the people that are kind of like that. So
yeah,
that's in this book, right? Irresistible.
yeah, that is in that book. I don't remember the specific term, but I know which term are you talking about. And but that case, they intertwine that case more with the economy of Japan because now many people have college degree, but they cannot find a job. Many young people had like give up to life and they like stay in their bedroom, like playing video games.
Right.
And
And it's
everyone,
especially a young men's problem with video
yeah,
games.
they are young men that they are like 20, literally 27 playing video games. Yeah, and he talked about that.
What
So
about scarcity brain?
Scarcity Brain is also a popular book, which I found it like too superficial.
Yeah.
And he talked about the first thing that I didn't like about that book is that he began the book talking about casinos. I'm pretty tired reading about how social media has been engineered to be like a casino machine, like you're going to be there because of dopamine.
Right.
So he talked about that, how many people have been addicted to casino and how that design have been implemented into our phones and social media. So he talked about that, which is very you can find that information in many books. So whenever I see that they talk about casino, I try to skip that chapter.
Uh, what's this one right here? It's kind of faded.
Yeah, the sun is killing my books. I need to find better curtains. That is also for Levi.
Scrolling
Uh,
forward.
Yeah, that book is so good. I bought it believing that it was about social media, but it's more like the history of documents.
Hmm.
And that is where I learned about the metaphor from the postcards that he mentioned that when postcard came for the first time, people were scared that people were going to change the way that we write because postcard, of course, are very literal and you need to be brief. And he argued that the same thing is happening with social media now or tweets.
Yeah.
So it never happened, of course. Postcard never changed the way that we write. And Mindful Tech is also by David Levy. It is more about how you can be mindful, like to breathe while you are working on your computer and everything. I don't really like much that book because it's like half of the book is like a course of how you can implement that into your life. Like remember to breathe while you are typing on your computer or something like that, which I don't really like that kind of stuff. Uh, but Scrolling Forward is a really good book.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think for books that aren't great, we don't necessarily need to, talk about each one, but
Hmm.
we can maybe just skip over the ones where you can just.
Yeah, for example, that yellow book, the yellow one, I don't really like that book. Even if you look for the review of that book, like everybody is very negative stuff about this book because he's talking from the first page to the last pages. He's like talking negative about Facebook and Twitter and all those social media, which I understand, but of course everybody have the power to quit Facebook or Twitter or whatever. So I don't think like writing a book only to criticize social media is a good way to present knowledge. So from this section, I would say you need to read Apaga el celular y enciende el cerebro, which means turn off your cell phone and turn on your brain.
Mhm.
That book is so good. He have a lot of references from a study that have been done of different assessment that you can do at university. Like he present a study that they gave two groups like an assignment to find information from the internet, and the other group they give them the opportunity to only find that same information but in a library. And they found that, of course, the group that was assigned to find the information online, they found the information more quickly, but they didn't retain too much information. So the group that looked the information in the library, they were able to memorize most information, and they found also additional information because they were browsing the books, which is something that I personally like for going to a library, which is better than buying from Amazon, because in a library or a bookstore, you can find other books that maybe are interesting. So that book is so good. I don't know if there's an English version. The other book that I will recommend is American the Actions. I remember writing to her to an email like saying this book is so good, and she replied to me saying thanks. And yeah, so this book is so good because she actually went like to one of those programs that you pay and you go like to different conference, and you need to be very positive about yourself, that you need to say like I can do this, and then after the conference you forget everything that you learned. So she went like to one of those conferences and she explained the absurdity about it. And another fact that she talked in that book is that Utah is, according to her, the happiest country, the happiest state in the United States.
Utah.
How, yeah. However, they are the the state with more antidepressant medication. So
Yeah.
it's like a paradox. And she argues that because of the religion of Mormons and because of culture, but that is a pretty nice book.
Yeah, here's Jonathan Haidt's.
Yeah, Jonathan had that is. I remember reading that book in 2016 or 17. I remember because of the hurricane that came to Puerto Rico during that time. And Solitude, that is a great book by William, I believe is his name. Solitude, that he basically went like to an Airbnb in the forest, like for a couple of weeks to write that book. I
We're
don't
talking about this one, the white one?
know
Blue one.
the blue one.
Okay. Because this one says Michael Harris.
Oh, Michael Harris is his name. Michael Harris, that is so good, that book. but I don't recommend the other solitary book, The Store, his name, I believe,
What is,
because
do you remember what the happiness hypothesis is? Like what his big argument is in this book?
so basically the book is he compared like Stoic philosophy with research now based on happiness.
Hmm.
And basically what he argued or what I remember that he explained is like having that balance. Like for example, you need to have a job, you need to have a relationship or something that you love. You need to do something they call play. Play is like something that you like. And and they are like these three fundamental things on having basic income, like income that you can have 3 meals a day and pay rent. So basically, that is like the main objective that you need to.
So it's sort of a list of ingredients of here's the major things that research should.
Yeah, but using like Stoic philosophy on Aristotle and Plato,
Huh.
and and so he talked about also research by this other author that is called Kayhan,
Okay.
that he won the Nobel Prize in economics, I believe. So bring different he bring different research about him and psychology. So it's pretty interesting.
Um, yeah, I was going to say Jonathan Haidt in one of the interviews I listened to, he talked about how when he was before he decided to go into psychology, he had thought pretty seriously about going into religious studies, and so that's part of this. Just an interesting kind of side piece to how he's thinking about these really big sort of theological or
Big
religious
questions.
questions within psychology. And the way that I think about psychology is that it is uh, religious, or it's a combination of, to a certain extent, secularized religions, but they really function in the same way that religions do in terms of answering the biggest questions and having different methods of intervention in the way that religious
I think
counsel.
he has I think he has like a chapter for that at the end.
Oh, cool.
And he have like I remember research from like the 3 year paradox, which mean that after 3 to 4 years, like the brain neutralized to an stimulus. For example, if you buy a new car now, you're going to be pretty hyped like for the next 3 years, but after that, you're not going to even to wash the car, and that is why people decide to in average people decide to move out after 3 to 4 years from apartment to change jobs after 3 years. And he talked a little bit about that and how, according to research that he quotes, if you win the lottery, you're going to feel pretty happy like for the first 3 years, but then you are going to be in the same set point of happiness that you were before being rich.
Yeah, there's a book that's sort of similar to this, but it focuses more on the negative side of things. It's called Stumbling Upon Happiness, and I'm
Yes.
pretty sure that's by Dan Ariely. And it's a great list of just what not to do. So he sort of takes the perspective of here's what the research on what does make people happy isn't as easy, but there's a ton of research about what doesn't work to make people happy or is just very short term. And so I highly recommend that book in terms of just avoiding mistakes. And we've talked in your top 15 books, we were talking about consumerism. And so sort of deprogramming yourself from that consumerism, which Stoicism sort of does
Yeah.
as a side effect, um, is a big piece of what you learn from that book, Stumbling Upon Happiness. And I think he's
I
at
think
Harvard.
I think that is from Gilbert.
From who?
From Gilbert, I believe he's
Okay, I can look that up as we go through. You want to go to these next books, and I'll look that up while you're talking.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so here, of course, we have Mark Manson. I don't need to talk a lot about that because that is a highly famous book.
Yeah, Dan Gilbert. You were right. Dan Gilbert.
Yeah. That book, Wrapped, that is so good. I remember reading that book when I was beginning my doctorate. And she wrote that book because she had cancer.
Mhm.
And she described the relevancy of dominating your concentration on what you decide to focus. And she present that view on how if you decide like to pay attention all day to different uh, things or snaps of things, and you never try to dominate your concentration or your focus, you're never going to be like truly happy because you're going to be distracted all the time. So that is why this book is here, because I believe it's also belong to this category of technology, concentration,
Mhm.
productivity. The other book that I would
Well,
talk about.
I want to go back for a sec because I'm curious why you think Mark Manson's books have done so well and why they hit the zeitgeist. Because I mean, they are. I think he's also into Stoicism, and
Mhm.
there's almost an existentialist. That's how I read it, as sort of a maybe a mix of existentialism and Stoicism. Maybe that's why because it's not just pure Stoicism. That's the subtle art, and then the everything is effed is the follow along, which is sort of, that I see it as sort of, you have the existential despair, and then you have the hope coming in as
Mhm.
the follow on book in blue.
Yeah. So his videos are mostly about Stoicism, but when I read the orange one, I never like seen his video before. I bought this book because of a friend suggested to me, and then I saw it at Walgreens and I bought it. Uh, Actually, I bought it online, but then I bought a second copy of it in Walgreens.
He
So
really started as a blogger, blogging about relationship and self
yeah.
improvement stuff for men mostly. And so this stuff is sort of, I don't know to what extent it's sort of a synthesis of what he was blogging about, but
I think
that,
so.
yeah.
I think he mentioned it in the book or something elsewhere. But I really like the orange book because he talked about like he used the panda metaphor, like he's always telling you what you need to improve, but you don't want to. And like that mindset of trying to pay attention only to the things that are important. Like I remember the example that he gave of a person in the line in the supermarket, and he's pretty grumpy because the cashier doesn't want to use her coupons, and he argued that the reason why she's mad is because the only thing that she do is to cut those coupons from the newspaper, and that is her whole life. And I think the same happened to all of us to different extent, to with different things. Like everybody has something that believe is important in their life. And if something says something, if somebody says something about that, you're going to be mad. But the reason that we get mad is because we think that that is important.
Mhm.
And we need like to rethink if those things are really important in your life. So that is
Yeah, I
what.
think there's also a Buddhist element, and
Mhm.
Manson has some interesting writing on Ken Wilber. Ken Wilber was a big influence on Manson earlier, I think during his college years, and then he sort of read all his stuff, and then later sort of soured on him somewhat. So that's one of his more famous blog writings that people, if you're interested in Ken Wilber, who's really sort of one of the major systematic thinkers in terms of understanding a lot of different religions and spiritualities and how and the parallels between them and stages of cycles of consciousness and
Right.
spectrums and uh, spiral and other stuff. So he's a good person to check out. Ken Wilber, especially for some of
Well,
his
I need
graphics and posters kind of stuff that he's developed. Um,
I need to read about him. So yeah, so I agree. He had like this perspective of like that philosophy from Buddha. And I remember the concept that he explained that is called the feedback loop, which means that if you try to have a positive experience, you're going to have like a negative experience because it's based on your expectation. But if you always have that, what other in other book of philosophy I have read, negative visualization, which is always having in mind that many things can go wrong, you're going to be like more happy with yourself or more less vulnerable because you know that something could go wrong.
and there's also, I think, the zeitgeist element that's come up with some of the other books we've discussed in the top 15, where these kind of books that have more of a negative valence on them or stoic uh, valence to them, they tend to be a symptom of economic downturn. So when people, the minimalism tends to be more popular when the economy isn't doing as well, or middle class people aren't doing as well, where there's people being pushed down to the lower class. Whereas when there's the economy and people just generally are doing well and are very optimistic from an economic and financial point of view, books tend to focus less, and the market demands less of this kind of stuff and more of a optimistic point of view, optimistic mindset. So
Yeah,
I'm always looking at that.
I'm going to talk a little bit more about that, but in another book that's going to be ahead. So
Okay. Yeah. So which do you want to move on to another one? You've got a couple car ones here.
yeah, the Shadows. I would say was one of the first book that I read about how technology had been influencing our daily life. And The Glass Cage is also an amazing book because he incorporated automation in his ideas. And of course, we have The Power of Habit, which is pretty close to that topic.
I actually want to make one other point, just in terms of, I always recommend people look at the publishers,
The publisher.
and you can see Harper One that
And
I would think that's an imprint that's a little bit lower on the totem pole. And then once this was just such a breakout success, it looks like they switched it over to sort of the top
yeah,
shelf Harper main publishing imprint. So uh,
yeah, I thought that he was going to publish like another book like in this topic, but then he did like the Will Smith and
and you can sort of see that with Cal Newport as well, where his first, these two are Grand Central, which isn't as well known. And then you have Portfolio Penguin, which is a more well known. You see the two Harpers here as well. So just something to pay. We've seen a couple Oxfords here, a bunch of basic books as well. So just, it takes a while to sort of recognize all. It's sort of like as you're learning different wines and different scotches or other drinks, it takes a while to kind of understand the house that's putting it out. But that information is actually pretty useful. You just have to pay attention to it and start looking for patterns. But
yeah,
go ahead. You were going to say something, I think, about habit.
The Power of Habit. Yeah, The Power of Habits is I read it like in 2016, and yeah, in general, it's a interesting book. I remember that I read the history about Starbucks there, and he have an example from Target that I remember that he argued that because of target was like using coupons like to monitor people. Like he argued that a person tried to sue Target because he was receiving like coupons for for babies, like Pampers and something like that. And then he realized that his daughter was pregnant,
Hmm.
and he used that example to explain how this company track our information. But he also talked about different, of course, different habits to be more productive, which I'm not a big fan of that
Why is
kind of
that?
books. Like different, he, of course, the book argued about different strategies to be more productive, like to do more work. And I'm personally not that interested in that type of books.
But is it because you don't believe in that in habit building, or is there something else?
I would say it's because that is why I like the work because he talk about the relevancy of training your mind to focus, like the work. But he doesn't talk like too much about you need to do this at this specific time. You need to do this kind of routine to be productive. So in the Power of Habit, he talk more about how to make like a routine to be able like to make something great or something like that.
Okay.
And I not really like that because I think that everybody's different, and I don't think that a person with a family with kids, a wife, is going to be able to incorporate those things in specific ways.
Hmm.
So that is why I don't like Atomic Habit also argue about that. And I'm not that kind of reader.
Interesting. So maybe that's another thing that I look at is like, to what extent is a book focused on the individual as opposed to the family? And I think Tiago Forte has talked about this. I'm not sure if it was in one of our interviews or if it was on his Twitter feed, but he made the note that a lot of productivity advice seems to be focused towards single people
Yeah,
in their
single
20s
people
and 30s.
is not realistic. So
Um, what about 48 Laws of Power?
yeah, so I bought that book because I think I saw an interview of him, and I began to read the book and I was a little bit disappointed, not all because of the content, but in the way that it is written. Like he first present like a huge history text, and then he present like the argument in his words. And every chapter is like that. So he present like a history example. He talked about the Queen of England in the 80s, I don't know what. And then he began to argue about the main point. However, for example, I have friends that had read this book and they're in love with it. But I honestly didn't read too much about it because I don't really like that formula, like to read first a history
So
text.
you would have rather it just been like a list of the 48 laws and a short
Or may,
explanation of each without the history.
yeah, without the history, like regular chapter, like the main argument, maybe he can use like a little a little bit about history example, but not like a huge like 3 pages of a history example and then the main argument. And he do that with every chapter. So that is why I haven't read that book pretty deeply.
Yeah. So his assistant, um, Ryan Holiday, Ryan Holiday has written a bunch of the biggest books on Stoicism, and he was Robert Greene's research assistant. So that's how he sort of got his start. And they've there's interesting interviews between the two of them. So if people want to check that out.
So that is why his books are like that. But I really like the way Ryan Holiday expressed that because he used that. He always used, or most of the time he used example from different uh, character from other centuries, but he does not like write a whole chapter or half of the chapter doing like a history lesson and then the argument. So
Yeah.
he's like more in the face. So that is why I prefer Ryan Holiday.
Yeah, it's there's a lot of good summaries of Robert Greene's books because most of them have been written, or like the first three or four were written in this style of, he's got one, I think, 33 Laws of Seduction is another one. He's more recently written Mastery, which is interesting book on a lot of different strategies of how to get really good at something.
Mhm.
And he has the 33 strategies of war.
Right.
So he wrote a book with 50 Cent called The 50th Law, which puts them in the context of 50 Cent's uh,
Mhm.
world, and sort of giving a different history of different, sort of doing the same laws, but putting them in a different context. And then with Ryan Holiday, ego is the enemy, the daily stoic, the obstacle is
Mhm.
the way, discipline is destiny,
Yeah.
right thing, right now. So,
Well, I didn't know that he was his research assistant.
yeah, and his book before he went towards stoicism was called Trust Me, I'm Lying: Confessions of a Media Manipulator, a playbook for the dark arts of exploiting the media, which is, that's from when he was and he also has Growth Hacker Marketing, which was 2013. So he wrote a couple books more. He also has The Lives of the Stoics, 2020. So he wrote a couple books more from when he was director of marketing for American Apparel. And then he pivoted towards this stoicism stuff. He also has a conspiracy book, A True Story of Power, Sex,
Yes.
and a Billionaire's Secret Plot to Destroy Media Empire, on Peter Thiel. Um, I think, yeah. So, but now he's mostly known for the stoicism
Yeah.
stuff.
And his videos also are mostly about stoicism.
Yeah, and Mark Manson, I should mention, also has a huge YouTube channel. So if you're interested in his stuff, that's worth checking out. He has one video in particular that's quite popular where he summarized, I think, 33 of his favorite self-help books.
Mhm. I
Um,
think I saw that.
yeah.
Yeah. So this session, I will talk about the first one, Notes on a Nervous Planet by Matt Haig. So I learned about him because of a friend of mine that gave me a science fiction book by Matt, which is called Humans. And I don't read science fiction, as you say, as I don't read fiction, as you may know. But Humans is a really good book by Matt Haig. I
Why is that,
mean,
by the way? Why don't you read fiction?
honestly, I feel like a lot of people is going to be against that, but I feel like I'm wasting my time because it's a it's fiction. So
And you're a writer of nonfiction, so your writing is really, you're reading nonfiction to then go turn it into nonfiction.
yeah, so of course fiction is great if you want to entertain, I would say. If you want to be entertained, you can read fiction. I know that fiction have other benefits, but for me personally, I prefer like to read mostly nonfiction.
Okay.
Yeah.
What was the book you were about to talk about?
Yeah, Not on Every
Notes on
Planet,
this.
how he had like an anxiety issue or depression. And that book gave me like the inspiration to write A Shortcut Generation, which is one of my
Is that on the
book that,
shelf?
yeah. No, it's not because
Oh,
I have the Spanish version in the church,
oh,
but
you
not
do.
the English version. Yeah.
What's just where is it?
In
The
the
other
other
shelf.
in B. So La Generación del Atajo, the first one. Yeah. So I wrote that book in English and then I made the translation because many people were begging me to.
And we're actually going to be doing a giveaway of your
Yeah.
books, and that's going to be at the end of the video. So make
Yeah.
sure you stick around for
So
that.
stay tuned.
Yeah.
So basically, that I read that book in the pandemic, and it's pretty good because it's short. The chapters are pretty short. So if you want to begin like reading, if you want to make the habit of reading, that will be a good book to start.
Okay.
Dopamine is more about casinos, so I won't argue about that. The inflamed mind is pretty good. He have like the history of how medication for depression really flourished from the beginning, which was in a hospital. Like they use a medication, and it was like something that they learned by error. So they learned that using that medication for something else end up like putting people pretty happy, and that is the born of medication for depression. So if you want to know about more about the history of medication for depression and anxiety, you can read that book. And basically his theory is that, for example, if you broke an arm, like biking or something like that, that is going to influence your mindset because the injury is going to have some chemistry that is going to go straight to your brain and is going to influence your mindset and your consciousness.
Yep.
So he argued that basically your physical body is going to influence your brain. And
Which goes against sort of the Descartes brain body
right.
separation, which is a big part of Western thought. Is that those two can be neatly separated. And I've read a lot of stuff about how inflammation is sort of the next big thing in health, that you have to
Mhm.
be very conscious of what you're eating and how that generates inflammation and other things, because inflammation is just sort of this broad thing that I think is linked to cancers and it's in a broad way. It just leads to a lot of bad things, and being able to reduce inflammation. That was actually a big thing with Tom Brady, who was the most successful American football player of all time, won, I think, 7 Super Bowls. And his whole book, The TB12 Method, and his diet especially, was all about reducing inflammation. In his 20s, he ate very unhealthily and he was able to get away with it, but he wanted to play. He's also the quarterback that's played up until I think 44, 45 years old at a very high level. And nobody had done that. Nobody really played beyond 40. Everybody thought he was going to crumble once he got above 40 years old. And his big secret was reducing inflammation with a very strict diet, which the sort of meme about it was him eating avocado ice cream. But it was really his entire diet. He changed it when he was around 30 years old to have nothing that causes any
I have to read that.
inflammation. And then secondarily, he did a lot of massage type stuff where he had a guy who was his personal trainer and did this massage stuff. And my understanding with the massage is it also helped reduce the inflammation of his muscles. So he really changed the sports world by proving to people you can make your body go a lot longer at an elite level if you reduce inflammation, and therefore your body's able to recover more quickly.
Interesting. I need to read that book. So
Yeah, TB12 by Tom Brady.
TV12. So basically, that is basically the argument in this book, because he explained that the blood-brain barrier for this. If you, for example, you're drinking alcohol, that's going to go through that barrier, the blood-brain barrier, and so the same happened with other stuff, like, for example, foods, injuries, and so on. So, so that is a pretty interesting book. I remember that I bought that book in Omaha, in Nebraska. So,
Hmm. Okay, any of these other ones?
the talent code is pretty good. That is where I learned about myelation, which is something that is stick to the neuron. And
Yeah.
for example, if you begin to play piano every day, so you're going to produce more myelation on your neurons, and you're going to feel more able to play the piano in a better way because you have been practicing.
Yeah, the way I explain myelination is it's basically fat that goes around a bunch of neurons that connect to each other. And it's sort of like if you're on a dirt road, you can't go that fast, but once it's paved, you can go a lot faster. And so, or like insulation on a wire, the more insulation you have, the more of the energy goes through it. So you want like a thick rubber insulation around a big, thick copper cable to get a really good
Right.
signal. And so every time you do a spaced repetition, you're adding another little layer of rubber around that string of neurons. And so you're sort of smoothing it out, almost like the way natural paths form in the forest from animals or humans walking along the path over and over again. It sort of naturally turns into a faster path.
Yeah, that is an excellent explanation, and basically that is what he argued through the book. And he used it for example. For example, he began to practice like golf, the swing of golf, and he began like pretty good then. And yeah, I would recommend that book if you want to learn about the brain, neurons, and how practice influence those specific skills. He also talked about the 22,000 hours, I believe, which is the how many hours you need to be master in something.
Malcolm Gladwell had the 10,000 hour rule.
Yes,
Came from Anders K. Erickson.
so he also argued about that.
And you have another book, the Bell Curve, which sort of argues against this to a certain extent.
Yeah,
So we can get to that later. In terms of greatness isn't born, it's grown. Here's how.
it's grown.
So there's always a debate about within social sciences, what is nature and what is nurture, what is genetic, what is
It is.
environment.
It is. Yeah, and because of course you can study this topic from a statistic viewpoint, or you can see it as an individual. And for example, myself, I don't consider me like a super talented musician if I don't practice. Like if I really want to do something in guitar, I'm pretty sure I can do it, but I need to practice. But there are other people that don't need to practice as I do to do the same thing.
Mhm.
So I think there are degrees of greatness, I would say.
Yeah.
But there are many myths about it, like the Mozart effect, something like that. So nobody like burned like a genius, like playing the piano like Beethoven. So
Mhm. I love this is a really great little book, Daily
there is a
Rituals.
really great book that I learned reading Carr Newport.
Mhm.
And this is a fantastic book, a great book if you want to read before bed or something like that. I actually implement some of the things that I read there in my life. Actually, when I was reading that book, I realized that most of the things that I do in my personal life were done by many people, like doing the most important thing during the morning, and after that, doing other stuff, like, for example, writing, doing exercise, or reading is something that I need to do during the morning because I know that after 1 p.m., I'm not going to have the same attention span or the same energy to do like knowledge work. So that is a great book that you're going to have, for example, for Charles Darwin, from different musicians like Harry David Thoreau, I think. And we have example for Carl Jung, which there is a picture of Carl Jung working in his castle. He has like a castle of rocks where he retreat during some months because he was
Yeah,
in
like a
Central.
tower.
Yeah, like a tower, and during the entire month during the year, he retreat to that tower, and he lived there like for a couple of weeks, only to read and to write. So I would like to do that someday in my life. Sometime.
And part of actually Slow Productivity, Cal Newport's most recent book, there
Yeah.
is an element of collecting a lot of examples of how different people, different artists, especially creatives, um, and professionals, academics have
Mhm.
organized their life to be able to do the deep work. Um, so
Yeah.
there's an interesting parallel there.
Yeah, so I like to reread that book like when I'm bored. I don't want to read something new. I like to read that book.
Yeah, it's great for just inspiration and getting a
Yeah.
short hit of something. Um,
Yeah, so here I would talk about Cuando, When. That is a great book also. He talk about how for example, I say that I like to write during the morning, but he explained that that routine is going to change depending on how young or how old you are. So he argued that, for example, the school system or university are created mostly during the morning. He argued that on the graduate student, they are in a stage in their life that they're going to sleep better like late at night. So having classes during early in the morning is not going to be like very effective for that kind of individual that are pretty young. And I think I can agree with some of those specific data because I remember that when I was pretty young, like 22, I used to go to bed pretty late at night and I felt more productive like late at night. However, now that I'm 37, 38, I cannot do that. Like, I cannot like go to bed like 2 a.m.
yeah, my understanding is Daniel Pink is most well known for his book Drive, The Surprising
Mm.
Truth About What Motivates Us. He wrote that in 2009, and I seem to remember him doing a lot of stuff, a lot of videos, maybe a TED talk on that. He was, um, the big expert on motivation at the time. And then in
Mhm.
2012, he wrote To Sell is Human, The Surprising Truth About Motivating Others, which is sort of along the same lines as the 2009 book Drive, but just how to use that information in sales. And then when The Scientific Secret of Perfect Timing, that's 2017. And, uh, and then since then, he's written The Power of Regret, How Looking Backward Moves Us Forward.
Mhm. Yeah, so I learned about that book in a conference. So I bought it and I really enjoy it. And the other book that I would like to talk or hear is Happycracy, which I don't know if you understand that.
No, could you?
So
Yeah.
Gracia is like democracy, like crazy. like
Oh,
democracy.
okay. Yeah, rule of the people, or people rule.
Yeah,
Democracy.
so Happycracy is like he's trying to critique positive psychology.
Hmm.
So that book he argued that Seligman, which was the founder of positive psychology, so the main thesis of the book is that that movement of positive psychology is basically something used for the government, because he explained that if you work like in a company and you feel burnout, so it's better to have workshops saying that if you are not happy, it's because you are the problem and you need to do something to fix that. So don't critique the company, that the company does not need to change anything. The company does not need like to review their like their specific time that you need to check in and check out. You don't need to check the mental health of the employee. So you just need to understand what is wrong within you, and you're going to be good. So that is why I understand that he argued, and that is why he basically critiqued positive psychology, because he said that positive psychology is a continuation of the how is called this in the 80s. There was like a mainstream of the auto-esteem movement that in the 80s there were like a lot of studies or articles that say that you need to say to your children that he is great, because if you never
Self-esteem. Yeah.
self-esteem, yeah. So he argued that positive psychology is the same thing as the self-esteem movement, but
As the what
it's
movement?
only huh?
What movement did you say? I didn't hear that.
The self-esteem movement, the
Oh, self-esteem. Yeah. Okay.
self-esteem, that you need to tell your children that you are great, because if you don't do that, you're going to harm your children. So that was a movement pretty famous in the 80s. And he argued that positive psychology is a continuation of that, but within a scientific framework.
Yeah, there's an interesting aspect of with Seligman, Martin Seligman, and positive psychology being a reaction to what was previously sort of colloquially called negative psychology, or where all the focus was on abnormal psychology. So
Right.
if you were studying psychology to become a therapist or something, or a psychologist or psychiatrist, you would study abnormal psychology in your first year of school, and that would take you through the DSM, all the different diagnoses, and basically what are the major categories of dysfunction. But there wasn't you'd be spending 90 to 100% of your time studying disorders, disease, disability, but not, and maybe recovery to and Freud talked about this sort of like the goal is to get you back to normal, but there wasn't a lot of focus on who are the people who are thriving and who are really happy. And so there was this humanistic, going from the 60s onwards, of studying, how can psychology study sort of happy, successful, socially, emotionally successful people, and not just sort of the average person who's just adjusted, but the person who's really flourishing. So when you hear words like flourishing and thriving, subjective well-being, the fashionable word changes every 5 to 10 years, whether it's thriving or flourishing or fulfilled, but that's all within a bundle of threads within intellectual history of psychology, in terms of looking at the other side of the coin.
Right. Yeah. So basically, that is the thesis. He argued about that you say that psychology was mostly about the negative, like depression, anxiety, and then Seligman decided to make like a book about the strengths that many people has, but nobody like talk about it. And he basically also talked that uh, that positive psychology try to focus on the individual, and he quote Margaret Thatcher like when she said that the economic system or the government have forget about the individual and is always focused in the society which nobody cares, like you need to focus on yourself. So he argued that basically positive psychology then focus on the individual and forget about that you need also to be within a community to have mental health. So basically that is Happycracy. So I really
And
like.
even, one minor, not so minor maybe, but the whole phrasing of mental health and the medicalization of these, some people would frame as spiritual or religious issues, is part of the larger history of psychology, where therapists really replaced religious counselors at the turn of the century, from around 1900 and with the Industrial Revolution, where these were medicalized and scientized and brought under that disciplinary control. Foucault talks about epistemes and how the framing and paradigm shifts. Thomas Kuhn talks about that. I forget if you had him in here. Pretty sure I saw Foucault. So we'll come to those, but yeah, Foucault wrote a whole history of one of the things he studied was the history of how mental illness changed over time, the confessional, and how that sort of evolved into the your 50 or 55 minutes with your therapist. So that's another important piece of understanding these issues as sort of an alternative paradigm for these issues. But I think we should move on to the next section here.
Yeah, so here we have ADHD Does Not Exist, which is a very controversial book. So I won't recommend that book if you are like studying psychology, something like that, because if you look more on Google about those research that he quote, they are controversial. So I won't recommend that book like as a fundamental book to know more about mental health and if you want to become like a psychologist or a psychiatrist. We have The Other Side of Happiness. That is another book which is pretty similar to the happiness hypothesis, so I'm not going to talk more about it. The other book that I really recommend here is the last one, Creating Mental Illness. He is a sociologist, I believe. And basically, the main idea of that book is that he argued that if depression is an illness like cancer or diabetes, so you should have like a prevalence rate of that illness like everywhere. Like for example, you're going to have like a prevalence rate of cancer in many countries. But that is not the case with depression. He argued that the rate of depression is pretty high in industrial countries, like, or if you live in a very populated city like New York, there's going to be a high rate of depression. But however, if you live like in a rural area in the country, the rate of depression is less by a great amount. So he argued that depression is really linked to the the industrial pace of life. So he argued that if you live in New York and you always rush and you are worried all the time about how to pay rent, to have insurance, so that way of living is going to influence highly in different illness, like including depression. So he argued that depression is not like like an illness like cancer is. So he said that it's specifically a product or a byproduct of industrialization.
Yeah, there's been some interesting writing of applying critical theory to uh, psychological diagnoses as well as cross-cultural and syndromes that are sort of only within certain cultures, because the DSM is really a Western perspective
Right.
on mental illness. And a keyword for people that are interested in this stuff is nosology, Nosology, which is the scientific classification of diseases and disorders. And then meta-nosology is is basically the principles of how you do that, how you sort of at the philosophical level, how do you create that medical taxonomy? And
Yeah, I think he argued about that. He argued about that most of the illness, mental illness, are Western side. Like uh, so you cannot use that diagnostic manual like for the whole world because it's not going to apply the same.
And if you look at Freud and his key term of adjustment, there's this idea of when is it always healthy to be adjusted to your environment, or are there situations where you shouldn't adjust to something that is maybe unjust or morally wrong? There's a moral element to when should you adjust and when shouldn't you, and that somewhat connects to the ideas within a lot of social sciences of constructivism versus biological and genetic determinants, which sort of goes back to nature versus nurture.
Yeah, which I think that have also to do with annihilation, which is also like a product of we trying to live in an environment that was not meant to be for us because
Alienation, you said, right?
alienation, yeah.
Okay.
So it is like a mismatch. A mismatch is like illness that flourish because our brain or our body was not developed in that environment. So it's like sugar, like it's impossible to find sugar like in a can in a restaurant in the forest or in the desert. So that is why we have many illness because of food, because we have so many things that are not natural to our bodies.
Right.
So like working 8 hours would be like one example.
Okay. What about the books we see here?
So here, I would say that my favorite books here will be definitely the first one, The Evolution of the Surf, which is by Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi. I believe that is how it's pronounced. So
I've never mastered that one.
yeah, me neither. I said Csikszentmihalyi because I read a book that he put in parentheses. You need to pronounce it like this, and he put sheet sent me high. So
Oh,
that
okay.
is how. So he's, of course, the founder of the term flow,
Yeah.
but in this book he does not talk about that because I believe this is before the flow book. I'm not sure, but I think so.
Yeah, this sounds more high level.
Yeah,
Or just yeah.
it is, of course, connected psychology. And if you want to learn about history, psychology, this is a great book. And he also explore about positive psychology and that kind of stuff. But that is a pretty good book. And then we have Daniel Goleman's Social Intelligence, which I like better than Emotional Intelligence. So Social Intelligence, he argued that depending on where you are, that is also going to influence your mood. Like, for example, if, I don't know if you have experienced that you enter to a room and you feel like a negative energy. So he argued that
Mm.
that exists, that there is a social intelligence, that if you have a team of work that everybody is very pessimistic, so you're going to have a different product than if you have a balanced teamwork. So he argued about that, and he also mentioned like emotional intelligence because, of course, that is his main idea. But it's a pretty good book, and of course, emotional intelligence, which is a highly very famous book. So I don't need to talk about it because I'm pretty sure.
Could you say a couple words about how a lot of Spanish books are written in the opposite direction on the spine?
Yeah, that is something that you notice, and sorry, that is my dog. So that is something that I always notice when I have a Spanish book. I don't know the reason why Spanish books are always the other way around.
This is a sort of counterexample.
You have the Power of Habit and then the Spanish version.
Yeah.
I don't know if the printer is the other way around, something, but okay.
Guys, yeah, were there any other, or do you
Yeah,
want?
I would say La Vida Secreta de la Mente, which in English would be The Life of the Secret Mind. That is a great book that I remember that I bought in Walmart. And he's a good author. I believe that book is in English. So that is again like a recollection of different studies, like the marshmallow test,
Hmm.
different like pioneer study that you can find there.
Okay.
Yeah, this section is one of my favorite. We have here the psychology of money, which we talk more about that later.
That's one of your top 15. So
Yeah, so we have Why. That is a really good book. She talk about uh, like being curious about different stuff. She talk about one of an employee that work in CERN in Switzerland, I believe, CERN. And she talked that one of the director of that lab, she's a musician and she was always interested in science. So he acknowledged like the relevancy of having different interests to be holistic or interdisciplinary. So he talked about that, and he talked about the specific curiosity of our mind of always trying to learn more. So that book is pretty good. And I will talk about Everybody Lies, which he mentioned like most people lie in questionnaires. That is why actually because of this book I use a different methodology in my thesis because my mentor was telling me to use self-report, and I was using my report. My thesis is about plagiarism. So time of this book I learned that using self-report in a study that have like sensitive question like have you plagiarized before, it's not going to be a good methodology because there is a high probability that the person is going to lie because it's a sensitive.
what is that called? Isn't there like a,
It's it have a name. It's something with
yeah,
bias.
I'll look it up while you're
Self
talking because I know
self-report
there's,
bias or something like that. I mentioned it in my thesis. Uh, so he talked about that in Everybody Lies in that book, and that is where I learned about it. And he talked about he used data from Google search, like he used a statistic, like for example, how many times you have sex in your life, and he compared that with Google search, and he acknowledged that people tend to overestimate their claims. And he talked a lot about politics and how people lie in statistics in
I think
polls.
it's called social desirability bias.
Yeah, that is correct. Social disability bias.
The tendency to present oneself in a way that will be viewed favorably by others, often
Yeah.
exaggerating positive traits or minimizing negative ones.
Social disability bias. Yes, I learned that in that book, and I used that in my dissertation to avoid that
There's
bias.
also self-serving bias, a cognitive bias where individuals attribute success to themselves and failures to external factors, which can lead to distortions in self-presentation.
Yeah, so that is very interesting. So I learned that in that book, and Daniel Levitin, A Field Guide to Life, is also a good book to understand. He talked about more statistic, how to read like charts, and he talked about samples, rate, and all that kind of stuff. And then we have The Stumble on Happiness, which is the book that you were talking about, I believe.
I just want to make a note on what you were saying about social desirability bias. That's actually a big issue with political polling. And one of the things that you're hearing a lot about right now after the Harris-Trump election is the Democrats are trying to figure out why, what's going on and why they didn't win. And part of what's difficult is figuring out with polling information, are people telling the pollsters the truth about who they're going to vote for or about why they're voting and what issues they care about and which ones they don't, because they don't always want to say if they think one of their reasons, if they have two reasons for not voting or voting, and one of them is seen as okay and the other one's seen as bad, they're not going to give the one that doesn't make them look good because of that social desirability bias.
Right. He talked about that in Everybody Lies, because that book, I believe, is after 2016. So he talked about Trump, and he explained actually that same thing that you were talking. So because being a Republican or being alienated with Trump is going to be like negative, like in a social context for most people
Mhm.
or for some people. So many people lie in 2000 in polls that were uh, taken during 2015, 2016, because by that time, like Trump was, I believe, not that like accepted by the general public. So then after he won, like now, I believe that many people are happy to say like I am a Republican and I endorse Trump. But back then was not like it is right now, I believe.
There's another book called Dataclysm, Who We Are When We Think No One's Looking by Christian Rudder, which analyzed data from Google, I believe, but also OkCupid, and show just a bunch of interesting stats about people based off of their search, aggregate search and other behavior.
Yeah. So that is a pretty good book. And The Stumble on Happiness, which is the book that you were talking about. So you want to learn about more about psychology, the main research about decision making, like marriage. I remember that in this book he has a chart about how happy our couples when a baby is born. If single people are more happy than married people, and he explained that mostly if you are married, you're going to be on average more happy than a single person. But if you have a baby, your satisfaction is going to decrease when the baby is born, and then you're going to be happy again when your son or daughter like move out. So he has a chart about that. And on ours, yeah, from a global perspective, that is a pretty good book if you are learning like research about psychology.
I think it's all it again though. There's important criticisms of these kind of things where it's just important to take them with a grain of salt, because there's always this complex causality about and there's a book called Weird. I don't know if you have that, the Western.
Yes, it's in
What does it
the
stand for? Do you remember?
it's Western Then you have educated people, rich democracy,
Industrialized, I think.
industrialized,
Rich.
and rich, and the D for democracy, like Western
Yeah.
democracy.
So any studies, a lot of psychological studies focus on college students because they're the cheapest to study. They often focus on white people. A lot of earlier ones focus
College
more on men.
students.
So there's a lot of bias in especially older studies. And there's a whole, do you remember what the crisis is called? The replication crisis that came around like
Yeah,
a
like
few years ago?
there's a paper that's called like most research are wrong, something like that.
I think they looked at like the top 100 studies and then they looked
The
at how
data
they've
is
been replicated. So I'm a little bit skeptical of some of these things. And in the sense that I think some of this data is culturally bound
yeah.
and it's based on our very unusual situation compared to our sort of evolutionary past and just sort of what we evolved to uh, our evolutionary environment, how far we've gotten away from that. So a lot of times people want to universalize the claims from these kind of studies instead of keeping the nuance of this is what we found within this very weird and unique social context where all of our studies were done.
Actually, I can recommend to your audience another book, which is also in my library, that argue about that same statement, and it's pretty fun to read. So we can talk about that
Okay.
soon.
Do you know what that's called?
Yeah, it's called Humankind.
Okay.
He is a Dutch writer.
Okay, we'll come back to that. Okay. Anything about these last two?
The last book, Lifespan, it is pretty good, but I read in like a couple months ago that some of the research that he used there is pretty controversial. So don't take everything there like 100% true. But he argued that he's called like the young doctor because he's like 54 and he looked like 30. And basically the book is about different research that has been done that you can incorporate your life to to stay young. Like for example, avoid sunlight, the food, in exercise by intervals, like running for 15 seconds and then take.
Reducing inflammation, probably.
Yeah, and about a little about sleep in gym, a lot of things. So
I think
that
there's a metaphor here of one of my understandings of longevity is reducing the amount of errors that get into
yeah,
genetic
need to go about that.
duplication. And
There,
so there's
I
sort of
for,
a centrifugal
yeah,
force.
I forget the term that he used, but it's based on DNA. That, for example, when you're exposed to sunlight, your DNA begin like to break.
And that's sort of what cancer is, right? It's replication
It's
of
like an error.
yeah, and that error replicates more and more.
Yeah.
And so that's yeah.
So that book is pretty good, but again, you need to be careful because now many doctors have been reading that book and they say that it's not like he argued there. So
Mhm. Okay, so now we're moving downwards.
yeah, so this is the
Let
section.
me actually just zoom out for a sec so people can.
Yeah, now we are in the right side in the last.
Right. So we went all across from left to right here, and now we're
Now we are there.
right there.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this section is from when I was living in New York. So there are many books here that were given me to by a friend of mine,
Okay.
and she gave me the Talk About Race book. She also gave me the green one by that, the Discourse on Colonialism.
Mhm.
So The only book that I have read here that I haven't read is the green one, that one, yeah, Monthly Review Press. And yes, I read all of them. So basically, I would talk about the first one, Invisible Woman. That is very interesting because he talked about how many products have been done, especially for men. She talked about GPS, something like that. That is a GPS that was in a specific car that cannot pick like a voice from a woman because the GPS voice was like it was designed only like to capture like a voice from a male. And she gave like other different example like there is a I think it's a study that they found like some skeletons and they assume it was a man because it have like weapons in the in the in the search like they found like a different skeleton and they assume it was a man because they have like weapons by its side and there they realized that it was actually a woman like she was a warrior.
Hmm.
So she argued that most branch of knowledge have like a men's side like you all of the books that have been writing in anthropology have like a bias toward men.
The
Or
Vitruvian Man is sort of an example of that. Da Vinci's Vitruvian Man,
no, I don't
sort of
know.
in the square and the circle. It's a famous. There was a lot of taboos around uh, dead bodies and uh, not studying anatomy because it was considered taboo to manipulate a dead body. And so for a lot of time that just wasn't done. And then during the Renaissance, that became more acceptable. Uh, in some part just because there was a religious aspect to it, and the Renaissance was the beginning of more rebelling against that. But also just within medical studies and like medication, there was concerns with experimenting on
Yeah.
women, especially if they're pregnant or if they could become pregnant, not wanting to interfere with that. So sometimes there were legitimate reasons or reasons why there should be more care taken. But yeah, like if you see a skeleton in a medical classroom, it's almost always a male's skeleton.
Interesting. So that book is about that kind of topic, and she also argue. Yeah, it's mostly about. Oh, she also talk about Viagra, which I don't know if you knew that the first research about Viagra was done here in Puerto Rico.
Was a
They
blood wasn't it a blood pressure thing?
Yeah, it was a blood
Medication?
pressure thing, and they use that experiment into women from Puerto Rico without their consent
Oh wow.
in Arecibo, which is a town in the north side of the island. And she argued that basically they use those women as, yeah, as rats.
And it's sort of like the Tuskegee experiments, which are
Right.
the famous. Can you say a little bit about those?
About the what?
The Tuskegee experiments.
What is that? The
Um, that's just another famous set of experiments that were done without consent.
okay. So I know about I don't know about that. I believe I know about the Viagra, and that was another done in Puerto Rico also. All for
Yeah,
the
so I just put it into ChatGPT. I didn't remember all the details. Basically, it's a famous, according to ChatGPT, Tuskegee syphilis study. Official title: Tuskegee study of untreated syphilis in the Negro male was a notorious medical research study conducted by U.S. Public Health Service between 1932, 1972 in Macon County, Alabama. It was widely regarded as one of the most egregious examples of unethical medical experimentation in the U.S. The study initially aimed to observe natural progression of untreated syphilis and African American men under the
Oh yes, I have.
providing
I
free
read.
medical care.
I think I read like an article or a Wikipedia about that, but I haven't read like a book or something about that. But I have read about it.
Yeah, so and it's famous in medical ethics of like what
Yeah.
kind of experimentation.
Yes, I know about that case.
Yeah, so
So pretty similar. And there is another example of that in Puerto Rico, but I'm going to talk about that in another book that we're going to see later.
okay, sounds good.
Yeah, and critical
Can you
race
give the name?
theory
Can you give the title of the book?
is called The Birth of the Pill.
Okay.
On critical race theory, I really learned about that in New York. So I'm pretty sure you know about that. So
Yep.
there is a controversy in the US about that, about if schools should teach evolution or not, or intelligent design. So if you want to learn about that, read about on critical race theory. And that book is pretty good because it's short. And
I was surprised to hear that because I thought critical race theory, I'd never heard critical race theory intersecting with evolution versus creationism.
yeah, so that is how I learned about it. So there is a chapter that he argued that there's a debate of whether intelligent design should be seen as a theory or not,
Okay.
and if they should teach evolution. So the German state that you cannot teach critical race theory.
Okay.
So Rasher Innocent is I bought that book in Barnes and Noble in New York because I was like reading about this kind of topic, and that is specifically about if the Latin population can be also discriminated within a Latin population, like let's say in Puerto Rico. There is a topic that many people ask, like, are Puerto Rican races with the same people? And I would say like here we don't have like the same stuff that happen in other places, like in the US, but we do have separation, or you can see the separation by social by your income. So there is not like a specific racial diversity by color, but there is always a separation by how much money do you have. We call them pala. Like pala is like a shovel. Like if you want to dig, you use a shovel.
Shovel, yep.
Yeah, so pala is shovel. So that is an express that we use in Puerto Rico to say like Timothy has pala. So what that means is that you know something that has power and you're going to have that job because you have a shovel, a pala.
Hmm.
So that is something that is culturally well known here.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So it's more about class than about
It's about more
color?
class, I would say, yeah.
Okay. Are there any similarities with Brazil?
In concerning what about?
Just this whole dynamic you're talking about.
Well, it's very difficult to say because I don't know people from Brazil and every Latin place is different.
Mhm.
But I'm pretty sure that they could also have separation like social class. I'm pretty sure it happens.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any of these other ones?
I think I'm done with that part. Yeah.
Okay. I just want to zoom in on this one, girls and women's well.
Yeah, that is pretty good. That was a gift from my friend, and it's more about trauma.
Okay.
And actually, a friend of mine is studying to be a psychologist, and they recommend that book.
This Body Keeps the Score. I think this one, I don't know, for some reason I also associate this one with the inflammation stuff. But maybe I'm wrong about that.
So this is more like trauma, and she argue different aspect of how trauma is embedded in your mind depending on what factor you had as a child
Mhm.
and how to hear that with therapy.
Do you have any thoughts on the White Fragility book?
War Fragility, yeah. So I read that book, and I learned about, for example, cosmetics. Like I learned that most cosmetics were like for white women, and I don't know if what Beyonce or some celebrity like begin to mark to market like new cosmetic like for black persons. And there is another example that she argue that you can see in Puerto Rico. Like for example, if you have curly hair,
Mhm.
here people say pelo malo, like bad hair. But if you are brown and if you're blonde, you're going to be like, oh, that is buen pelo, good hair. So that is something that is embedded in our culture because of colonization. So there is no reason why curly hair is bad. So
And beauty
we,
standards.
yeah, we only see that because when Spanish came here or American, so we used to see American like blonde and that hair, long hair, and we say, "Oh, I want to be the hair to, I want my hair to be like that," and we use blower to destroy our hair. But there is no reason why curly hair is bad or a blonde person is a good hair.
Right.
So that is another example that you can realize reading that book, because if you were born in Puerto Rico, you don't see those things like that. Like we learned that curly hair is bad because it is, but you never question that.
Yeah. Kim Kardashian with her company Skims, they have done a lot in terms of making clothing that is in all the different shades. And that's been a major part of their marketing push. And and I think with their some of their makeup lines with the other Kardashian sisters and their whole brand, um, there's a lot of uh, awareness and sensitivity though to how certain skin tones were not represented in clothing,
Right.
and to get high quality stuff in darker tones was oftentimes much harder to do. And they've turned that thing into a really, really big company. So um, I've seen that in a pattern in a number of the companies that the Kardashians run. Is they've been sort of the first to do that in a really big way, and so that's been pretty interesting. Um,
Yeah, so
yeah.
this is one of my favorite section because this is like the education section, which I have books mostly about the classes that I took as a graduate student.
To
For
Make It
example,
Stick is another one of these memory books. We were talking about
yeah,
that earlier with myelination and
I remember using that
talent
book,
code.
right? I remember using that book when I was teaching for HEP, which is high school equivalency program, which is a federal program for migrants, and I used that book for teaching
Do you know why you chose this one in particular?
because he have like good example of how people that does not speak English can learn different words. So he have different assessment to teach a second language.
Hmm.
Pretty good. The book, the one next to that, which is Caribbean something, which the
This one,
construction, no, the other way, the construction of,
The Construction and Representation of Race and Ethnicity in the
yeah,
Caribbean
that is a good
and the
book
World.
that my mentor, Micah Corum, she recommended me. And it's also pretty similar to the other section about race, culture. And that is where I learn a little bit about race and all this kind of stuff because I always like to mention that if you are born in Puerto Rico, like many people are not like aware of what is happening in the US in the political area, like the division between parties and all that. So here the media does not talk too much about it. So you need to read books to really learn what is happening. Unless you are always watching CNN and
Right.
or Fox News, but not too many people watch those American program here. So that book is pretty good, and I have the academic achievement by Carr. She is pretty famous because she created the reading level degrees
Which one
program.
is that? Could you say this one right here?
The academic achievement, yeah. If you
Yeah.
Google Jane Carr, she is pretty famous because of the different reading level. So she is an expert of that, and that book is pretty good. I really like the whole book. I remember when I was doing my doctorate because she argued that you cannot use the same assessment for every group. Depending of which school are you teaching, you can use a different assessment depending of the level of reading of the student. For example, you can teach a class of how to learn to read using an assessment, but it doesn't mean that if that assessment work in that classroom, is going to work in another school 2 miles from that school because it's going to depend on that population. And she talked about different assessment on how to learn to read and so on. And Ivan Eilish, I don't know if how to
I
pronounce
think it's
him.
Illick, but I could be wrong.
So that book is pretty good because he argues, it's a pretty old book. He argued that you don't need to go to university or to an educational system to learn everything. Like he said that we believe that, for example, if you want to learn to play the piano, you need to take classes, or if you want to learn to about philosophy, you need to enroll in a philosophy class because he said that we have in our mind the mindset that you need to go to an educational system to learn about anything, and he argued that that is not the case. You can
Yeah.
learn by yourself.
And really I I really agree with that. And the way I think about it is when you become an academic and you've got your PhD and you're now an assistant professor, you are you now are sort of in the real world of being an academic where you're not really going to classes anymore. The way you learn is you read books and you read papers and then you synthesize that and you come up with your own ideas and then you publish it,
Yes.
papers and books. And it really is that simple. You're reading papers and books, you're writing papers and books, and then from time to time you go to conferences and maybe, sort of summarize your paper out loud or summarize your book out loud. But fundamentally, it's about writing papers and books.
Right.
And if you need to go through 20 years of school to learn how to read and write well enough to do that very simple process, it sort of provides a conveyor belt for people where they don't have to maybe think about it so much. But the idea that you need to have the hand holding is kind of ridiculous. I think a lot of people can do without it.
Yeah, I agree with that too. And he talked about that. He also talked that he mentioned that in the future there were going to be like a network for educating yourself, which would be the internet. So he talked about that. And I don't agree with him in the sense that he argued that with a network of learning, which is the internet, everybody will have the capacity to have informal education and to become like a very educated or an expert in a subject matter. I don't agree because I don't think that everybody is maybe like you, like the have the desire to learn, to buy books and read paper by yourself only because you want to. There are people that need to be told like you need to read this so that you can learn this stuff and then that other stuff. So we know that the internet in the internet you can learn a lot of things, but we also know that most of the things that are published in the internet are like funny videos of cats, and many people use the internet only for entertainment. So
Right.
I don't think that the society as a whole can work like that. So
Right.
there is a problem with that. Like, yes, you don't need like to have a you don't need to go you don't need to make a PhD to be able to read and to write papers.
But most people just can't be in academia, period, because and there's some books on this kind of
Yeah.
there's too many elites, or there's too many people competing for these elite jobs, and
Right.
there really isn't enough people aren't going into the areas of the market where there's the most demand. So so that's a kind of a separate issue, and I find that a lot of these books that are critical um of the school system, they tend to focus on the political, the critical theory and
Yeah.
criticism of the hidden curriculum and the conveyor belt, but they don't always want to talk about how the school system needs to match up to the market and sometimes they're against the market and they're against capitalism in general. And so that's why they don't talk about that. But it's still, even within a socialist country, you still have higher ups determining what percentage of people should be going into what domains, so that it matches what the central planners need in terms of filling job vacancies in industry.
Yeah, Ben Shapiro talked about that in a book that I just read, which is in the Church B. Church B.
Okay.
So we can talk about that. And that is also have to do with great inflation. Great inflation is that we have a lot of people with degrees now that they don't need
Right.
because their job does not require that degree.
Yeah.
So
Any of these other books?
I would say the last professor is good also, and the university in Shane, they go together. He is called Giroux. I don't know if that is
I think it's Giroux, French.
Giroux. Yeah.
Giroux.
I learned about that because of my a professor of mine in my doctoral degree. And the last professor is also that is basically those two books is about how university are becoming corporations, like making degrees so that you can be an entrepreneur or not entrepreneur but like a business guy, so you can make a lot of huge money. And he argued that he's like Power Friday framework. He argued that university is not only to make profit, like to have a degree so that you can go to New York and to be a businessman and make money. So he said that many universities are becoming what he called corporate university, in which they even have a Starbucks inside, and they are becoming just like corporation and not based on the fundamental of education.
Yeah, and with Giroux, I haven't read this, but I would guess part of this is reference to the National Defense Education Act of 1958, which was during the space race, and it was anxieties about
The Cold War.
the Cold War. NASA was also established in 1958. National Science Foundation.
Yeah, after the Sputnik.
Yeah, Sputnik, reaction to Sputnik, and
Mhm.
JFK, so going to the moon. So that's sort of how academia fits into sort of provides workers for the government, for the military, as well as for industry.
Yeah,
And
a nation at risk. I believe was the report that was published by that
Yeah,
time.
that sounds right.
A Nation at Risk. So yeah, I learned about that because of my class as a doctoral student. And then I learned about Robert Hirsch. That book was from my
Actually, I just looked it up and it looks like A Nation at Risk was published in 1983 under
1983.
Reagan. And it was perceived decline in quality of American education.
Yeah, so that is where the curriculum changed, like to be very scientific because they want like to incorporate, and that is where the debate began with intelligent design and evolution because the curriculum became highly scientific, like to to get better grade at math and science.
Standardization, standardized tests.
Yeah.
Any of these other ones?
I would say The Empire of the Illusion is one of my favorite books. That was a gift from a professor of mine, Hector Malave. He's a literature professor.
This is Chris Hedges, the famous
Chris
journalist.
Hedges. And the next one, Saving Capitalism, is a pretty good book. He explained, I really like the chapter about copyright. He mentioned like Disney, the issue that they have with the copyright, that after certain years, the Mickey Mouse was going to be free domain, and then they somehow changed the law.
Yeah, they extended the window before
They
a work
extended-
goes into public domain.
Yeah, in that book, he also argued about that, for example, how they manipulate the government or some highly big company manipulate like medication. Mm-hmm. Like medication, if they have a patent for a medication, then after certain years, they change like a little number or a little letter. They add like a little letter in the name, and they have like 10 years more of that patent. So he argued about that, and he argued that, for example, if you need insulin because you have diabetes, you cannot go to Spain and buy a bunch of that insulin because it's cheaper and then bring them to the US. That is totally illegal. So he argued about that. It's a pretty good book if you want to learn about capitalism. And Empire of the Illusion is one of my favorite books because he have different chapter about different topic about the illusion. I would say the illusion of love. He critique how media has changed the perspective of love, of education, and that is a book that you will.
Yeah, Chris Hedges is interesting because he's the son of a minister and he went to Harvard Divinity School and he got a
He was a boxer also. He tried to be like a boxer.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
He did a lot of writing. He was the, I think, bureau chief in the Middle East for a period for the New York Times.
Yes.
And then they didn't like what he was writing, so they got rid of him. He was on RT for a while, the Russia TV channel. And then when the war with Ukraine started, they YouTube banned RT, and now he has a new YouTube channel called the Chris Hedges Report. And what's interesting about RT is that RT was, my understanding is it was funded by the Russian government, but it was actually the home to a lot of dissident writers in the US, where the New York Times and the other mainstream publications wouldn't hire them or got rid of them. And so it wasn't necessarily what you would expect when you hear RT or Russia TV.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I remember that he was giving like a speech in a university and he began to talk and everybody began like to say boo and everybody began like to throw him stuff. He had like to run away and they even made him his jacket because he forgot his jacket and they made him his jacket to his home. So pretty controversial. So, but that book specifically is so good. And of course, we have a little collection here about Neil Postman, which is one of my favorite authors concerning education. He was from New York. And the end of education is, it doesn't mean like it's the end, there is no more education. It's mean like the end, like the objective of education. And he explained like again, like education is not only to make profit. So basically that is the main thesis of the book.
What about the word?
That on the top is a new book that I bought used in a library here in Puerto Rico, and that is called El Bookstop, the Bookstop.
Bookstop.
And yeah, El Bookstop in Hormiguero. And I haven't read that. I have that there because that is the section where it's going to be after I arrange the main shelf again.
Yeah. So I don't know too much about it, but it's something I'm learning more about. Apparently, there's a Ron Paul homeschooling curriculum.
Yes, he
And,
have he mentioned the curriculum in the last chapter.
oh, interesting. Okay, so I'll have to take
He was a politician, I believe.
Yeah, he's probably the most famous libertarian in Congress.
That is why he talk about laissez-faire. He talk about
Laissez-faire. Yeah.
yeah. I read like 8 pages, something like that. But I need to read that book. So
Got some interesting stuff here.
yeah, this section is pretty controversial also.
Okay.
So I would talk about first intelligent reframe, which is about how is from Howard Gardner. I think that is my favorite book from Gardner. Like everybody talk about
Hmm.
his main book, Frame of Mind, but this is from 1999, I believe, and he talked about history, even Hitler, different stuff. So this is, I remember reading this while I was working for a federal program, and I had like a lot of free time, and I used to read a lot during that work.
Gardner's well known for his theory of multiple intelligences.
Multiple intelligence, and the book that when he did that was Frame of Mind.
So this is sort of his so he introduced multiple intelligences in frames of mind in 1983, and then there were a bunch of criticisms of his theory, and then he responded to them in Intelligence Reframed.
Yeah, because right now, like his theory have been used like in many different ways. And in this book, he said like, no, you cannot use this theory however you want. It's only when you do this and that and etc. So in this book, he talked about that.
I'll just give people the 8 intelligences, the 8 original. I think you may have added a 9th one, the existential. But the original were linguistic, logical, mathematical, musical, bodily, kinesthetic, spatial, interpersonal, intrapersonal, which means self-awareness, and then naturalistic.
Yeah, actually, Charles Murray in the book,
Charles Murray, yep.
Charles, yeah, he does not agree totally with um,
With Gardner.
With Garner. He actually mentioned that the book was actually going to be titled the it was not going the theory was not going to be called as it is now. It was going to be called the um, talent. How is the theory called by Gardner? I forget the multiple intelligence.
Theory of multiple intelligences.
Multiple intelligence. So it was called multiple talents.
Right.
That's how it was going to be called according to Murray. But the publisher they say like, no, that is not like too sensational, and then they change into intelligent. But it was actually going to be talent, multiple talent.
Yeah.
So
And talent is good. Well, talent is used still in terms of gifted and talented programs for youth. And it's part of like identifying higher IQ or higher people who are talented in various things. So it tends to have a connotation, a more broad meaning, so that if somebody's got certain athletic skills, they will they might be chosen for training for the Olympics in a certain sport. So talent has this more all-encompassing definition, whereas intelligence, intelligence is very hotly debated about what the definition is.
Yeah,
And
general intelligence, the G factor.
yeah, and so how exactly you test it, how you measure it, and basically this is an issue within a lot of social sciences. Um, the definition of something is almost always got a level of subjectivity to it, and so when that definition is very important, it becomes political which definition you use.
Yes.
And so with Gardner, when you read a textbook, any sort of academic handbook that's surveying the field of intelligence, it's always included there, and it's sort of a critique of the more traditional definition of IQ, although they are in many ways talking at cross purposes, like you said with the talent thing. Calling what he uses as intelligence is, it largely comes down to a debate about definitions, but it also comes down to a debate of, or again, the weird book about Western, educated, industrialized, rich, democratic, where IQ is sort of based on what employers want, what's correlated with work skills that are highly valued. And just as an example, there's a standardized test for the military called the ASVAB, ASVAB, and it includes intelligence related to technical and skills, building stuff with machines, knowing how to change a tire or what different parts of the machine are called. And so because those aren't valued in most occupations, it's not part of the standard IQ measurement. So, and the people at the forefront of IQ and measuring intelligence, they are adding back in a lot of these multiple intelligence things. So they're both, it's valuable to really understand both of them and sort of understand them in dialogue.
Yeah, so I remember that he defined intelligence, right, in my own words, from what I remember, is that intelligence is the capacity to resolve a problem with the less tools available. So, for example, if you are in the forest, in the jungle, who is going to be more intelligent, a PhD professor or a tribe that lives there? So,
Right.
of course, a PhD professor is going to be useless in the jungle unless he's like I don't know, an expert in survival. But in a general context, it's going to depend in the context, right? Like intelligence it's going to depend on where are you applying that knowledge.
Yeah, I think though it can be overemphasized, and what Murray and Herrnstein would say is that there is a general factor where you're just sort of better at everything. You're better at hunting, you're better at gathering, you're better at identifying plants.
Mhm.
And so sometimes that counter argument can be overemphasized. And part of what makes me believe in that side of it is, if you think just evolutionarily, why do humans have so much more intelligence, at least in terms of how it's traditionally measured? Evolutionary pressures sort of explain why these certain things are selected for. So to a certain extent, animals are and humans especially have been more independent of environments and contexts than most other animals, but animals also evolve within specific contexts and specialize for those. So
Yeah.
like within evolutionary biology, there's this question of what is evolution selecting for? and how exactly do you conceptualize that? It's not, and it gets into sort of teleology. The evolution doesn't have an end in mind. It's just sort of a mindless
Agree.
process that's running, and it can seem like it has a directionality to it, but it's sort of like the chicken who gets fed by the farmer every day. I think we were talking about that earlier.
Yeah, the turkey.
So it's wanting that sort of teleology. It's sort of an echo from providentialist thinking within Christianity and with many other religions, where there's this idea of history, or even Marxism, like the idea that history is moving in a certain direction. It's sort of undeniable. You can't stop it. It's sort of, there's a destiny, and everything is moving toward that destiny, and evolution really calls that into question.
Yeah, that is a great overview or a great description of that. And yeah, I agree. And basically, that book is, if you Google that book, of course, is highly controversial.
Yep.
Because he mentioned that, for example, intelligence in the way of course of IQ can be heritage like 35 or 30% or something like that. That to a certain extent you can heritage the intelligence of your parents.
Right.
So he mentioned that, which of course that is highly controversial. Because you can say, of course, you can be the son of a Nobel Prize winner or a son of a professor, but if you are born and raised in another family, you are not going to be as intelligent as your parents.
Right.
So, and of course, Facing Reality is also a book that is controversial that I read last year. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I remember reading that he argued that, for example, I thought as a Puerto Rican that in the US there were like as many Latinos like from Mexico, you name it, from different places that are North American in many states, like let's say in Omaha or Minneapolis or something like that. But he argued that only in big cities like Washington, D.C., California, New York, in those places, you are going to have a big diversity of people. But other than that, like in the center of the United States, you're not going to have that diversity that you can see in big cities. And many people believe, including me, that I thought that you will have like big diversity in all the United States, and it's not like that.
Yeah, I think one of Murray's most interesting things, and uh, I think it's in Bell Curve, is class stratification, and I link it to the Thomas Piketty's work on inequality, where cognitive versus non-cognitive work is getting more and more stratified because of global capitalism, because of just globalization and technology and the ability to scale in a way that wasn't possible before. The cognitive elite are able to make a lot more money, and it's a combination, controversially, between some amount of genetic and um, some amount of nurture, and but in either case, you have educated elites marrying each other, and they're passing down to some extent their genetics, and also just their familiarity with with the elite aspects of society, education and professional white collar work, and so they pass down a lot of advantages to their children. And he also has a book coming apart, The State of White America,
Yeah.
1960 to 2010. And I think to some extent you could, I haven't read it, but I would say that maybe prefigured Trump and him seeing that before other people and the political potential there for rebuilding the Republican Party around a more populist message.
Yeah. Yeah, I was going to buy that book. It is out already, right? Coming apart.
It's sorry, what did you say?
It is available right now.
Yeah, it was published in 2012.
Okay. So
So yeah,
yeah. So I was like expecting something different in Murray because I remember like reading the reviews, and then when I began to read the book, he actually write pretty good, and there is a lot of interesting information in both books.
there's been some interesting debates between or conversations with Charles Murray and Sam Harris, and also between Sam Harris and what's his name at the New York Times. He's got the Klein, Ezra Klein. So there's some interesting stuff there if you want to.
Yeah,
That
me
was
too. I saw a
big on
presentation
YouTube a few years ago.
of facing reality on YouTube. But
Yeah, any of these other books you want to say anything about?
so I would say like pretty quickly, the Shadow University. That book is from the 90s, I believe, and they basically talk about everything that is happening now. They talk about that. Actually, I really learned reading that book that most, or in a general way, on average, most universities are like inclined or lean to be liberal. So he talked about that and how degrees basically influence your political decision.
Yeah,
So that is something.
that's a big thing in polling is that uh, a lot of the difference in somebody's political orientation comes down to whether they have a college degree or not.
Yeah, and that is why now I'm reading this book also. So
Mismatch.
it's called Polarized Degrees. How
Oh,
book?
oh yeah. Where isn't that? That's in Shelf C.
Yes, in the last surf because it's a brand new book that I'm going to read. No, in B. Excuse me. In the other ones, it's in the last below that I believe, where is Don Quixote, where the keyboard is.
Here's another
The-
Charles Murray, by the way, Human
Oh
Diversity.
yeah, I read that. That is so good. I really learned a lot about that in this book. That is going to be in the other shelf, so I'm going to fix that. So in
Well,
the
we'll
next,
come to it later.
yeah, I'll come to it later.
Any of the
Then, yeah, and like my teacher told me, I bought that book in New York, and that is pretty interesting too because it's mostly about history and how, for example, the new world is something that is not accepted anymore because when you say new world, you are saying that nobody lived there. So that is something that is pretty interesting.
do you have the People's History of the United States or People's History?
No,
What is it?
I don't.
That's another book that's kind of similar from a
Okay.
previous generation.
So that is a book that I really enjoy. And of course, how to read a book that we talk about that
Yep.
and the pleasure of reading. In the
So
case of
so how to read a book is going to be part of the 15, his top
yeah,
15. So that'll be at the end of the video or near the end.
yeah. And the pleasure of reading, that is
Th-
a good book that is most about the pleasure of reading, how many people like even he talk about how he hold the book and how that influenced the way that you read, depending if it is a Kindle or a physical book. So I really like that kind of books.
Sort of the aesthetics of reading.
Yeah. And here we have more about Howard Gardner. we have the third wave, which is also part of the top books. The Future Shock. I have two copies of this because one was from my dad, and then I bought the hard copy. So the Future Shock is basically, for example, if you are born in, let's say, Puerto Rico or in other places, and you never leave Puerto Rico, and you go, like, for example, Manhattan, you're going to have like a culture shock, right? You're going to
Right.
see Times Square and you're going to be, what is that? So future shock is what he called that. He argued that in the future, right? Because he wrote this like in the 70 or 80. I don't remember, I don't recall. There was no internet or anything. So he argued that in the future we were going to have future shock because everything was going to be changing so fast because of technology that you were going to have like a future shock. Like you were going to, you will have to like learn many things at the same time. Like you wrote, if you were good like at computers, like in a specific program, then 10 months later, you will have to learn another program because there was a new version. So everything was going to be changing so fast. So that
And I think AI is like really making that
that
clear to
pace,
people.
yeah. So I think maybe he was trying to predict AI, which he calls automation,
Mhm.
and that is why I like that.
I want to say one other thing about Gardner. His stuff also sort of overlaps with studies of creativity and like how to become more creative, how to, uh, what is the structure of creativity? That sort of bigger picture thinking and um, trying to cover all the different bases, all the different aspects. So that's another way of conceptualizing Gardner's broader view,
Right.
uh,
And
which
and
isn't really, it's never really been made quantitative in the same way that IQ has been. That's one of the biggest criticisms of it is it hasn't been operationalized well.
qualitative.
Yeah.
So Five Mind of the Future is my favorite book from Gardner because that is from 2008, I believe. And he argued that you need to have different mindset to be able to be productive in the 21st century, like being able to learn new things, to adapt to new situations is one of the things that he said that you need to learn. He have like 4C, like communication, you need creativity, able to have teamwork, able to be good at teamwork, to be able to be productive and significant in the 21st century. So he argued that you cannot be like only good at this topic or in this branch of knowledge. You need to keep learning. So basically, this book is about that line of thought.
Yeah. What about the
And
Bitcoin standard?
yeah, the Bitcoin Standard is a book that I bought because for that time I was investing, and I've been investing for many years, but I was thinking about buying Bitcoin, but I never did because I never like learned much to be trust on that. So I have a
You never
friend.
learned what?
I never learned enough to feel comfortable
Oh,
buying
yeah.
it.
Okay.
So, however, I bought that book trying to learn about Bitcoin, and I end up learning a lot of the history of currency, which is very interesting.
Yeah.
So, to the,
Bitcoin's a great way to sort of, it's a great, interesting angle to understand finance and the deep level of theory that goes into what currencies are, what money is, and the underlying axioms.
exactly. So, that book is very good in explaining that, like the history of
Mhm.
exchange of what happens if you have abundance of that currency.
And if people are interested in Bitcoin, I actually taught course on Bitcoin. And the course is designed around the first, I forgot exactly what the certification is called, but it was the first major certification for Bitcoin that you can put on your resume. And I think it's like a 40 question true false test that you take, and then you get certified. And that course explains in a visual format how Bitcoin works. And I've gotten a lot of positive reviews on that. And creating that course was part of me going through that same process that you went through of like really trying to figure it out. And so I recommend that. And I agree, this is one of the top books on
Mhm.
Bitcoin. So yeah.
Yeah. So, and then we have The Long Term, which is a book that I really like. I have to copy because the shipment was so late that I thought it was missing. So they sent me another copy.
Can you say anything about how shipping is different in Puerto Rico versus maybe in the States?
Yeah, for example, when I was living in New York, I used to buy on Amazon too in New York, and the shipment was like 1 day or maybe two. So here it can last like 3 weeks.
Wow.
Yeah, or maybe 4 weeks. Actually, I have bought books that never arrive, and I thought that this one was going to be like that.
Is Amazon pretty reliable?
Yeah, that is why I buy mostly on Amazon because they're pretty good on that.
So it's coming over via boat, not plane.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no way to get it faster, even if you want
I don't have the premium. How is it called?
Amazon Prime.
Yeah, I don't have that because I don't want to spend extra money.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's going to make too much of a difference. The only way that I have received pretty quickly stuff if when I buy, for example, on Sweetwater, and you buy
What
with
was that?
like
When you
on
buy what?
Sweetwater, the webpage Sweetwater, which is a
Oh,
review.
Sweetwater. Okay. I'm not
Yeah.
familiar. What is that?
So Sweetwater is like musician friends. Like they'll sort everything about audio, guitars, instrument,
Oh,
everything.
yeah. Yeah.
So when I buy when I bought a guitar there, like most of my guitar are from Sweetwater, I received the merchandise like in 3 days because if it is UPS,
Huh.
and of course you need to pay for that.
Right.
But if it is a regular Postman, it's going to last like a week or two.
So is that because it's like the ships that go from do they generally go from like Miami to Puerto Rico?
Yeah.
Is that the
If
usual?
you buy something from Temu, for example, that comes from China, I believe it's going to end up first in Florida, and then it's going to Puerto Rico.
And do you know
Because
how long those boats usually take to go from Florida to
it's going
Puerto
it
Rico?
doesn't matter because it can come in an airplane, but it's going to depart from Florida.
Right, but I'm just saying, like, how many days does the product being on a boat?
If it came by boat, which is mostly when it's something that is pretty heavy. For example, I bought a Marshall amp in 2004 and it came by a boat. It lasts like a month, man. That was horrible.
No, I'm talking about like if I order something and I'm living in Florida and I
Well,
was on Prime, it'll probably take 2, 3 days.
yeah.
And so if it has to take a boat from Florida to Puerto Rico, how much extra time does that add at a very minimum?
It's not going to be less than a week.
Okay.
It's going to last at least 1 week and 3 days, but it's not going to be like
Yeah.
2 days, 3 days. No, I have received books depending on the store that arrive like in almost a week, but those are very rare cases.
I had looked one time at what the cost is to bring a vehicle from Florida to Puerto Rico, and I seem to have remember it's only about a day on the ferry or on the boat. So
Yeah,
it's kind
because
of weird that take so much longer to ship stuff.
Yeah, because it depends on the company. If it is a private company, I'm pretty sure there are like many companies that are pretty fast, relatively
Yeah.
fast. But in my case, that I buy mostly books. It's always take. I know that's going to take at least a week, so
Yeah.
I'm never expecting to be in my mail like in 2 days because
Huh.
it's not going to be the case.
Okay. All right. Well, I think this might be a good place to wrap up for today. So let's zoom back out and just remind everybody where we're at.
In
Health.
It is, yeah, a little more there.
We're here.
Yeah.
So we started here, we went down, and then we're wrapping up here for today. All right. So we are picking up where we left off last session here. We talked about the third wave and some of Alvin Toffler's other books. And now we're moving on to the next section here.
Yeah. So
Okay.
here,
Yeah.
mhm. Yeah. So here I have books about time, the concept of time. For example, the time paradox. The best book here, I would say, is The Time Paradox by Felix Zimbardo, which is pretty famous because of the experiment that he did in the university. That was in Stanford, I believe. I don't recall. The prisoner experiment.
Oh, yeah. The Stanford prison
Stanford,
experiment.
yeah. So that is,
Philip Zimbardo.
yeah, that is the thing
Yeah.
also.
Yep.
So if somebody wants to learn like how the concept of time is going to fluctuate depending of culture, you can read this book. Just a brief example is the example of the Caribbean or in Latin America, that there is a concept that is called, for example, here in Puerto Rico, many people say like island time.
Island time. Yeah.
Island time. So if you come here to Puerto Rico, you can find that in some activities, let's say that you're going to a birthday party, maybe the organizer is going to say like the birthday party is going to begin at 7 o'clock, and when you come here to 7 o'clock, you realize that people are like beginning to put everything together, like setting the speaker for the birthday party, and nobody's there. So that is a concept that it is true, for example, here in Puerto Rico, but it's going to depend on which activity. For example, if you are going to a dissertation, it's going to be sharp. But in other activities that are not like that academic or more like job related, maybe you're going to have like island time. So he explained that in other culture, like in South America. So that is a pretty interesting book if you want to learn more about how time fluctuate depending on where you are.
Yeah. I was going to also say the melting clock there is, I think, a reference to Salvador Dali's
Yeah,
painting,
talk about that.
The Persistence of
The
Memory.
memory. Yeah. Yeah, that is a good catch. And The Geography of Time is also a good book, which is pretty similar. But this one, he's a professor that he took like a sabbatical from his work to visit other places, and he realized that even though he was not trying to follow a schedule, he ended up having a schedule because the concept of having a schedule was already in his behavior, in his habits. So that is also a pretty good book. And here I have two books about the pandemic. I have another one in another section, but this is from Bill Gates, which is it's decent. I don't really like that book too much, but the Nicholas Christakis, I don't know how to pronounce that name. He is also a professor, That is a pretty good book. He explained different example of how the virus begin to spread, like in different places, like in hotel rooms and in different environments. So that is a pretty good book that I read after or during the pandemic.
Mm.
And the two last book, The End of Work and The Overworked American, those are I highly recommend those books if you want to learn. For example, in The Overworked American, she explained that, for example, in the 40s or in the 30s, most economics and academic were trying to predict that by the 21st century, most people were going to be without jobs because productivity was so high back then that in the 21st century there was no reason to work because there were going to be so much stuff available, and of course that never happened. And
So when was that written? It looks like it was written in the
I
80s.
believe it is late 80s, if I'm not wrong.
This book also looks like it's
That is from the 80s, I believe.
yeah.
I learned about that in a conference. And he explained the same dilemma. Like he was trying to predict that in the future there were not going to be too much jobs available because of automation, which will be now artificial intelligence. So he used the term automation. So there was a lot of critique about that book because he was right in some claims and not in others.
Did he talk about UBI?
No, I don't remember that he talked about that. But there is another book that we're going to talk that they argue about that.
Okay, yeah, that's universal basic income for those wondering.
Which some people are against it, some people not. So here we have a continuation of AI and work. For example, AI superpowers. That is also the same category, like the claim that we're going to be without work because of AI.
Mhm.
The age of AI is also about that. But I prefer AI superpowers. He is a pretty good communicator, so everyone interested in learning about. He even include the different jobs that he believe are going to stay. Like for example, if you're a barber or a stylist, that is highly unlikely that AI is going to replace.
If you're a what?
Like a barber, like
Oh, barber, yeah.
yeah. So because you don't want like a robot trimming your hair or shaving you. So that is one example. He mentioned that most of the jobs that are going to be replaced by AI are customer service
Hmm.
and possibly like teachers. So I don't agree with that 100%, but
I think a lot of this stuff, I'm somewhat skeptical of that kind of stuff where it's like, oh, people won't want to do this or that. I think we've seen so many changes in what people are willing to put up with or willing to change if they can get something a lot cheaper. And I think a lot of these companies, from a PR perspective, they don't want to make their technology seem like it's a threat to working class people.
Mhm.
They want to make it seem like it's going to be not supplanting, but supplementing. And the truth is, I think a lot of people are going to, if a robot can give you a haircut that's just as good for $1, $5, a lot of people aren't going to want to spend $30 and $40, and they're going to get used to having robots all around them. They're going to have a robot in the kitchen making their dinner. They're going to have a robot, in the house, basically being a servant. So I think people are going to be extremely comfortable with robots within the next 5 to 10 years. And
Mhm.
there really is going to be a massive disruption. But that's, I did want to ask you about the Kissinger book, because another one of my guests just got this book in the mail and was telling me about it. And he's about to read it, and he had recommended it to me. So I'm curious what you thought of it.
So it really have interesting thing. For example, he argued that, or he mentioned some of the new things that have been doing with AI concerning medicine. So he explained like a new medicine for an illness that basically it was impossible to discover without AI, because it began like to explore AI, begin to explore all the chemicals that were available to try to learn so that it can create like a new
Right,
medication, something like
but
that.
bigger picture, because like almost every AI book will give you a litany of examples of new
Yeah,
stuff.
so this book is going to begin with the same idea, like chess, machine learning for chess. Then he's going to talk a little bit like 2001 Space Odyssey, like all examples. And then he got like a little bit pessimistic, like Harari also.
Huh.
But I don't think it's like like extremely good book about AI. So
Yeah, I mean, like I think when people see Kissinger, they're thinking there's going to be some insights geopolitically
yeah.
or militarily, and it sounds like you didn't get much of that.
hmm So I would rate it like from 1 to 10, like 4 or 5. Like I don't
Yeah.
really enjoy that book. I
Yeah,
prefer
that's
AI
interesting.
superpowers.
Yeah, because I was thinking like this is sort of a weird, odd, strange bedfellows, and it could be good, but I don't. I don't know who Hutton Locker is. Can you say a few words about his background, if you know?
I don't remember his background. Uh, he mentioned who he is in the product, I believe. I think they worked together or something like that in the past.
Yeah, so Kissinger is a well-known foreign policy guy, worked um, in presidential administrations and been involved in a lot of really important stuff. And then Eric Schmidt was the CEO of Google during its critical
Yes, I remember. I remember that.
early periods, and he was also, I believe, the chairman of a special committee for the U.S. government on AI, and they put out a free like 700-page PDF report, which is pretty interesting. I took a quick look at it, and I almost think like this book is maybe, I don't know if Kissinger was on that committee. I wouldn't be surprised if he was. Um, there were a lot of these committees at the Pentagon as well, and so this book almost seems like, oh, let's take our report and turn it into a book and get more eyeballs on it. So that's how it came across to me, just by looking, just sort of how this stuff often works. Um, so that your review kind of sounds like what I was guessing it was probably
Yeah,
like.
it's like a popular book on AI, but
Yeah.
I won't consider it like a expert level of like a research based book.
Yeah. What do
I'm
you
just
think of
saying.
Fukuyama? Because he just wrote a big article. I think right after Trump won, he wrote a big article in the Wall Street Journal, I think, or the
hmm
Financial Times on like where things are headed. And I don't know. I never thought he was that great of like a predictor, but I never read him that in depth. So I'm curious what you think about him.
Yeah, between the two books that I have there, I would recommend The End of History. I learned about him because of a professor that recommended me one of his books. And The End of History is interesting because he basically explained that after certain year, like after the 60 or 70, the democracy has been like the best that it can be ever. So the end of history, what actually mean is that this is the best that we can actually do as a society, and that basically we cannot like it's not that we cannot make something better or something like that. But he said that there's not going to be like huge or new discoveries or new improvement to society because this is what you were going to get in a democracy. Like after,
Yeah, do you have any Kurzweil?
yes, I think so.
So what do you think about Fukuyama versus Kurzweil?
So he's like more futuristic, like Oswald. He's like
More
more like,
optimistic
oh
also.
yeah, optimistic and like almost science fiction in some cases.
Sort of like
Uh,
Harari. I mean, Harari draws on,
yeah,
I
so
mean,
I read his new book. Uh, the singularity is near.
yeah, I was just going to say, Harari, I think draws more on on the guy just
He's so he's a historian, so he's going to
Kurzweil.
be.
Harari, I think, draws more on Kurzweil's optimism and
Mhm,
tech utopia than
right.
on Fukuyama's pessimism.
Yeah, so Francis Fukuyama, I he's like way harder to read also. Like Coursera is going to be more easy to read because it's like more like a popular book. Also Harari. But if I must choose between them, I would choose Harari.
Interesting.
Uh yeah, but Coursera is also good, but he's like too way ahead. Like he's trying
Right.
to predict that we're going to be able to download your consciousness into a hard drive and then you will be able, or maybe you can download your parents' consciousness and you can chat with them after they die,
Right.
which maybe is going to be possible, but for now, I don't think it's going to be
So
possible.
yeah, I put Fukuyama's uh, End of History and the Last Man into ChatGPT, and it said the core ideas or the baseline is Hegelian and Marxist roots. So the dialectical process, and so I think that's also a contrast with Kurzweil
Hmm.
because I think Kurzweil has more of a capitalist optimist
Yeah,
framework.
yeah, I
And
agree.
the war in with Russia and Ukraine, especially, some people see as kind of a uh, sort of a marking a sort of the end of one era and the beginning of another area because you're seeing all these countries start to align with China, Russia, North Korea. North Korea
Mhm.
sending troops just a couple weeks ago to Russia. You also have BRIC, Brazil, uh, India, China. It's Russia, right?
Mhm.
BRICS, and then South Africa. So BRICS, it's now BRICS, creating an alternate currency to compete with the US dollar. And Trump has just put out a tweet yesterday saying he's going to put 100% tariffs on any country that tries to dislodge the dollar. So
Yeah.
um, there is sort of a realigning on the global stage, and so Fukuyama is a really big name, and it is worth having at least a passing knowledge of what he's all about, because he is referenced a lot. Uh, and
Yeah.
the big question, especially with Russia and these other, and China, and with President Xi recently getting rid of term limits so he can rule for life, these countries that don't have democracies in the same way as a lot of Western countries, they're kind of going in a different direction that wasn't really predicted. A lot of people were predicting China was going to become more democratic,
Uh-huh.
Russia was going to become more democratic. And so this war and this realignment is calling into question a lot of the, um, it's part of Marx and why Marxism had to change because from a purely materialist sort of Marxism 1.0, there was this deterministic scientific uh, side of it or core of it where it's like this is bound to happen. These
Mhm.
revolutions of the proletariat are bound to happen and overthrow. And because that didn't happen in some of the major countries, that they had to go back to the drawing board. But there was always within Hegelianism this idea that there is which is sort of the underpinning of Marx's theory of history of how things sort of must deterministically happen. Like you're hitting down one domino and the other dominoes come next. That is sort of being called into question by what we're seeing with Russia and China. So I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, but I just wanted to lay that out for people.
Yeah.
The main narrative.
So that line of thought goes along with the fourth turning. I don't know if you have read that book.
I did a while ago, but maybe you could refresh my memory and
yes,
you remember the 4 periods, but we could give people.
I don't remember the first turning, but I can give you like a brief
Okay, I'll
overview.
pull it up while you're talking.
Yeah. So first of all, Neil, the second author, Neil, he's the one that coined the term millennials.
Neil Howe. Yeah, he's the one who's always going around on TV shows talking about what's coming next. I actually like his stuff quite a bit.
Yeah, so basically his theory is that we have like 4 stages. Like first, I believe that we are in a crisis, or I don't know if the crisis is the last one. So it's a cycle.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, so it's a cycle that you're going to have like good time, like then you're going to have 3 more stages, and then the last time is going to be a crisis, and then it's going to be repeated again. So he basically argued in the book that 2005 or 2006 was going to be like an economic crisis, and then 2008 we know that we have the economic crash. So he almost like predicted with pretty good accuracy. And so according to the book, now we should be like in the last stages, like in the crisis. And after that we should be in the first stage again. So that is what I remember. But actually that is a pretty good book. It's pretty long, so if you want to read it from cover to cover, it's going to be pretty intense. But the basic idea is that you will learn a lot about history, economics, and so on. So that is a book that I really enjoy.
Have you read The Sovereign Individual?
No.
That's often, I mean, both of these books are often more in the Bitcoin and crypto community. These are popular authors because crypto is seen as a reaction to the inflation, and inflation is seen as a part of larger sort of a pattern of decline. Inflation is often associated with the decline of empire, the decline of civilization.
Which that is basically what is happening now, right?
Yeah. So I wanted to, a couple things came up in my ChatGPT. The meme that you may have heard that is sort of related to this, ChatGPT says they're not connected, but if you've ever heard or seen on Twitter, the hard times create strong men create good times create weak men create hard times. That meme is sort of a summation in a way of these turnings. And I'll just read out the turnings. According to the theory, history moves in recurring cycles of approximately 80 to 100 years, known as saecula, which is Latin, which are divided into 4 generational turnings. Each turning represents a distinct era lasting 20 to 25 years. And so he'll talk about Gen Z and Gen Alpha and millennials and Gen X and boomers and silent generation and map them onto these cycles. So the first is the high period of recovery and institutional strength following major crisis. So you can see how that follows stage 4, which is crisis. He maps that to post-World War II. So 1946 to 1964, which is the boomer generation. Then you have the awakening, which is the second turning, a cultural or spiritual upheaval that challenges the conformity of the previous era. That's the 1960s to 1980s, the hippie, counterculture, civil rights, feminist movement. Then you have stage 3, a period of weakening institutions and rising individualism. This is the unraveling. Social trust declines, culture becomes fragmented, divisive, cynicism, distrust, political polarization of the 80s to 2000s, economic deregulation, culture wars, weakening of social norms. And then we're now in the crisis, a decisive area of upheaval, existential challenges threaten its survival. Old institutions and values are dismantled, new ones emerge, urgency, solidarity, collective action. That's the Great Depression, which is 1929 to 1945, and then the post-2008 financial crisis. So Bitcoin comes out of that crisis. A lot of people don't realize that, but that's
2011, right? Like 2010, 2011.
Yeah, but the energies that sort of inspired it came out of the Occupy movement. You sometimes see Elon Musk wearing a T-shirt that says "Occupy Mars."
I remember about Occupy.
Part of that shirt is, at least in my understanding, a reference to the Occupy movement. So,
yeah,
and I teach a course on Elon Musk, and I'm sort of a biographer of him. So,
nice.
He's somebody who's been involved in or been a sort of a fan of crypto for a while. And with the sovereign individual, that's James Dale Davidson and William Rees-Mogg. And they also, that there's a lot of overlap there. So,
but I wonder if, for example, in the fourth turning, so I don't know if that theory is going to apply now, because now we have technology that don't really exist like 30 years ago. So maybe now the stages are going to be longer or maybe shorter, because now we have many things that don't really exist back then. So I don't know if that would be a variable that could change the theory. So that is why I try to read this with a skeptic.
Yeah. Well, I mean, one of the things that I think is interesting is the decline of dating apps, because we don't really know what's going to come next after that. But I think that, the laws being changed with kids having access to social media and phones. Australia just passed a major law, and that's probably in California recently did a month or two ago. Under 16 years old, you can't have a social media account, and that was Anxious Generation. Jonathan Haidt, he really inspired and kicked that off.
We were talking about that in the last time we were together. Like, we were talking that maybe social media, like for very young people, is going to be seen as smoking, being a teenager or something like that.
Yeah. So, if people, but I think the dating thing is potentially even more influential, because it's setting the groundwork for a new type of social organization to start emerging, and pushing stuff offline and getting people off their phones. And like, if you look how dating started, it really came out of courtship where parents were more involved. So those kind of really major changes can have profound effects, and they will probably also, like Bowling Alone, they will also probably have, people aren't just going to, once that things change for dating, and a lot of stuff I see is like, it's mixed groups, and it's sort of going back to group dating where you have people getting together for a run club, or people getting together for adventures and going to events and stuff. So the more of that grows, it doesn't just build dating relationships, but it builds friendships and other stuff. So I think there's potentially a lot of different things in the zeitgeist coming together to do that. And I saw an article in Japan where the government, I mean, they're very worried about the drop in birth rates, and they're doing government-sponsored speed dating. So I think as countries see that other countries, there's sort of I forget exactly what the game theory of it is, but like it's sort of an arms race in the sense of if everybody's population is decreasing at the same rate, it's not as much of an issue. But if some countries, if especially great powers, if they see that their birth rate is going down faster than another power, then that has military consequences. And so they start getting more concerned about that and invest. And if they see other countries sort of increasing their birth rates and they're not at least following and doing something similar, that will change the balance of power over the next few decades. So, and you see even with Ukraine doesn't want to conscript 18 to 25-year-olds because those are the prime age men to create the next generation. And so they are probably going to not conscript those men. And there's probably going to be some peace resolution over the next few months as Trump gets into the White House. So you see countries are taking bigger and bigger steps because they are concerned with these issues.
Yeah. Interesting. And actually, that also have to do with this huge book that we have here, The Age of Civilian Capitalism. She also talked a little bit about that. And of course, that book is more about how Silicon Valley and all those platforms are basically using our personal information to make money. But she also argued and mentioned other pretty interesting concept as emerging adulthood. Emerging adulthood is a term that she mentioned that means that now, like, if you are 20 years old, it's the equivalent of being like 10 years old. And if you are 30, it's the new 20 years old. Because now, because of the economy that have shifted, so now in your 30s, back then in the 70s, like for example, my parents, which are baby boomers, so when you were 30 years old, you already had like a mortgage, a family of four, and you were doing pretty good. Now, when you are 30, you are like still doing maybe a master degree or at college, and now that is what she called emerging adulthood. I don't know if that's you saying. So that is pretty interesting. So that is a huge research that she did. There is also, I believe, a documentary about this book, but mostly it's about privacy. So that is the main objective of that pretty huge book.
Okay. Now we have Harari here.
Yeah. And honestly, my favorite book about Harari is the 21st lesson for the 21st century, because he have like every chapter is different. He have a different topic. He have chapter like for education, like how the traditional educational system should aim the curriculum. He argued that, for example, when society was like in the 20s or in the 30s, so values were changing, but they were not changing that fast. So right now it's going to be difficult to teach something that is going to stick like for many, many years. So right now it's more difficult, like to try to make sure that if you learn something, that knowledge is going to be useful, because maybe in 2 years or 5 years it's going to be obsolete. So he bring the example of coding, like let's say that you invest 5 years of learning C++ or Python, and then 3 years later you realize that there is a AI language that can do everything more better than you or in a quick way. So he mentioned that how do you know that what you're learning now is actually important? So that is basically one of the emphasis of one of the chapter of that book, which I really like.
Homo Deus is good if you're interested in religion and what sort of technological changes are, how they're going to affect future religions. And Nexus gets into this a little bit, but Homo Deus really, there's a lot of good stuff about like the different stages and the history of stuff and how it's connected to information
Yeah,
and the centrality of information.
he also he also mentioned good historic elements, which I like. Like I remember that I learned in that book that having a backyard was something that came from rich people, like kings, that they have like a castle, a big castle or a mansion, and they have like a big garden or a backyard where they used to play like tennis. So basically, if back then you would need to have like a piece of land to be able to eat, right? To raise some food for you. So having a huge backyard that you can play soccer or tennis was like a mirror that you were pretty rich. So that is why tennis and soccer were mostly for rich people because it was like a sign that you were pretty worthy because having a huge backyard only so that you can play a sport was like a luxury. So right now we have backyard and we don't really need a backyard, at least in Puerto Rico, which most people have backyard. And it's a burden because you need to invest money on trying to maintain it. So that came from that era.
Hmm. What do you think about David Graeber's book?
So that is a pretty good book that I bought. That I bought it when I quit my 8 to 5 job. Uh, so he died, unfortunately, I believe like 2 years ago. So he explained that bureaucracy, now we have like too many jobs that they really don't. They are not really that important because they are just like a byproduct of capitalism because we continue to consume and to buy stuff. We need to make jobs that can offer like a sustain that can sustain society. So we keep like making jobs that are not really that important, but we need them because we need to maintain a society because people continue to buy stuff and to spend money which they don't really need to spend. So basically, he said that bullshit jobs are jobs that does not really like make something important in societies. And he explained that the most important the job is, the less pay you're going to have. Like for example, teachers, which is of course an important job, they're not they don't have like a high pay. But for example, a trapper like Bad Bunny or something like that, which what really that job really apport to society is really limited, but that those artists like earn a huge amount of money. So he explained that it is the other way around. So
Yeah, so David Graeber's an interesting guy because he wrote another famous book in 2011 called Debt: The First 5,000 Years, and that's actually another one that's pretty popular in the crypto community
yeah,
because it it helps you understand what the barter systems and the other systems that uh, predated the U.S. dollar and what money is really uh, at a deeper level. So, and then he also wrote a book back in 2004 called Fragments of an Anarchist Anthropology. And I think that's pretty interesting for understanding his critique of the BS jobs is that in part comes from his anarchist anthropology. So anthropology is the study, it's a little bit of an old school term, but it's study of people in different cultures. But it also has another meaning of your theory of man, your theory of human nature. And his anarchist perspective basically argues that societies can function without centralized authority. And, so decentralized systems like federalism, decentralized systems like cryptocurrencies are appealing to somebody who's an anarchist. And some of the types of jobs he's critiquing in BS jobs are these jobs that are middle management or basically coordinating jobs that help keep the managerial hierarchy of large corporations or the way they coordinate with other corporations or government or other things like that. There's a lot of these sort of middle jobs, and jobs can't always, when you're carving up work, it doesn't always carve up perfectly into neat 40-hour chunks per week.
Right.
And so I think that while he does offer a lot of valuable points in his book, I think you have to take it with a grain of salt, because he fundamentally thinks that a lot of this coordination stuff doesn't matter and that you can just sort of get rid of it. And you have to be a little bit skeptical of that, because it's sort of like saying, well, let's just get rid of all this stuff and then hope nothing bad happens.
Yeah.
And so, some people, he comes at it from a somewhat different perspective, but people who criticize conservatives who want to reduce the size of government, reduce stuff like that, they might have, there's sometimes overlap with that and sort of the more libertarian wing of conservative parties. So the same sort of critiques people might have of libertarian perspectives on, very limited government, those can also be applied to this sort of anarchist anthropology. Although there are different types of anarchism, there's anarchisms that are much more kind of socialist. So I don't want to, and I think that's more the direction he probably, I haven't read enough of his stuff, but that's probably, he's probably more on that wing of anarchism. But that's just something to keep in mind in terms of where he's coming from.
Yeah. So I agree with him in the sense that he explained that we tend to have we tend to value some jobs more than others, and sometimes without any reason. He gave the example of the strike in New York in the 60s or 70s, in which all the trashmen, like the people that gathered the trash in Manhattan, they went to a strike. And after 6 days, the city was in a chaos because nobody could actually even walk in the sideway because of the trash and the rats. And the same happened in Europe. I don't remember, in Ireland, but with bankers, and they were able to live without bankers like for 2 months. They were on strike, but society just keep working fine. So he explained which one have more value, and he tried to mention that, of course, the people that gather trash have more value in society than bankers. But we tend to believe that if you are a banker, you have more privilege. But it's not like that.
And this, I think there's a deeper question also of how you measure value, because I don't think it's as simple as just, how many days can go by, but also, you have unpaid labor of women in the household. And it's like, how do you value a mother being with her child versus a babysitter? And how do you value other aspects of, a home cooked meal versus something from DoorDash? So
how are you going to measure that?
Yeah. So it's not necessarily even as simple as like what is the market equivalent, and that's one of the dangers uh of economic thinking in the limited sense, where things are seen as fungible when they're really not. So, um, so like there's a market value for things, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that's, uh, you get into these philosophical and religious questions very quickly when you get into what is the value of something. And there's certain things that you can allow to wait and nothing bad happens for weeks or months or years. Um, but then something really bad happens. And so, uh, there has to be a lot of thought that goes into um, the value of different jobs and how it all fits in holistically into a larger ecology, a
Hmm.
larger um, society.
Right. I agree with that. And just one last insight about that book is that he also that I agree with him in the sense that he mentioned that not every single job has to be like from 9 to 5. And I remember that when I was working as a teacher for a federal program, most of the teachers were done like at 12 p.m. But because of the schedule, we cannot leave, and it was like it have any sense. Like, why do you need to be here until 5 p.m. if you did all the tasks already? So that is something that I agree with him. He mentioned that not every job needs to be like from 9 to 5 because that is something that came from the industrial revolution. That was the most effective way of doing something, but it doesn't apply to every job. But it's the way it is today.
This gets to the other side of the coin, which is, um, when the economy is central and what is the most efficient thing to do economically, versus what is the most practical thing for having families and having sort of a continuation of generation after generation. And the more precarity, economic precarity, and the more people you have working multiple jobs or switching between jobs, that all leads to more precarity, which is part of the issue with and the question with some of these natalist, pro and anti-natalist debates about what's causing people to delay marriage, delay having children,
Mhm.
not having children, not having as many, and that's sort of the longer term um, cost. So, like certain things you do can increase productivity in the short term for years and even decades, but they can cause people to not have families, not have children, and then the size of your population
Right.
plummets, and you don't. That's why you have to measure in decades and even think in half centuries and centuries to fully parse out what are the costs and benefits of um, of different policy choices.
Hmm. Yeah, that is a interesting way of seeing. So now we are here in this section. I highly recommend Charles Handy. He's not like a well-known author. I learned about him while I was browsing my university library, and I read The Age of Paradox, which is a pretty good book. I read that book from cover to cover. I can talk more about it briefly pretty
Yeah.
soon. And the other one is also about him, the second curve, which is a concept that he introduced in the Age of Paradox. So basically, the second curve is about how to be productive and effective in the 21st century, how you should like keep learning and doing your own job, like doing your master class or course or something like that. He talked about that in that book. So he mentioned that having a degree like is not enough in the 21st century. So that book is pretty good. And our age books. That is another house from the first one. Yeah, it's another one. And the Irish paradox is also about that mindset, but this book came first. So the Irish paradox is also about how to fill your free time if you don't have a job, how you should like work to be more productive and effective in the 21st century and so on.
And
So
yeah, so the way I teach that within my accelerated learning courses is skill investing. There needs to, with the amount of change happening, you have to be really careful about how you invest in skills because they're not going to necessarily have the same payoff that they had for
right.
previous
So he talked about that.
generations.
So he
But
talked
the
about
other side is, all this work piles up, all this invisible work outside of your 40 hours a week, having to think about how you educate yourself, investing in skills, constantly looking for the next job opportunity, or doing all this sort of support work to keep your career on the right track. That all eats into your personal time, and that also takes away from family time and just other types of socializing. So
right.
uh, that's very different from somebody who works in the same company their whole career or
The
works in
whole
a
story.
factory their whole career where they have a huge amount of stability and they don't need to think about all of these other things. So it's a sort of invisible tax on people that is often not really considered from a policy perspective.
Yes. So basically, those two books is about what you just mentioned. And he used a statistics element which is called the sigmoid curve. And the second curve is basically the sigmoid curve, which is like a metaphor that he used from statistics, which means that if you keep doing the same like every time, you're going to be successful, but then the curve is going to be going down, and you need to begin to do something new or to learn something new. Are you going to feel like you don't want to do that? You're going to feel uncomfortable because it's something new, but then the second curve is going to begin to rise, and then the same thing is going to happen. So
So it's
when the
basically an S curve where you start hitting diminishing returns
right,
in the second half of it.
so I really like that metaphor that he used, and when I when I decide to change the way I was working instead of working 8 hours and then to decide to work remote and to do other stuff, I felt that I was doing the second curve. So I really used that knowledge to try to cope with my situation. So I highly recommend both books. And Humankind is one of my favorite books from this author. He is Dutch, I believe. So this is the book that I told you that he did a really good job, like debunking most of the fundamental research that most people know, like the marshmallow test, like the migrant experiment, the Stanford experiment. He debunked most of those studies because he revisited all those original papers and he read like the appendix and the notes that nobody read. And
Methodology.
yeah, and he actually learned that in the Milgram experiment, which was about the electric shock, he learned that most of the participants knew that it was actually like an acting, that
Fake,
like
yeah.
they knew that the people was not like getting shocked.
Let me just set this up. So basically, they had a doctor, and the doctor, if you're the person who's administering the shock, the doctor tells you, hey, shock this person at 10%. You press the button, and then you hear screams from another room. It's really just an audio recording. Then the doctor says, okay, keep going, do 20%. And
Hmm.
you go ahead and you do the 20%. And the person screams louder and louder. And basically it shows that when there's a person in authority telling you to do something immoral or in a gray area, a lot of
Hmm.
people will obey authority even if their senses are telling them, hey, this is wrong.
Yeah. Exactly. So I remember learning about that research at college, and then I read this book, and I was like, "Oh my God!" And he also talked about the prison research in at the university, and he do the same. Like he mentioned many stuff that nobody like read about, but he argued that because those research were so famous, they have been established like in most textbooks, like even presenting the evidence that they were biased, like nobody really cared. So
Mhm.
that book is about that, and it's so good. And the other one, Utopia for Realists, is the book that I told you about the universal basic income. So basically, that book is about,
This one?
yeah, it's about the universal basic income. How could it work? He's, of course, a very liberal guy.
Right.
So you're going to see his political bias into the book. But so far, I really like how he writes also. So this
And yeah, good.
because this type of book, I really like this type of books because he talk about different topics. Like every chapter have different like different tastes or different topics. So I really like both books. So I highly recommend
And
this
the
book.
notion of utopia is a important word, especially within more socialist type of politics. The idea of how do we, what should the vision be for the future? And there's generally a frustration that there aren't better utopian visions out there to get people excited about. And there's sort of a feeling that neoliberalism of the Clinton era and continuing to today, the sort of unimaginative policies, some of this stuff is coming up with the loss, Harris's loss in the recent election, but also, why weren't people more excited about Biden and about Hillary? Um, there's a sense that Bernie Sanders kind of had this, and there's a sense that some Bernie people went over to Trump, and that uh, that wing of the left party was not able to um, get a candidate up for election, and there's sort of a frustration about that. So this utopia for realists is about how can we solve that problem and how can we
Yeah.
uh, create a new vision and a new politics to get the left out of this morass of neoliberalism.
Yeah. And he bring different example like
And let me just
the
define neoliberalism. It's basically this. It's like NAFTA. It's basically free markets. Um, that's and globalization without
mm,
taking care of the working class. And so seeing the working class shift over to Trump over the last 10, 15 years, that's sort of the ultimate indication of why there's a feeling that needs to be disrupted.
yeah. And he bring the example of the universal basic income, which I don't know enough about economic or something like to be favor or against. But he mentioned that many people are against it because of inflation or other byproduct of that idea. But he like have faith that yes, that we can do something better than it is right now. And of course, like there's not going to be like a universal agreement on that because if you are a fully Republican person, you're not going to agree with most of the idea that he present there. But I think it's another side of the coin that we can try to bring to the table and to try to make things different because I also acknowledge that doing the same thing for many years is not going to like to solve anything. So
And the other thing, one of the comments that's come out of some of the post mortem of this recent election is just that there was a feeling that Trump's messaging was pretty simple and clear. There was a sort of utopian nostalgic vision of MAGA, and there wasn't something equally strong and clear on
The other side.
Harris's side. And so there was a failure of imagination and a failure of clarity to have any sort of vision about a utopia.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so if you like that kind of stuff, I highly recommend those books, Humankind and Utopia for Realists. And we have the weirdest people of the world, which we talk briefly about it, which means that most research that we can learn in papers, on textbooks, in popular science books are going to be based on Western society, educated people from industrial society, rich, most rich nations or countries, and from people that live in democracy. So basically, on the graduate college or the graduate students, most of the paper have been done with undergraduate students. So they are not like a full representation of course, the whole planet. So that is basically the idea of this book. This book came from a paper by the same title.
Mm.
So you can read the paper or you can read the book. If you want to read like something more briefly, I would suggest the reading the paper.
Yeah, and that's actually pretty common in the publishing world. If a paper goes viral or an article goes viral, an agent of the publisher will reach out, or an editor will reach out and say, "Hey, would you be interested in writing a book about your article or your paper?" And
things happen with BS jobs, but that was
okay,
article. Yeah,
interesting.
yeah.
Okay.
So that is the last, from that.
Yeah, so let's zoom out for a second just so people can visualize. We just wrapped up here. So we went all the way across here, came down, and so we're going to this box now.
Yeah, so this section is that is my universe/astronomy section.
Sorry, could you say that again?
That is my astronomy/universe section.
Astronomy/universe, okay.
Yeah. The first book by Carl Sagan, that was from my dad. So that is a very old book. I believe that is
Carl Sagan, yep.
Carl Sagan, and that is the first edition, I believe.
Oh, wow.
By Random Books, Random House. So that book is pretty old, and I just keep it there because it's a remind me of how books influenced me personally since I was a kid. And then I have Law and Cross, the great story so far. For some reason, I don't like to read Law and Cross books. Like the way he writes, I don't always catch up with his line of thought. So from those two books, Hiding in the Mirror, I would suggest Hiding in the Mirror. The very early hours.
Yep.
Yeah. So I don't really enjoy so much his books, unfortunately. Maybe I'm not ready for his level of writing or thought. But for now, I haven't enjoyed so much his books.
And just from a intellectual history point of view, part of the reason why these books are so popular is because they function sort of like within a secular humanist atheist frame of mind. These serve as sort of the Old Testament of basically prehistory and an origin story. And so whoever can tell the best story about, how do we come out from the Big Bang to the creation of Earth and all of that. There's certain popular authors who are sort of the best at telling those stories, and they have a similar sort of resonance for people who do have that more secular point of view, in the same way that the Old Testament and similar kinds of stories and myths in other cultures serve those cultures as like what is the foundational story and what is the ontology that everything fits into.
Right. And that book, he tried like to the greatest story so far, ever told so far. He tried to build that book as the Bible, like Genesis and so on.
Oh, he did. Okay,
Then
I didn't know that.
yeah, so that really don't resonate with me. So, and the Einstein universe is I highly recommend that
Have you
too.
read the Bible? So were you like putting it into context of?
Yes, I have read the Bible.
Okay. So what did you think about his use of those different books?
I don't like that because I think that they have separate mindset and they have nothing to do with it. So
Hmm.
trying to do that, the way I see it, it's like he was trying like to make science that is also like have like a spiritual way or sacred way. I don't know
Yeah.
if that was his intention.
For some reason, I have sort of an association in my mind with Lawrence Krauss and Richard Dawkins. And Richard Dawkins' YouTube channel and podcast is called like the poetry of the universe or like the
Mhm.
poetry of whatever. So it's sort of like the poetry of a secular godless universe and how to create an aesthetic beauty out of that. And it sounds like Krauss is kind of doing something, attempting to do something similar.
Yes, and I don't agree with that because if I want to find like poetry, like something that sounds like poetry or something spiritual, I will read something that is a poetry, or I will read something that is actually spiritual, like the Bible. But if I want to learn about the universe or like physics or like philosophy, I want it to be the most objective way it can be. Like I don't want it like to be like with something from
Yeah.
other branch of knowledge.
Okay.
So for example, the Einstein universe is a pretty good book. I highly recommend that book if you want to. It's like a 101 book about physics. So I read that book from cover to cover, and that is the second copy because my dad also have one of that, and I really like the book, and I order another one. And Historia del Tiempo is a brief history of time by Stephen Hawking, the Spanish version. It's a good translation. So I read that completely too, cover to cover. I bought that book in a old library in the shopping mall. The Elegant Universe is also a good book, but that is more about quantum physics and string theory by Brian Greene. So that is, if you want to learn about the quantum theory, what is beyond the atom, so you can.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised you have all this stuff because it doesn't really fit in with your education.
Yeah, but my dad, he have been reading about cosmology and astronomy since he was pretty young. So
Hmm.
I was introduced to books because of the universe.
Oh wow.
Yeah, but then I begin to read like full time, reading all those stuff. And Edgar Tyson is also pretty good. And Nerdy Tyson is pretty short, pretty briefly, pretty straight ahead. So it's a punchy little book that you can read like in 2 days.
Hmm.
Carl Sagan, Billion and Billions, that is also a good book because he does not only talk about the universe, he talk about abortion, moral question, philosophy, the environment, global warming. So that book has different topics that you can learn about it. I found a friend of mine found that book in a coffee shop. She bring it to me.
Hmm.
Sharing the Universe is also a book that is more about how we could, if we ever have contact with alien, how it's going to be. He explained it's going to be by a radio frequency or something like that. It's not going to be like a spaceship is going to land here. So many people are going to disagree with that because many people believe in UAP now. So and
Yeah, I
but
think the UAP stuff should be seen in the context of um, these sort of cold wars between China and the U.S. heating up,
yeah, I
and
agree.
sort of release that's how sometimes technology is being released, and sort of making sure that an opponent doesn't miscalculate, and sort of, so I think that's a likely reason that a lot of that stuff is going on.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's like the Cold War again. And
And that's, we were talking about Sputnik earlier. It's that's
yes,
probably a good way to frame it.
to visualize it. Yeah, that book about Bonanza, that book, Ideas and Opinions, it is pretty good. And in one of the chapter, because that book are like letters from Einstein, like every chapter have like different letters from Einstein. And I use one of those letters to use it as my main idea from one of my books because there's a chapter that is about education, and he talked that education is for the living, not the deaf. And he mentioned that education is not only to cram information or to be able to be good at a specific job. So that is where I use the main idea. So this is basically my universe section.
Okay.
And here, I would like to tell you also that I begin to read like I was introduced to books since a very early age, but I never like decide to read every day, like to build the habit of reading. And when I begin to read, like to read every day and to have the habit of reading, was by reading books about the potential existence or non-existence of God.
Hmm.
So basically, I spent like 2 years only reading books about Richard Dawkins, as you can see here, to try to learn more about the existence of the non-existence of God. So basically,
There's three. There's the Four Horsemen. You have Dawkins, and then you have
uh,
Daniel Dennett, and you have Sam Harris and Christopher Hitchens.
yeah, I have read all of them.
Okay, so we'll probably see those later.
Yeah, and I began with The God Delusion, of course. It's a pretty popular book. And I really like that book because when I see this book, I remember me starting to read every day. And I remember like everything changing from the standpoint of having like a more focused mind, a more still, like having more stillness in my life because of books.
Hmm.
So I don't agree with everything that he present there,
Mhm.
but this was like my starting point to begin to read.
And the funny thing is, Dawkins' most recent big thing was him coming out as a cultural Christian.
Yeah, he mentioned that in The Good Delusion because he explained that even though he does not believe in God or he never say like he does not believe, he say like he's an agnostic because when you say I don't believe in God, you are already acknowledging that there might be a God because you never say like I don't believe in.
It's sort of unfalsifiable.
Yeah. So this book is pretty interesting because I learn about different stuff and
The other thing is, these guys, Shermer is another big one. He was never as much into the atheism stuff. He was more of like a critical thinking, sort of classical critical thinking, and exposing shams and scams. Uh, and the other interesting thing about these guys is they sort of, once the Four Horsemen kind of peaked in I would say the early 2010s. They have shifted now to being against the DEI stuff and taking more of an anti-woke perspective. And DEI is of God in Latin, DEI, Dei, and it represents a sort of secularization, in my point of view, of a different strand of Christianity. The Dawkins and Four Horsemen, they were more against sort of an evangelical or fundamentalist Christianity when they were writing these books. But what you see with DEI is more of a Unitarian Universalist type of perspective, which is a very different strand of Christianity that has secularized, and part of its mission to be universalist is to eventually sort of get out of being having a specific Christian or religious dogma. And I have one of my favorite authors on this kind of stuff, Samuel Moyne, has written, he's at Yale Law School, and he's written a number of books on the history of human rights. He was some kind of intern or assistant, low level at a college in the Clinton administration, and dealing with sort of the legalities of generals basically have lawyers when they're deciding what their mission is going to be. They need to know whether it's going to violate human rights and international law. And so lawyers basically need to sign off on battle plans before they're implemented to make sure they're conformant with these various laws and principles. So that's kind of, from an intellectual history point of view, it's kind of interesting how they went from one area of anti-religious stuff to another, and they sort of superficially look very different. But within studying the history of Christianity and all the different sects and how they spread out in the United States, it makes a lot of sense. And they're just sort of hopping from critiquing one type of Christianity to another. And you sort of don't see them doing much on stuff like Christian nationalism. So it's kind of interesting that they haven't really been overly concerned with that. They're more interested in the anti-woke stuff, anti-DEI or DEI stuff.
And I read that even Richard Dawkins, he does not do debate anymore. Like he do lectures on podcasts, but he don't debate anymore. But I would say the best book from him, in my personal opinion, is the first one, Science in the Soul, because again, it's like a collection of essays, and they have different topics between them. So you can learn about different stuff from that book, because the God Delusion is, of course, going to be only trying to prove that, or trying to argue that it is very unlikely that there is a God. But the Science in the Soul is a more informational way of learning, I would say.
Yeah, I was going to also say another way of looking at this is from sort of an academia point of view, where these guys are often in the hard sciences, and they're looking at what is a threat to them. And the fundamentalist Christians are a threat in the sense that they want to teach creationism, and the DEI stuff is a threat in the sense that they want to incorporate a different ideology within the pedagogy, within the teaching.
Yeah.
And so part of this stuff can be seen as internecine conflict within academia, controlling turf, controlling budgets, controlling who's editing the Scientific American and who's in charge of journals and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, he talked about that in the God Delusion. He talked about the hearings that were in the 19, I don't know, in
the Scopes monkey trial.
The monkey trial, yeah. So he talked about that, and he argued that intelligent design is not a theory, it's a document, but evolution it is a theory and so on. So of course he leaned to the side of teaching evolution. And yeah, but other than that, I would recommend Science in the Soul for the general public. And from Michael Shermer, my favorite book for him is The Mind of the Market. Is the last one, yeah. And Conspiracy is pretty good, more in this era of UAP and UFO.
Mhm.
So I really like this book because he have a chapter of UFO and he explained the history of Roswell. So because of course there are a lot
Can you
of
explain Roswell?
yeah, so Roswell was an incident that apparently or allegedly a UFO crash in New Mexico. And he explained, and then, right, in the news, it was all in the newspaper that a UFO crash. And then all of a sudden, it was a balloon. So he explained that it was a project that was called Project Mongol, which was like a project for to try to spy to Russia because of the war. So they were like testing a balloon for to try to spy to Russia, and then to try to cover that up, they said it was a UFO, but the UFO cover up was more of a show than the real news. So, and he argued that even in the book that was released during that year about all the UFO sighting, Roswell was not in that book because most people knew that it wasn't a UFO. But of course, if there is a person that is super fan of UFO, that person is not going to believe those claims, and they're going to say no, those were really happened, and there is the blue book and so on. So that is his version of the Roswell incident.
Hmm. Okay. One final thing I want to leave people with in terms of the three different schools of thought I mentioned earlier. Richard Dawkins and the other four horsemen and these hard science guys, Shermer, Krauss, we were talking about anthropology earlier, different theories of human nature. And part of the deep conflicts between these ideologies is their differing anthropologies. So with Dawkins, Krauss, Shermer, and Harris and Hitchens and Dennett, they have an anthropology of evolutionary biology, of genetics, survival, and reproduction. And that's their theory of human nature.
Mhm.
Christian fundamentalism has the imago Dei. It has, which is in the image of God. Man and women are created in the image of God. And, gender essentialism, biological sex differences, that comes out of Adam and Eve. And that's, there's interesting parallels between evolutionary biology and Christian fundamentalism in the sense that they do both believe in basically two genders, two sexes. And so they have alignment there, which they sort of sometimes build a coalition against DEI anthropologies, which are much more emphasizing of socially constructed nature. So in terms of nature versus nurture, evolutionary biological anthropologies focus on how things are determined by biology and by nature. Christian fundamentalism and many other religions focus on God created things a certain way, and that's how they're supposed to be. And so there's an inherent nature that can't really be changed. Whereas socially constructed ideologies, DEI, and these other social theories, they believe much more in nurture and much less in nature. And so they believe things can be changed and there can be a lot of creativity, and that things should be changed to achieve equity and justice and inclusivity and diversity. So they're at cross purposes in terms of the underlying anthropology of what they believe human nature is. And when you're setting social policy, you have to sort of, your starting point is what is nature, what is nurture, what is changeable, what isn't. And if you have different fundamental beliefs about those things, how things are and how they should be, then you're going to have very different policy proposals. And so you can see that in some ways these theories are have overlaps, and so they sometimes agree on things. And so from that intellectual history point of view, you can see these as sort of three different coalitions that are bumping up against each other.
Yeah, that is a great description and explanation. And here we have more about those people that you were talking about.
Seems like a reference to Martin Luther King, the moral arc of the universe.
Yeah, again, he's like using those concepts for other areas. The second one, Why People Believe in Weird Things, is my second favorite book from Michael Kramer. I remember reading that book in 2007, 2017, excuse me, before the hurricane. And How We Believe is also more about religion. So why people believe in weird stuff is more interesting for me because he argued about people that, for example, does not believe the Holocaust really happened and why those people like believe in that. So that book is about that kind of stuff. And How We Believe, I don't really like that book so much. So it's more like Richard Dawkins stuff. And the moral art is also interesting because it's about morality and different chapter about gender, sexuality, and that kind of stuff. And The God is Not Great, of course, is already a famous book about Christopher Hitchens. And however, the best book in this section for me, my favorite book in this section is Stephen C. Meyer, Return of the God Hypothesis. This was a gift from a friend of mine that he is a Christian, and he sent me that book. He lives in Orlando, and that book is 10 out of 10. Like, that book is so good because he basically explained that his thesis is that the information that we have encoded in our DNA is the signature of God. Like, there is no way, according to him, based in odds, in probability, that information as it is right now in our genes could be a product of luck, right? Like of a random event. So if you could reset like the born of the universe, DNA would not be like it is today. So he basically bring different examples using metaphor to explain the how likely it is to have that information in our DNA as it is today. So this book is highly recommended. It is a response of a debate that he did, and he explained that after doing that debate, he had like a pretty bad headache, and he wasn't able to debate that well. So he wrote this book as a response of that debate.
Okay.
So this is a extremely good book. So then the other one would be God is Not One. That is an excellent book that I learned about it browsing in my university library. And The End of Faith by Sam Harris. I don't really like that book because it's more about war, Afghanistan, and so on. And Pascal Bauer, Religion Explained is my other favorite book. He's a cognitive anthropology, something like that is his major. And he basically explained like the nature of religion. He mentioned, for example, that in every culture you're going to have the phenomenon of ghosts, for example. That is like a universal behavior that you're going to have in every culture, like believing in ghosts or something like that. Because he explained that the mind have like a template. And for example, you don't need to teach a kid that a cat is going to have little cat, right? Like a kitty. Or you don't need to teach a kid that an elephant is going to have more baby elephant, because that is a template that you have within your mind. He said that believing in ghosts or in God is another template of the mind. So that is, I find that book more interesting than the Gold Division, because he bring the topic from a different perspective.
Mhm.
Yeah, so that is a pretty good book.
I think this book is pretty important, The Moral Landscape, because
Yeah,
a
that
big
was
thing,
his
good,
that was his thesis, I believe.
and it's a big part of what he's doing now, in the sense that, uh, once these four horsemen cleared the decks, there was a vacuum in terms of where do you get
Mhm.
values, where do you get the axioms of your system if you don't have a transcendent source of those. So, and that's one of the problems that DEI and basically humanism and human rights solves. Is human rights is purportedly a non-theistic theory of values. It turns out from Samuel Moyn that it really is a rebranded, secularized Christian theory. And if you look at the countries that the small number of countries who haven't signed off on the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, it's countries that don't share that Christian worldview, or don't or just see things differently. So uh, when you look at why DEI has been so popular, part of it is that it's filling this vacuum. It supplies a moral universe, a set of values, diversity, equity, inclusion. You have Jedi, you have belonging, which is the newest big one. So you have these new values. Love is love. The sort of lawn signs that give you a sort of catechism, or a list of basic beliefs, a sort of statement of faith. So something needs to fill the void. Some kind of values need to fill that void, and so you have sort of conflict about, well, what's going to fill that void. And Sam Harris, uh, I think, sort of took on that challenge and realized the importance of that more than uh, the other three horsemen. And you also see in the way that he's gotten into transcendental meditation. He has an app. He's gotten into the psychedelics. And you see that with Joe Rogan as well. Some of these guys that sort of travel in a similar intellectual circles, you see that they need to fill that void, and they do
Yeah.
it in various ways.
Yeah, I agree, because I believe that for many years there was like a hype of this type of books of atheism, but they reached like a dead end. Like, okay, we cannot prove that God does not exist, but we cannot prove neither that God does exist. And they were like, okay, what more are we going to talk about? Now, like, they are using more, like just explain that they're using more that argument from the moral landscape, because I believe that everybody needs to maybe not believe, but try to believe on something.
Mhm.
And they are doing basically that, because in the other section we have Waking Up, which is another book by Sam Harris. And he talked about that. He
Is that
talked
here?
about, yeah, Waking Up,
Oh yeah.
by Sam Harris. He talked about psychedelic, those kind of drugs, which I don't really understand why they want to do that, to have like external experience, like a spiritual experience, if you don't really believe that there is a God. So I know that they want to have like a conscious to understand consciousness or something like that, but
One of the other parallels that's interesting is when you look at critical theory and how it's criticizing power structures, it is sort of, there's a negativity to it. There's a negative, I forget the exact phrase, but it's like a negative sort of perspective. And in a similar way, the atheist critics of especially fundamentalist religion and sort of an Old Testament God, they're also taking a critical perspective that can deconstruct, but it can't construct something like a positive vision. And so when we were talking about utopia, a couple sections ago, Utopia for Realists, you have this problem of you have some theorists who are good at critiquing systems, whether they're critiquing capitalism or they're critiquing religion or other social systems. They can critique it, but they aren't always good at creating a vision of the future, a sort of utopia to put in its place. And so waking up and, potentially finding a new mode of transcendence with psychedelics is a way, or transcendental meditation or Eastern religions in the 60s. And even before then, going back to Thoreau and the transcendentalists, this stuff in the West goes back, sort of all the way to the Middle Ages and even before that. So there's always been these intermixings, but I think that lack of a positive vision is, and I think you see that with Christian nationalism as well, is that sort of they're forming their positive vision with that. You have these sort of two sides of the coin between a critical perspective and a deconstructing and a breaking down, but then also the opposite side of the coin. It's almost like fiction versus nonfiction. Nonfiction has more of that structure of let's expose the underlying structure, whether it's genetics or chemistry or biology, breaking things down. But then fiction is about building things up and building, working to create new imaginaries or understanding imaginaries.
Yeah, that is pretty interesting, and I agree. And so basically, he talked about that in the waking up. So having that transcendent experience. And here in this section, basically, I have two big interests, and one of my interests is learning the origin of language, why humans have language and no other species have language, how we as we do. And the other topic that I really love is consciousness. So this section is about cognitive psychology and neuroscience. So basically here, I will recommend the Parenting Instinct, which is more about language. Right now, I'm reading a book that I learned in that specific book, which is called Through the Language Glass, Why the World Looks Different in Other Language. So I learned that in the Parenting Instinct by Jeremy Lentz. And Michio Kaku, The Future of the Mind, if you want to dig about the brain in a very superficial way, like 101, I would recommend Michio Kaku, Prometheus books. So this book by Michio Kaku is good if you want to, like, if you don't know almost anything about the brain, you can read that book. Behave is more advanced. So Behave would be for a person that have been reading about biology, neuroscience, cognitive psychology for many years.
And Robert Sapolsky is a guy who put together a really famous set of online courses back 15, 20 years ago. He was one of like the top 10 or top 20, sort of like the Yale death course we talked about earlier. He recently put out a book last year called Determined.
Determined.
And basically the argument is like very deterministic. So going back to social
no free
married,
will.
you're always got the people who are more behavior, or more nature, uh, and environment based, and they sort of at the extreme they don't believe in free will. They
Mhm.
don't believe that people actually sort of, because that's sort of a belief in a soul that people can escape causality and make their own decisions, and that's fundamentally sort of a religious belief that they would be exempt from the causality that science uses to understand everything else. So it's sort of a somewhat of a radical perspective, and it also in some ways goes against social constructivism in the sense that things are just sort of created. So there's interesting. Um, he's sort of the king, I would say, of this kind of uh, anthropology.
Yeah. And also like Sam Harris. Sam Harris have a book that's called Free Will, and that is in the other section. It's a pretty short book. And he
Dennett
mentioned,
also has written about that.
yeah, and he always quote this,
Consciousness delusion, intentional stance.
yeah, and they always quote this experiment by Benjamin Tibet, something like that, that they were able to understand that when you make a choice, your brain already like took that choice like a half of a second before, something like that. Uh, I don't think that I believe that we do have free will, so I don't really, I'm not really into that kind of philosophical argument.
And part of it
But
hinges on how people define free will. So you
yeah,
will have people just defining it into existence or defining it out of
I will
existence.
agree with William James that he mentioned that believing in free will be my first step to believe that I have free will. And Conscious is by Hanaka Harris, which is Sam Harris' wife. And that book is pretty good. That book is
Hmm.
short, it's simple, punchy, and she did a great job if you want to try to understand consciousness. And she have different subject also. I learned in that book about the underground network communication of trees. That trees
Yeah.
communicate with each other. So that is
Yeah.
a good book.
There's a great episode. It's, I think, several years old now on Sam Harris's YouTube channel where he and his wife, he sort of interviews his wife. It might have actually been about this book, but it's sort of a different side of Sam Harris that's
I need to
you don't usually see. He's like laughing a lot and like it's sort of a different side of him. So
I need to check that out.
he's usually in a bit more of a dour or serious mood.
Yeah. And the other book that is my favorite one in this section is The Case Against Reality by Hoffman. So basically, the thesis of that book, The Case Against Reality, is that he argued that what we see, what we feel, is not really objectively true. So our mind is like an operating system that you have icons. Of course, we know that an icon is not reality, but it's a symbol of reality. And he mentioned that basically that is how we live. So because if our brain could actually see like atoms, it would be, or to see molecules, it would be very difficult to, like, for example, to eat something because you won't be able to recognize what is an apple or what is like something that is not food.
Yeah.
So being able to see color and to see stuff is just a product of evolution so that we can survive. And The Feeling of Life itself by Chris Koch is also a book that I would recommend if you want to understand or to learn more about the topic of consciousness. So those two books are very, very good.
Yeah, I
And
think I haven't read the Hoffman book, but I do think that it's valuable to at least like listen to one of the interviews he gave because I think this came out just a few years ago,
yeah,
and it is valuable to just it is sort of a paradigm shift if you haven't been exposed to these ideas before. of just as simple as like different animals have different sensory organs and they sense the world
in a
in
different
fundamentally different ways, and being able to get out of your paradigm a little bit and try to imagine what that's like and realize what you're missing out on can just make you a little bit more humble and a little bit more of a critical thinker
yeah.
when you're taking in information.
Yeah, like not everybody is into that kind of stuff, but for some reason I really enjoy that. And the other one will be the Mind book, the last one by Searle. That is how you pronounce
Searle.
her. So he's very good at exposing those ideas. And the other one also is a very good book. So he mentioned that language have something to do with consciousness also, which I agree because I think that that is why every species has a different degree of consciousness, and maybe why that is why Homo sapiens have like a high level of consciousness, because we have the capacity to use symbols to understand or to see things in a different way, and maybe having that capacity is what gives us what we think is consciousness. And basically those two books is more about that angle of how language have something to do with consciousness. So I believe he is a philosopher. And
Yeah. I was just looking up the painting. It's it's part of a painting called The Son of Man by
yeah, the
Rene
businessman.
Magritte, Magritte, famous surrealist artist.
Yeah, and the front cover also have the piece of art. So that is a very good book. And William Carvin is also an excellent book if you want to learn more like the origin of Homo sapiens, the first tools that Homo sapiens used 100,000 years ago, a little bit about the origin of language, the evolution of language, and different topics like, for example, why we walk in two legs, what was the really advantage of that. So he mentioned all those kind of stuff, and I really like that book because he mentioned all those different topics, and the book is relatively brief. So I really like that kind of book because I believe that if you cannot, if you can explain your main argument in 100 pages, so after that you're not going to be like more deep than that. So that is why I'm not a really big fan of like 400 pages. And we have Ray here, Create the Mind, which is also a good book. I learned in that book that he explained that, for example, the app Shazam, which you can use to find a song.
Shazam. Yep.
Shazam, yeah. So he mentioned that when they developed that technology, which is very complicated, I really didn't know that it was so complicated. Some couple, like a couple months later, that they actually create that technology, they realized that the part of the brain that process music to recognize like a tune or something like that works pretty similar to the algorithm that used Shazam. So that is very interesting.
Yeah. That's Shazam. And there's a competitor called Soundhound, which is sometimes also good. And Google also they built that into their search. I find Shazam still probably is the best, but sometimes it still can't work. Um, okay.
And of course, we have Consciousness Explained by Daniel Dennett, which I don't really like so much because, as I told you before, he began to talk about consciousness like in like 100 or something pages. So the
He's sort of long-winded. Yeah. Okay. You've got around
here,
today.
yeah. So here is like the self-help section. The first book that I read from Ryan Holiday was Ego is the Enemy, which I really like, and then Stillness is the Key. After that, I don't really like his books because now I believe how I see Ryan Holiday now is that because he was so successful with his first books, now he have like those contracts with this publishing, and now he's like writing only to be able to meet the deadline. And that is how I see courage is calling and discipline is destiny. So I see it like very superficial way, and like for people that have privilege, like for example, he mentioned like you need to take risks and so on and blah blah blah. But it's like from a standpoint of someone who is like, as you said, like single person doesn't have like debt or a family or something like that. So that is how I read his stuff. Other than ego is the enemy and stillness is the key. So
And
that is
that's,
why I don't dig in that.
getting back to the anthropology thing for a second, one of the sort of hidden biases in some anthropologies is imagining it a theory of man as a theory of men, as opposed to men and women. And, to what extent is there a difference between men's nature and women's nature? And men tend to be more associated with an autonomous self and a individual, and women tend to be less so. And so certain things that make sense from a more masculine point of view don't make as much sense when they're put into a larger context or when applied for women. So, or family life, or
Yeah.
part of larger collectives. So that's one of the things that can sometimes come into play with some of this stuff. But I also think that your point about publishing and contracts, it it could be sort of analogized with audience capture, which is particularly it's talked about a lot on YouTube, where you create one type of content that does really well, and then you become known for that, and then that's all that people want from you, or that's what makes the most money. So you end up becoming very narrow and just doing the same thing over and over again.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I'm not saying that those books are not really good. The Discipline is Destiny have some quote that I like. Like I remember that he wrote that just because somebody lost his temper doesn't mean that you need to lose your temper. So something like quote like that, I really like it, and you can use it in your personal life.
The other thing I noticed is just the alliteration. C here, D here,
See
and
the
E
here.
E
No,
here.
yeah, I didn't really catch that.
They're all these like 3-word
Courage is calling. Discipline
titles.
is destiny. Ego. Yeah, ego is the enemy in my favorite, and no, stillness is the key in my favorite one, I would say, because it's about a stoic philosopher and so on.
I'm going to be doing a bookshelf tour with a guy who's really into Stoicism. So um, that'll be coming out fairly similar timing as this one. And I'll make a note to put a link to that in the description. He's basically got one bookshelf that's just totally dedicated to Stoicism. And so we'll get more. I'll be interested to hear what he thinks of Ryan's take. Ryan actually has a really interesting YouTube series that he started fairly recently. He runs a bookstore, and he's got a lot of
Yeah,
interesting videos related to his bookstore. I think it's called Porch
painted Porsche, something like
Painted
that.
Porch. Yeah. And so he has really famous authors come in. Some of the guys we've talked
Carr on
about
Newport
before,
went
Mark
by.
Manson. Um, so it's those videos are quite interesting, and you get a different side of these guys that you don't see anywhere else. So I highly recommend those videos.
I was watching that like today. Um, sometimes I find like weird that he's always talking to them and he never looked at the person. Like he do that like a lot. Like he don't tend like to talk directly to the person. That is, and even in the comment, people argue about that. Like why he's not like talking directly to Carl Newport? Maybe he's like fighting his ego or something like that.
Yeah, I don't know. It's his old profile photo is actually him covering his face like this, so it could just be sort of being more introverted. And I think a lot of authors are maybe just sort of temperamentally more introverted. But Ryan Holiday actually, like I said before, he was an understudy and research assistant to Robert Greene, and I think that's where he got his flashcard system. Not sure about that, but flashcards used to be a very common way pre-internet, pre uh, computer to keep track of all your research. And he sort of has kept that old school method alive. And if you watch some of his videos, he has one in particular, like how to write a bestseller, New York Times bestseller, and he shows you all of these flashcards and his whole system. And he basically explains how he turns the flashcards into a book. And so I highly recommend those videos because he's probably the best person I've ever seen in terms of how to use
Yeah.
flashcards. And if you're interested in Zettelkasten, it's he doesn't use Zettelkasten, but they're both flashcard based systems.
Yeah, I saw that video from Ryan Holiday and I find that pretty interesting. The only thing that I don't like about that system is that you end up using a lot of space. Like I used to have journals to keep track of my research, and I end up like with 15 journals, and I actually threw away most of them last year because they were taking so much space. So I think I will have the same problem with flashcards. So that is something that maybe I need to reconsider. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a
Got
good way.
Yeah, you've got some Gladwell here.
Yeah, I have Gladwell, which my favorite one is Outliers. The Tipping Point is also good.
I
And
think he just had a new book come out that's like Outliers, like a response to
yeah,
Outliers.
like Tipping Point something. They have to do with the Tipping Point.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, Talking with Strangers is also I would say that is my second favorite book from Gladwell. Speaking with Stranger, which I have the Spanish version. Hablar con extraños. So that is
Revenge of the Tipping Point is the new one.
yeah, I remember the Tipping Point. David y Goliath, which is another Spanish version, David y Goliath. So I don't really like that book. That was a gift from a friend of mine because he didn't really like that book and he gave it to me. There is some good stuff there, like the example that he used from a guy that have dyslexia and he was able to go to college and to graduate using like hacks and something like that. And he also give a good description of what happened when you want to go like a top university. He explained of a woman that she was relatively good at high school and then she went like to a high profile university and she dropped out because it was too much for her. And he explained that basically you don't need to go like to Harvard, Princeton, something like that to be successful. It can even be more easily to go like an average university and to be highly good in that one than in Harvard. So that is also like a good perspective. And we have Jordan Peterson. I would say the first one I really enjoy it. The second was is also a good book. But it's more like a pretty high self-help book. So it depends on what you want to read. But and the last one, The Mindset by Carl Dweck, that is a pretty good book if you are into education, productivity. She basically explained that you can have two mindsets, and your parents are going to have a big influence on that. So you can have the growth mindset, which means that you believe that you can be good because you can train to become good in something, or you can have the fixed mindset. Fixed mindset is the belief that you, no matter what you do, you're going to be the same. So she explained that throughout the book. And
Yeah.
it's a good way.
I want to put Jordan Peterson's stuff into context with some of the. I think he follows in the footsteps of the Four Horsemen, and he did some stuff with uh, Sam Harris. He is sort of in the same way that those four guys cleared the decks with their deconstruction of uh, Christianity. Something had to come in its place, and so when Peterson says an antidote to chaos, to me that really is a sign. What he's really communicating is, okay, when you get rid of these previously religious principles and 10 commandments, what do you put in their place? How do you
Yeah.
build a new order, a new utopia out of that? And how do you bootstrap that? And so cleaning your room and other basic things, he's providing a new social script out of the ashes of Christianity and the former order that these other guys took down. Um, so I think it's very important to see it within that context. And then also, he's another one of these guys who went viral because of his online courses. So
Yeah.
he was very early in recording his lectures, putting them up online, and then
I
having them
remember.
be quite successful.
Yeah, I remember that pretty young. And he's he knows a lot about Carl Jung. I remember his lecture about talking about Carl Jung. However, in that book, The 12 Rules, in the last part of the book, he talked about a lot about religion. So he became like very religious at the end of the book. And he got pretty famous too because he worked, I believe, for a university in Canada, and he made,
University of Toronto.
yeah, in Toronto. He did a video like saying why using pronouns would be like irrational because there are so much pronouns. And the university told him that he had to delete the video, otherwise he was going to be fired.
Hmm.
So he became famous because of that also, because of that controversy.
That's interesting. That's not how I remember it going, but it definitely was related to the pronouns. Um I just I think I'm pretty sure he had tenure, and so that's what in some ways protected him, but also they went after his professional credential. And that's another interesting piece of it. There's actually a couple of really good law journal articles that parse through exactly what his objection was and what was I haven't read them all, but for people that are interested in, there's a lot of back and forth about what was the true nature of the constitutional or free speech objection. And Canada doesn't have as strong free speech protections as the US does. And so that further um, complicates the issue.
Right.
Um, so,
So here we have the continuation of my self-help books. Of course, we have the first one, which is the author of The Power of Now. I had The Power of Now, but I gave it to a friend and I lost the book. So here is a particular book that I would not recommend. It's Why We Sleep. I read that book and I was able to sleep well like for a week because I remember like for me sleeping is very important because if you want to be a reader, you need to be well rested. So I bought that book like to learn more about how to maybe to sleep in a better way or to improve my sleeping habits. And I end up like almost having hypnosis. Uh, and I remember that I read that book and I was able to sleep because there is a study insomnia. I mean, I almost got insomnia. So I remember reading the book, and he mentioned a study of a very unlikely illness that the person have like an injury in one part of the brain, which make the person unable to sleep, and then basically that person will die. So that is an illness that happen like 1% of I don't know how many million of people. So I remember reading that paper and having like a minor anxiety or having that. So I will recommend that book if you want to, if you will have like an anxiety about sleeping, I will read that book. However, Sleep Smarter is an amazing book. I remember that I used to go to bed like 2 a.m. every day, and I want to fix my circadian rhythm. And
Circadian rhythm. Yep.
yeah, and with that book by Stevenson, that is an amazing book. So I read that book and I was able to fix my schedule.
So can you remind me which is the one you didn't like or you shouldn't
While we
read?
sleep.
What? So don't read this one if you're
Yeah.
prone to those kind of anxieties. I wanted to make a note about the Eckhart Tolle book because his books are extremely popular in the sort of new age religion and self-help personal development space. The New Earth, specifically, that title is, in my opinion, um, a reference to Revelations. So that's the final book of the Bible, and it's Revelation 21:1, the King James version. And I saw a new heaven and a new earth, for the first heaven and the first earth were passed away, and there was no more sea. So um, sometimes you'll find these sort of interesting references, and they can open the door to people who have a familiarity with these, uh, are coming from a Christian perspective. So Revelation is sort of going back to the utopia thing again, um, a way of kind of broadening the aperture on beyond just being in the now. Uh, this is sort of the sequel to that.
Yeah. Um, I remember that he mentioned the new earth would be like if everybody begin to live like in a more awareness way. Like for example, I remember that he mentioned the example of, let's say that you are in a traffic stop, it's raining. So he argued that you shouldn't be like stressful of the fact that it's raining and that you are in a traffic stop. He said that the situation is like your perception of the situation, like Stoic philosophy, is what make the situation worse. So basically, he argued that if everybody begin to think like that way, like from a Stoic perspective, that would be like the new Earth. So that is what I remember.
It also, I think, is sort of linked to Miguel Ruiz, the Four Agreements, the pain body concept of Tolle, Eckhart Tolle, sorry. Um,
Yeah.
and even with some of the more like Gabor Mate, this pain body thing, trauma, it's a theme that you see, I think, becoming more popular and even sort of psychosomatic.
Right. Yeah. That that book that is basically fade away, that you cannot read the title. It's called When All You Have Ever Want Is Not Enough by Howard Kushner.
When
The
all you have is not enough.
the other one,
This one.
yeah, this one.
Can you say the title again?
When all you have ever wanted is not enough.
Okay, when all you have when all you have ever
Mhm.
wanted is not enough. Okay.
The search for a life that matters. That book actually is it's very good. It's basically he's a Christian, so he have a lot of citation from the Bible, and he mentioned different examples from the Bible, like for example, Ecclesiastes. I don't know if that is how you pronounce
Yeah,
it.
that's what I was thinking is but also the story of Job, the book of Job, because the book of Job is all about a guy who has everything. He has wealth, he has a huge family, and then he
Yeah,
loses everything. And the frame story is that the devil comes to God and says, "Hey, you know, I bet he actually doesn't. Job doesn't actually worship you completely." And so there, it's basically God and Satan testing Job to see whether he will stay loyal. It's almost like the prisoner's dilemma. It's
yeah,
like, will he stay loyal to God or will he eventually rage out?
right. So that book is very, very good. I remember learning about that book in my university library. And is if you want to have like a better way of how to live based on how much money you should spend, because he argued that even if you are pretty rich or wealthy, you're going to be in the treadmill. So it's with that line of thought.
It's almost like stumbling upon happiness. We talked about
Yeah, that,
Daniel Gilbert.
but without all those research about popular psychology. And the other one that is faded is by Martin Seligman. Is Learn Optimism.
And just for Ecclesiastes, that's King Solomon. So, um,
Hmm. Yeah, and he also wrote that author from the book When All You Have Ever Wanted Is Not Enough. He also wrote, I believe, When Bad Things Happen to Good People. I believe he's the same author.
okay.
Yeah, and that yellow book by Susanna, yeah. Screw Finding Your Passion. That is a self-help book. It is a self-published book. And basically, it's the same argument from Carl Newport. It's so good they can't ignore you. So it's basically that. So she mentioned that she wants to pursue her passion. Like it was like riding horses, like the English people do. And she tried to do that and she failed, and then she looked for other she began to learn more skills, new skills, and she became successful in other stuff.
And,
So
and part of the whole finding your passion, that really, intellectual history again, passion really goes back to a Christian concept of finding your calling. And
mm,
Martin Luther and his whole idea that it's not just people who have a religious calling, who become monks or become priests. It's actually everybody has a calling. And so even people who don't live in a monastery or aren't priests, they also have a calling. They also can live every moment of their life having spiritual significance, even if they're just a farmer or a cobbler or a merchant. Every moment of their life can have a cosmic, divine, sort of communion with God type of meaning. And so it's their job to find their calling, find their passion, and then live every moment uh, in that sort of spiritual meaningfulness and fulfillment that comes from that. So these
nice.
concepts of finding your passion or not, ignoring the need to find a passion, those are uh, at that intellectual history point of view, sort of a rejection of that um, Christian sort of theological
Mm,
concept,
wow.
and they're focused on generally a materialist, focusing on
Perspective. Yeah.
material improvement.
Yeah. Yeah. So that is a new way of seeing that. Interesting. So ironically, Dale Carnegie, How to Stop Worrying and Start Living was going to be one of my top 20 books, 15 books. So I learned about that book again at, at the library at college. I didn't learn about Dale Carnegie watching Tai Lopez. Then
Let me actually, I just want to add one other thought because
uh-huh.
it actually connects with Eckhart Tolle and the power of now.
Mhm.
Part of, I think, how Cal Newport thinks about this stuff is with his deep work and getting into the flow. The idea is that you actually don't need to find a passion to get into the flow. And so the flow is sort of a um, similar experience to that communion with God, with having a calling or a passion, but it's this sense that you actually don't need to sort of fall in love with a specific subject matter or
Mhm.
occupation. You just need to do deep work and you'll access that flow state. And that is the spiritual
Yeah.
state that you're trying to get into. So it's not as superficial as just materialist gain.
I really like that, and I agree with that because I apply that in my personal life. As we were talking before, like I always thought that music was going to be like my passion or my calling, but then I realized that I also could like learn other skills and other stuff, and I can also project my flow, my deep work into that. So that is why I believe that everybody should try also to do other things. So if something have not been so great in that calling, you can try other calling. So it's not like a fixed state, but it's pretty hard to realize that and then to implement that into your life. So
If you think about when Martin Luther was alive, you didn't have people changing careers multiple times over the course of their life. So there's also a sense in which he was doing his thinking at a time where you were going to have sort of one station in life and you weren't going to really change. And so the idea of uh, having your calling being at a lower level of abstraction makes sense, and having it at a higher level of abstraction now where it's sort of domain independent makes more sense in the kind of information economy we live in today.
Mhm. Right. Yeah. So moving on, Dale Carnegie, again, I learned about that book, How to Stop Worrying and Start Living, browsing in my library at college. And I really enjoyed that book because if you want to learn about if you are in a tough situation, that book can also give you like different tips of how to think about the situation. Then I learned that Dale Carnegie was pretty famous because of how to win friends and influence people, mostly because of Tai Lopez, an influencer. However, I would recommend the first one, How to Stop Worrying and Start Living. And
Yeah,
the
extremely popular book. And
extremely popular, yeah.
he had Dale Carnegie had his sort of background was in door to door sales
Yeah, in
and
New York,
sales training, and how to win friends and influence people really came out of that um, that background that he had.
yeah, and that is why I like how to stop worrying because when he wrote that, he was not like famous yet. So he was like working for YMCA and he was like low profile. And then he became highly successful with How to Be Friends, which was actually like a brochure for he calls for his workshops. And then that began to get together and then became a book. But How to Be Friends was actually like a booklet for his workshops.
There's a book that I think is called A Nation of Salesmen, and I think it sort of puts Carnegie into sort of the intellectual history of this kind of stuff, influence training, persuasion training, everybody's sort of a salesman for themselves, and uh,
Yeah.
and this sort of expressive individualism.
Right. Yeah. So I will read that again. The first one from Carnegie. And the other one from this section, I would say the one thing is pretty good. That is a book for productivity, how to be more effective. I really enjoyed that book, the one thing. And the other one next to it is pretty similar. So is the main idea is that you need to focus like in not in many things, but just like the first one in just one thing, and to be good at that. So it's basically that line of thought.
Yeah.
And the other book that I will recommend here is What Everybody is Saying, which he was like a FBI or a CIA, I don't remember. I think it was an FBI agent. And the whole book is about how you posture, how you put your hands on your pocket, something like that, have a meaning. I think a meaning when you are like in giving a conference or something like that. So if you want to learn how to express yourself on public, how to do conference, if you are a teacher, so I would recommend that book because you can learn a lot of how to stand up in front of an audience, how to present authority in public. So that is a good book. Of course, he mentioned that those posture, that those like the way that you stand up are not like 100% confirmed that that is what really a person is expressing. For example, like if you want to know if a person is lying, it doesn't, if a person is blinking a lot or putting his hand in his pocket, it doesn't 100% mean that it's lying. But in most of the cases, based on his experience as a FBI agent,
Mhm.
it will work. So, pretty
Okay.
good book. Yeah, so this section is underneath the other one. And here we have Deepak Chopra. That was a gift of a friend of mine. Super Brains, Super Cerebral. It's pretty good if you want to learn a little bit about the brain and that kind of stuff. But again, it's more like popular science, popular psychology. And the other two books are from an author that I bought those books because I was reading about David Henry Thoreau, which was the guy that
Yeah,
went
Henry
to
David
death.
Thoreau. Yep.
Yeah. So basically, those books are about that line, but in all 21st century. So he also went to a cabin, 12 by 12, to live there. He's from New York, so he took like a whole year to live there, and then he wrote that book. Pretty good.
So
And
he was imitating Thoreau.
yeah,
Okay.
so he went like to a farm.
Yeah, the original Thoreau Walden is in Concord, Massachusetts.
Yeah, which is a pretty hard book to read. Also, it's not that easy to read.
Yeah.
The New Slow City is also about that, but in New York. So he explained how he tried to live a slow paced life in New York.
And that's something Cal Newport has talked about is
Yeah, so
slow
that's
productivity and slow living.
really similar to Carl Newport. That is why I bought that book. And that one, I found that one in a bar. The the next one is like a memoir. And the other one that I would recommend here is here's my little section of non-fiction of fiction, excuse me. So The Giver is there's actually a movie which is pretty good, The Giver.
It's a very famous novel.
Yeah, it's a novel, and The Doom, which is La Cúpula by Stephen King. I never
I
finished.
think we should say a few words about The Giver because it does have a special significance for kind of information and utopias. It's like one person in the community keeps all the memories, and then everybody else is kept ignorant, and it's sort of passed down from mentor to mentee, and he decides. I'm trying to remember the details of it. He decides he wants to escape instead of continuing this. It's sort of like Plato, isn't it? Like sort of like Plato's Republic and the Guardians.
Yeah.
It's sort of a retelling of that.
And I remember that I remember that that they have like to use like a medication or something every day so that avoid them like to feel something, like to feel or to see colors or something like that. So I also remember that you need like to keep injecting like medicine or something that
I was
this
thinking of
so
Selma, but I don't think it's Selma. I think Selma is Brave New World or 1984.
mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it is within that sort of group of novels, all the sort of dystopian novels.
Right. I want to see the movie again. So
Okay.
The Giver is pretty good. I Am Malala is also a good book that I read because a professor of mine recommended me the books. So if you want to learn about her, which was from Swat Valley, that is in Afghanistan, I believe, Swat Valley. So she really wants to go to school in that part of that area. Most women cannot go to school, so she decided to go, and a guy tried to kill her in the school bus. And long story short, then she went to Europe to a hospital, and she was safe. And then she went to college, and she's pretty happy now. And her father was or is a teacher. He always supported her. And La Cúpula, which means the Doom, is one of my favorite fiction books. I don't know why there is not like a movie of it. Like I believe that this is my favorite Stephen King book, apart from The Mist. Um, on writing is very nice. A friend of mine recommended me this book. I bought this book in a store in New York. Basically, he gives like many tips of how to write. I remember that he wrote that you need to read very bad books to know when you're writing like poorly. So that is an advice from Stephen King. And after Stephen King on writing, all those books are from local writer here in Puerto Rico. So, for example, Patrick O'Neill. Patrick O'Neill, he's a writer here in Puerto Rico. He's a teacher also. So he writes fiction. And Limari Santiago, she also writes fiction. She's a musician. And El Esposo de la Mujer de Cura, that is from Angelo Nazario. He's a doctor in education in music. And yeah, so Patrick O'Neill is a pretty good writer. So this will be
down.
Yeah, that is the next one now, and this is my what I call hard books to read. For example, Foucault is pretty hard to read. I have two books from Foucault.
Michel Foucault.
Yeah, the French author. Historia de la Sexualidad, the history of sexuality. That one is a recollection of essay. Mythology by Ronald Barthes.
And it's kind of funny because it's actually much more than a history of sexuality.
Yeah. It's not only about that.
Yeah.
So it's extremely hard to read, at least for me.
Mhm.
Even though it's in Spanish, I think it's made it harder because the translation. Mythologies is a very hard book to read also, but very significant. And the basic idea is that mythology is like the real, it's like the definition or the significance of a signboard. Like many people like now use like Che Guevara t-shirts, but they don't really know who is Che Guevara.
Right.
So that would be an example. Or many people use like E equal MC squared formula by Einstein as a log or something like that, but they don't know who Albert Einstein was. So that is basically a simple way of seeing what mythology means in his perspective.
Good.
The Art of Logic is a very good book. I bought that book in the Bronx, and she basically writes a lot of interesting things there. Also, the other book is about logic. That is where I learned about the survivorship bias. So that is where I learned about it.
This one, How Not to Be Wrong.
Yeah, how not to be wrong. It's pretty hard to read. Also, it's more about math. So
Yeah, it's funny how they keep pumping out these books on like logic.
Mhm.
But logic used to be a really major part of classical education, and they just sort of got rid of it.
And now you have it like popular science.
Yeah.
And the math instinct, he mentioned Steven Pinker because Steven Pinker wrote The Language Instinct. So basically, this book, The Math Instinct, is that our brain is making like a calculation every time. He gave the example of he was at the beach with his dog and he was throwing a frisbee to the dog. And he realized that the dog was actually doing the best way to be able to catch the frisbee. The dog was using like a rod to catch it, and he recorded the dog and he made the math, and he realized that it was based in numbers. It was the more effective way of how you would catch the frisbee. So basically, he mentioned how our brain is like a algorithm, that an AI that is always doing like a calculation to predict the future.
This is pretty cool. Dictionary of Theories.
Yeah, my dad bought that book in Borders back in 2006, I believe. So I really like that dictionary because if you don't want to read like too much, you can pick up that dictionary and you can like find a specific term. It doesn't have only term about physics or science. It have like philosophy, it have sociology, anthropology. It have a vast of different terms that you can learn. So that is why I love that dictionary.
Okay. Yeah, that looks really interesting.
Yeah. And yeah, the other one is also about different facts, which is the same as the one which is pretty damaged. That's like science in everyday things. So those two books are pretty similar.
Okay.
Yeah, here is the section about religion, one of the section about religion or the philosophy of religion. So the God Gene is a very, I would say, popular book, which he mentioned that every human being have like the instinct of believing something. Like you were talking about, like most of those atheists, like Richard Dawkins and Harris, they are now using like other concept to fill the void. So basically, that is his main argument. He mentioned that,
And that void is sometimes called the God-sized hole.
yeah. So exactly. So that is what he mentioned in the book. Even though he mentioned that there is right now we don't have the technology or the knowledge to know if we have a gut gene because genes does don't work like that. If you have like a predisposition for an inner, for example, it's not only a gene, it's like a combination of different genes. So he mentioned that the same will happen with if we will have a gut gene. So we will have like different genes that work together that make us predisposed to believe in something. But basically the whole book is about that. And let me see. Your religion, Roediger healthy is
What about
also
this one, Biddle?
Integral religion and psychiatry. Yeah, I read that book along with the other one, Your Religion. So it's basically saying that what from what I remember is that if a person have like a mental illness or have mental issues, his or her beliefs are also going to be like a little bit off. So that is what I learned about those books. So he doesn't mean he doesn't argue that religion is bad or good. He mentioned that it's dependent of your mental state. So he mentioned that you cannot like go to your place to try to get mental health like therapy, something like that. So that is what I remember for those two books.
Okay.
And that white one is the God Delusion of Spanish, actually. El espejismo de Dios. The you have the secular religion, so that one. That is the God Delusion, actually in Spanish. I forget I have that book. El espejismo de Dios, which I don't think that is a good translation
Yeah, I
because
was wondering what is this what is the translation of this word?
el espejismo is like a mirror from espejo, which means a mirror. I would say delusion is delirio. I don't know why they use that word.
Okay.
And yeah, so this is one of my favorite sections too. Here we have the first one, Steven Pinker. I don't very like that book because there's a if you Google that book, you're going to find a lot of criticism because he is way too much optimistic about the future.
Too
So
optimistic.
yeah, optimistic about the future. He mentioned that, for example, now of course we have less death about cancer or something like that because of medicine, but I think it's almost like science fiction. So there is a lot of critique of that book. So for me, Steven Pinker, his best book for me would be The Blank Slate.
I just want to make a note on humanism here because this is sort of like a litany or a list of the major ideologies that followed after Christianity in the Renaissance and really the Enlightenment. So you have reason, the Church of Reason with the in France. You have science. You have humanism, which is the belief uh, in sort of the divinity of man, or a man being the center of the universe as opposed to God. And so that's really where human rights comes out of. Humanism and human rights are sort of part of the same cluster of ideas, and the human becomes sacred. And one of the areas where you're seeing in post-humanism is animal rights, and also are AIs conscious.
Mm-hmm.
And so humanism is, and Yuval Noah Harari talks about this. He's actually big into animal rights. I think he's vegetarian or vegan. So he's starting to chip away at humanism from both the AI and actually, I'm not so sure about the AI, but definitely the animal rights point of view. And then progress and progressivism,
Money.
and sort of Hegelian and Marxist sort of deterministic heading towards utopia. Providentialist would be how that's thought of within a Christian worldview of things are moving towards revelation. God is moving history in a certain direction, even though we don't necessarily know what that direction is. So progress is sort of a secular version of that. And so Steven Pinker is laying out a utopia within that sort of combines this cluster of ideologies.
Yeah, that is why I read this Brent Shapiro book, and he called Steven Pinker as scientism. Like
Which book? Who's this?
from Ben Shapiro, it's called the authoritism. It's in the last chapter. It's a book that I read like a week ago. So
Can you say
I'm
the
gonna
guy's name again? Ben what?
Ben Shapiro.
Oh, Ben Shapiro. Okay.
Yeah, Ben
And the
Shapiro.
title is what? Ben Shapiro.
The is the authoritism moment, I believe.
It's his newest book.
It's one of his, yeah, it's the red one. Authoritarian moment, I believe it's called. The authoritarian moment.
Huh. Okay.
So for me, the blank slate is Steven Pinker's best book because he talk about different topics from education, society.
Let me just give the Ben Shapiro title. It's July 2021, The Authoritarian Moment, How the Left
The
Weaponized
authoritarian moment.
America's Institutions Against Dissent.
Yeah,
Broadside Books.
I read that book like a week ago.
So what was the connection with that and Pinker?
Because he mentioned that also like Steven Pinker, they used like reason, science as a religion.
Right.
So he mentioned that.
Okay.
Yeah. So how the mind works is also very good. It is that book is from the 90s, from 1996, something like that. And the blank slate is very, very good. It's about human nature and nurture, the difference between them. I haven't read the stuff I thought because it's more about linguistics, and I don't really like that book.
I just want to make a note on the blank slate. So this, going back to the anthropologies and theories of man or human nature, this is in line with more of a constructivist point of view of you can um, you can shape people
Mm-hmm.
quite a bit, and but also kind of emphasizing that there is human nature. So blank slate refers to that idea of Rousseau and tabula rasa, which it means table blank from Latin. And Rousseau wrote a famous book called Emile, or On Education, where he sort of and he wrote Social Contract, which is also sort of a more constructivist idea of people just make contracts and then they're just agreeing to things, and it sort of
Mm-hmm.
all goes from there.
Yeah, because that concept of tabula rasa was like a philosophy that we used to believe that when you were born, you will have like a blank brain, and that is why there is a saying that give me the child and I will give you a man. Like, because there was a belief that when you were born, your brain was like a hard drive, like it was blank, and culture will shape entirely the person. But now we know that the brain have many, many cognitive tools that are built within the brain since the day you're born, like universal grammar, like the ability to learn a language.
Chomsky. That's
Yeah.
Chomsky's theory, which isn't necessarily the consensus.
Yeah, the language acquisition device, which is basically that we have an instinct for language. So basically, that book is about that and even more. So it's very broad. So that is why I
And
like
it's
that
sort
book.
of like the Sapolsky books on how much is sort of determined, and it gets into free will as well.
Right. And we have the Metaphor We Live By, which is one of my top books. We talk more about that later.
Yep.
Francisco Ayala, Darwin y el diseño inteligente, that would be Darwin and the intelligent design. So that book is about evolution and how he mentioned that religion can merge together with evolution. So he's pretty famous, Francisco Ayala. So if you Google it, you're going to have information about him. And we have more about Lakoff, Your Brain on Politics, which is basically his main theory, but on politics. And the other one by, how do you pronounce that name?
Gould. Stephen Jay Gould.
He was the one that made the book. He wrote the book, The Panda Stomp. So I found that book in a shelf that a library was going to throw away. So I took that book. I haven't read that book actually.
I thought I saw that.
Yeah, in the time section. I have a book about him about time.
Stephen Jay Gould.
Yeah, Questioning the Millennium. So I bought that book in New Orleans. Actually, it's a very good book about calendars. It's basically the history about calendars and how we measure time. Okay. And the other one will be Vital Dose is very good. That is a magnificent book if you want to learn about biology, astronomy, and a little bit about anthropology, because he began like with the Big Bang. He then bring a brief history of how atom came together, galaxy, planet Earth, how life began in Earth, and so on, and evolution. So that is a recollection of many fields, from astronomy to biology, anthropology.
Sort of consilience.
Yeah. And of course, we have here the box set from Nassim, which we talk about in the top 15 books. This is one of my favorite books, The Black Swan. And I need to read The Skin in the Game. That is one that I need to read more deeply. But it's one of my favorite collection of books here.
Yeah, so a lot of stuff about statistics and game theory and economics, behavioral economics.
We'll talk about that. If you want to learn more about that, you can watch the other section of this video. So James Blake, Chaos, I really like that book because that is the chaos theory. So I read that book for a course that I was taking as a student, as a graduate student. So I learned a lot about that book. About
what is the value in knowing about all this detail about chaos theory? Isn't it sort of ultimately a pretty intuitive concept?
Yeah, so the way that I understand this concept is that, for example, the weather, like there's no way that we can predict how many hurricanes are going to be in the Caribbean the next year. Because there are so many variables. Like you will need like to have a sensor in the whole ocean, like one like together, like you cannot leave like an inch between sensors, because that little margin of error is going to have like a huge impact when you use all that
right. But then why having such a big book about it seems kind of counterintuitive, because it's ultimately just you can't predict anything, and so maybe don't try.
Yeah, so he used like all those examples like from the fractals and those images, which I never dig on that part. So for me, I think it's important to know that, to understand that there is no way that we can predict our destiny, or if you want to try to understand how the future might be. So that is how I see it. But further than that, I don't know how you're going to apply that.
Right.
So,
So then you have a
yeah,
very famous book here, Thomas Kuhn, Structure of Scientific Revolutions.
yeah, that is a book that I really like to reread at least one time a year. And it's really interesting because when you read that book, you understand that most things does not change like pretty quickly. Like he gave the example of when oxygen was discovered. Like oxygen was not discovered like one day and everybody knew what oxygen was. So there is a guy with the last name of Presley, which was the person that discovered we could assume mark oxygen because he was like doing an experiment or something, and he found something and he put it like a note, like a footnote, something like that. And then someone read that and began to do more experiment, and that person was able to explain what was oxygen and so on.
Mhm.
But the main point is that science does not shift like pretty quickly. It's like by stages or something like that. So it's like a puzzle. So that is why we have theory, right? We have a theory, and then another theory is going to refute the other theory. And in 20 years, we're going to have a different perspective of that phenomenon. But there was not like a specific time that you were able to understand that concept from another point of view. So that is why I would say that is a highly important book for everyone interested in understanding science.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, so here we have that this is below the other turf. And we have Capital. I haven't read that book because it's kind of depressing sometimes because
A lot of good graphs in there. So even if you don't want to read the whole thing, just looking at all the pictures slash they're not pictures, they're graphs, but
graphs. Because I remember reading a chapter about inequality and how different generation, like how the economy have fluctuated between generation. And he mentioned like even if you work like so many hours, you're not going to be able to make a certain amount of money. So that kind of stuff. But it's a for me it's highly technical book. So
yeah, it's really he sort of took on this challenge of really analyzing economies in different countries and analyzing tax data and other stuff. Um, and he's like the guy who brought it all together. And this is the academic output of that. And he's got some other books. And this sort of sets the foundation for um, new economic policy that putting it on a firm evidence-based foundation.
right. So the political brain is also is interesting book because basically the main argument here is that of course if you are a Democrat or if you are like a politician that you want to run as a Democrat, you need to master some specific words and vocabulary expressions. And the same for if you want to be a Republican. So basically he explained that based also from the brain perspective on how we as individuals understand information based on our belief.
How is this different from Lakoff?
So Lakoff is more about it's more like a specific terms. Like he always used this kind of metaphor. Like for example, I see Lakoff more specific. He argued that all concepts or words are based on the physical of the physical world, like based on nature. But in this case, he also quote Lakoff, but he used that knowledge more like into the political system. Like if you want to be a candidate, how you need to express your idea and so on, and how the society understand the message itself based on which uh, in
So
which
it's more
life
practical, less
it's
theoretical.
more practical, yeah. But I would recommend reading instead Lake of first because
Yeah.
to grasp those ideas, you need to have the fundamental knowledge from Lake of.
Okay.
Yeah, and The Great Influenza is a good book if you want to. I read that during the pandemic. I think that that book like sell like a lot during the pandemic. It was like a bestseller during the pandemic. And I read that book during the pandemic to have like a perspective of what was happening during that time. But however, Collapse is a so fun book to read by Jerry Diamond. So I bought that book because I want to learn more about the Moai, the Eastern Island.
Maui.
Yeah,
And Jared Diamond's most well known for his book Guns, Germs, and Steel, which
I
sort of
haven't
kicked
read it.
off it kicked off this big history. And Yuval Noah Harari actually says that Jared Diamond's big history stuff inspired him to
Mm,
write his books. And Bill Gates is also a big fan of this big history stuff. So it's
yeah,
been
because
sort of a big thing since about the year 2000.
okay, yeah, because he do a great job like recollecting all those concepts and data and to project them like in a for the lay person, right? Like for general audience. In this book, he basically explained why some society has failed, and he give different examples. For example, the Eastern Island case. There is not like a specific theory that can explain it, but he argued that maybe could be like people that came from other places and they colonized them. He argued also that it could be like they use those statues that was made from the bedrock like a ritual, like they tried to use they built those huge statues as a ritual, like it was that was the objective for their life, and they had to move those big rocks like 60 miles or something like that. So there are different explanations for that. And he also brings to the table other cases from other part of the planet. So it's a very interesting book.
Mhm.
Yeah, and we have some books by Noami. I have another one in
Naomi
English.
Klein.
Yeah, I have Disaster Capitalism, it's called, in another section. So Esto lo cambia todo, This Changed Everything is mostly about global warming. So this was a gift from a professor that he gave it to me. I really enjoy this book because she explained that, for example, if you want to stop global warming, it's going to be highly difficult, very difficult, because she gave the example of, let's say that there is a company that sells TV in the US, but the TVs are made in India. So when the shipment goes from India to the US and to the US to India, that that process which the ship is going to ride is going to have smoke and is going to contaminate the sea. So they put that contamination to India, even though the revenue is for the US. But
Right.
they put it in the account book. They put, no, this is goal for India. So it's going to be pretty difficult
Okay.
to fight that. Yeah. And this section is about politics slash a little bit about history. We have Noam Chomsky, and they take our job is from his dad, I believe.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I was
Yeah.
going to say Noam Chomsky is well known for his book Manufacturing Consent.
Of consent.
And that was, I think, sort of the pivot point where he sort of pivoted out of linguistics and into politics.
Politics,
So,
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, like many people know something for this type of writing, but many people does not know like his main his main concentration is in linguistics.
The Edward Bernays here, that's,
Yeah.
how did you discover this?
So that book was for my dad, and I read that book, and that is a very important book if you want to understand like the case of the torch of liberty, which was a metaphor used to try to make woman to smoke, which was in the parade in New York. The how is called the parade in Thanksgiving.
The Macy's Day
The
Parade.
Macy's. So he was hired to because the tobacco company wanted to increase revenue. So they hired Edward Bernays to be able to make like a marketing plan to sell more cigarettes. So they made like they hired like pretty beautiful woman to take off like the cigarettes during the parade, and they took like different photograph and they put that in the newspaper, and they called that strategy the torch of liberty.
Yeah, Torch of Liberty.
Yeah. So he was Sigmund Freud nephew, Edward Bernays.
He was what?
Um, Sigmund Freud nephew.
Oh, yeah. Nephew of Sigmund Freud.
Yeah, nephew of Sigmund Freud. So that is a pretty short book, but it's so important to understand marketing and to understand our era right now.
And it's pretty interesting. Marketing today, you generally don't learn it. You don't learn the psychodynamic or the Freudian perspective on it, but that is historically a big part of how marketing and messaging was thought of in that day.
Right. Because I remember that in that book he argued that if you buy a Rolex, is you don't want the Rolex because you really like Rolex. It's because it's expressive value. Expressive value is that it's when you what you really want in your subconscious is that you want to be seen as a very authoritative or wealthy person. So that is why we tend to like brands. It's not because we really like Apple or I don't know, you name it, but it's because we want to be seen in a certain way. So that is basically in our unconscious mind.
What about these
Yeah,
command and control books?
yeah. I gonna have to copy because achievement was pretty slow, and that book is so good. In the first chapter is about a case in Nevada, I believe, in which they were like trying to fix a missile in a silo, and the guy that was trying to fix the missile, he had like a wrench or like a hammer, and the hammer like fell and it hit the bottom of the missile that have the gas tank, and it began to leak, and they were like in a warning state because it was going to explode, and it was a nuclear missile. And the president of the United States was actually in that state, in that similar state by that time. So it
What's the
basically
overall thesis of the book?
so he gives different example of how the war could end without even a war, like by error.
Hmm.
So that is the whole book. And he give another example of, I think he was a Russian officer with his last name was Petrov, something like that. Petrov. You can Google it like the man who saved the world.
Hmm.
So he
What
was
about
like
this
a
Three Felonies book?
different book. I learned about that book in a conference in Pennsylvania. I was
Pennsylvania. Yep.
in Temple University in a conference, and it was about
Which university?
minorities. Temple University.
Oh, Temple. Yep.
Yeah, Temple University. And it was a conference about mostly lawyers, and the conference was about crime in Pennsylvania. So I learned about that book there, and I read most of it. Uh, I can briefly talk about it if you want. So
Yeah.
it's basically I remember that there is an example that he explained the first chapter of a member of a church in the United States that he found a laptop of the minister or something like that, and he had pornography, something like that, and he destroyed the laptop, and then he got sued because he did that, and he basically explained throughout the book how you can be sued or you can even go to jail based on laws that have like a loophole. So it's mostly in that line.
Okay. What about this Chris Hedges book?
Chris Hedges, yeah, that is where I learned that Chris Hedges, that is a very weird book about him because he started the book talking about when he moved to a ghetto and he was trying to bring like Christianity to that place, and he joined like a gym, and he was trying to begin like a boxer or something like that, and then he moved out from that place, and then he began talking about politics and all that kind of stuff. So the introduction of the book is pretty weird but also interesting.
Okay.
Yeah, the other book that I would talk about is Man's Search of Meaning, which I'm pretty sure you know, by Victor
Yep.
Frankl. So about the Holocaust. So that is a book that I have read like twice.
Yeah. For some reason, I just never, it never really landed for me. I didn't find it to be
Mhm.
that descriptive of what people actually did. Um, I can't remember. I felt like I felt like people read it because other people read it and other people
Right.
recommend it, and there wasn't actually a lot of content in it. It seemed like actually pretty fluffy, and I was
Sure.
really surprised because I know so many people read it.
Yeah, so I would say like the main objective of the book is that he argued that you need to find meaning in life trying to give something to the world or to other people. So you cannot like find meaning in life trying to search for something. You need to bring something. You need to give something to society to be able to feel like you have meaning. And I
Yeah,
think that is how he ended up the book.
I had a coach who was helping me understand a lot of different psychology stuff, and basically I think this falls in line with what I was saying earlier with you have the deconstructionists who are the four horsemen who are taking apart Christianity, and then you have the void, and then you have new people coming in and filling it with whether it's DEI or belonging or
Yeah.
other human rights. Um, and I found Viktor Frankl's stuff to not really provide a lot of detail about what that meaning actually is. And I think the idea of like you need to do stuff for other people, that's sort of a trite idea. So I don't know, maybe I need to look at it again, but I didn't find it to be particularly insightful. Um, so it's one of those classics that I just never. Maybe it has to. That idea has to be new to you, and if it's new
Right.
to you, um, maybe it's
Like
maybe it is
later.
different.
Yeah, I remember also that he mentioned that when he was in the cell, most of his mates were like expecting something. Like he argued that one of his friends, colleague, he said like, "Oh, on the day of on 25 of December, I want to be rescued on Christmas." And Victor say like, "Don't think about that because if that does not happen, you're going to be like very sad." And most of the of his colleagues that have expectation like died, and he mentioned that he always kept like working and having like a task in mind or having like a schedule. Like if we need to clean the snow this week, that would be my meaning, and what that helped him to
Yeah,
keep a
but even then, it's still sort of super. There's a superficiality to the. It's sort
yeah.
of like, you know,
You can read that in a Carr Newport book or something like that.
yeah. So, um, anyways,
Yeah, so this is my music section. We talk about how music really works later.
that's one
Uh,
of the top 15.
yeah, the social psychology of music is a journal that was
So he
discovered.
wrote this book also, right? All You Need to Know About Music Business.
No, that is from another author. I bought that book like recently because a friend of mine, he became a lawyer in royalties, and
Royalties, yep.
yeah, so
Music royalty.
he recommended me that book.
So
And
you haven't read it yet.
I read only the section about streaming services.
Oh, so it's a
So
pretty new, it's a pretty up to date book.
yeah, even though it's all that all that stuff is always changing, but it is actually updated. So if you want to learn about royalties, about streamings, you can read that book.
Yeah, the psychology of music looks pretty interesting.
Yeah, that is a journal that was discarded from a library, from an Inter-American library, and it's very interesting because you have paper there about the gender of music, like how many instruments are linked to a specific gender and the history of it,
Hmm.
and how there was like a stigma in society, like woman cannot like play trumpet or double bass because it look ugly to the woman. And then he explained where that come from. So he explained those myths, and he also explained like the psychology of music in the sense of how to use music in different contexts. For example, if you go to a supermarket, the music should be like slow because we know that if you have like a fast beat, like power music, people are going to buy more faster and they're going to leave more quickly.
Hmm.
And if you are like in a restaurant, like jazz music is going to make you feel like more romantic or like more worthy.
Hmm.
So you can read about that in that journal. And This Is Your Brain on Music was also one of the first books that I read in my journey by Daniel Everything. I believe that this is a mandatory reading in many universities. That is what he argued, that that book became so good that if you enroll into, I don't know which specific university, but
Juilliard.
maybe something like that, you have to read that book. So pretty old. I bought it like in 2015, I believe.
Hmm.
Yeah, we have Music, Language, and the Brain by Pascal. That is more scientific. Is mostly about neuroscience and music, and that is where I learned about the different about if music is a byproduct or an adaptation of the brain. So that is mostly about that. And I have here The Stranger by Camus, Anna Frank,
Yep.
the Cameron Frank, and Autopsy Clerk, which is my favorite science fiction movie, a novel, excuse me, and of course the movie.
Yeah,
So
not science fiction. Or wait, you said Anne Frank?
no, 2001
Oh,
Space
okay. Yeah.
Odyssey.
Yeah, that is science fiction.
That is science fiction, and it's my favorite movie of all times. So I read that novel twice.
And Anne Frank is a famous Holocaust.
Yeah,
So going back to Viktor Frankl.
but yeah, but again, I don't read that book. Really does not resonate with me. I know that it's pretty sad, her story,
Yep.
but I would prefer Viktor Frankl instead. And I have an extra copy of the God is Not Great that I found in a coffee shop. So
Christopher Hitchens is also interesting because he has a brother, Peter Hitchens, who's sort of the opposite of him in a lot of ways. He's a socially conservative guy and he's religious. And they even have debates between the two of them, debating religion as well as some other subjects. And they both come out of a British, I think, boarding school and debate tradition. So it is interesting watching them go back and forth.
yeah, I personally don't like that book so much. I find it like too extreme, and I remember that I tried to read it for a second time, and it never like resonated with me. But yeah,
Yeah, I think that's sort of its strength is that, and Hitchens is known for being quite acerbic. And so uh, he actually has an interesting debate or set of debates with a Christian guy named Douglas Wilson.
oh yes,
And I thought their debates were pretty interesting. Um, I think he's one of the better representatives of Christianity. So I would recommend that. And I think they made a book together and a documentary. So they went on tour and did a bunch of debates. That was actually part of the whole thing with these four horsemen is that they weren't just writing their books, but Hitchens especially went on tour and debated a bunch of people and they just put out a ton of videos. So and then there was some kind of documentary, I think it was called The Four Horsemen, and they got all four of them together, and that interaction is pretty interesting also. Um, so okay.
yeah. So this is continuation of my hard to read books because
Terry Eggleton is a very respected writer on literary theory
yeah,
and ideology. So all of his stuff. Um,
I have read like some of the chapter of After Theory. Ideology I haven't because it's very dense, so I haven't read it so much. Again, this is like the continuation of my hard to read books. And then I have that white book I need to that right book does not go there or listeners, so I need to organize that again. With Tyler Buster, that is a dense book but have very good ideas. Bastards. So it's basically a critique to reason, which is basically what you were talking about. So it's a critique about using reason as like the main framework for everything. And I have here Henry David Thoreau and Walden. There are two books, Walden and Civil Disobedience. I bought that book in Nebraska, and pretty hard to read. So it's uh, classic English, I would say. So old English.
Civil disobedience was sort of taken up by Martin Luther King and the civil rights movement as sort of nonviolent protest. Thoreau's use of it was sort of interesting in that I think it was the Mexican-American War. He didn't want his tax dollars going to it, so he decided he wasn't going to pay his taxes. And then I think he went in jail because of that. I forget how exactly that went, but
I need to read Civil Disobedience, so I need to take time to read that because I tried to read Walden several times. I have read like the same pages, which are interesting.
Yeah, I don't know how much they're actually worth reading, but definitely they both have a place in American history and intellectual history. So
yeah,
it's a good to at least be aware of like the basics of what he was talking about.
Yeah, I like that because he mentioned like the telegraph was something like new. It was like the internet and
The telegraph, yeah.
the telegraph, but not too many people have like important information to communicate through it. So it's basically what we have it now with TikTok on Instagram. And then I have two copy of Warden, which is the other book by just next to it, which doesn't have a spine, doesn't have anything in the spine. Then we have some Spanish book about the universe. So I have the Stephen Hawking. I bought that book in Borders bookstore in 2005.
Borders. Yep.
Borders, yeah. And the last one is by Friedman, the professor. What do you want? I don't remember.
What do you care what other people?
What do you call what? So that is by Feynman,
Richard Feynman. Yep.
Feynman. So in that little book, he explained the shuttle incident, like when the
shuttle explosion,
exploded, and he was hired to understand what really happened. So he explained there how he found what happened in the shuttle. So pretty interesting.
Yeah, that Surely You're Joking, Mr. Feynman is one of his famous books. It was the Space Shuttle Challenger explosion, January 28th, 1986.
Yeah, because it's pretty interesting because he was hired along with a lot of other professor, and they were like doing a lot of briefing, and he felt like he was waiting his time. So he went out and took a taxi, and he began to do his research in his own, and he basically made everything like in 2 or 3 days. He went like to a shop. He bought like some stuff, and he proved like with a bottle of glass with ice, like he explained what happened, like, and he did it in his own. Like that is what I found interesting in that book.
Yeah, and there's some interesting parallels to what Elon Musk is doing with his rockets, and then doing this Doge thing where he's going to go in and sort of disrupt government and bureaucracy.
Yeah.
Who knows how that's going to turn out? But the significance of the Challenger explosion is that all 7 crew members were killed in the explosion right after liftoff. And it was an O-ring seal that failed due to the cold temperature.
Or the temperature.
And there were warnings, and the management ignored the warnings. And that's what caused the explosion. So
yeah.
Feynman had sort of a no-nonsense investigative approach, wasn't involved in the politics was willing to sort of ignore the politics and just focus on the facts. And so he's sort of seen as a hero for his ability to explain things in layman's terms, and also sort of he was appointed, I forget which, so that was 86, which president was that? Reagan. So I think he was appointed by Reagan, yeah, to sort of investigate
Mm-hmm.
and figure that out.
Yeah, this is my mortality section. Here I have by William Craig. I'm pretty sure you know who he is.
Vaguely.
Uh, yeah, so this also was a gift from a friend of mine. I remember reading most of it, and he did a pretty good job explaining the Big Bang and others' theory about the universe, which is very informative. And why we believe in God is basically a lecture that that person did, and he transformed that into a book. So it's pretty short. The introduction is by Richard Dawkins. And why I became an atheist, he was a student of William Craig. Like he was a student from him, and he was like against everything of what Greg said, and he wrote that book in a pretty mad perspective. And Misquoting Uses is a interesting book. Basically, that was, I believe, his master thesis, which he argued that he wanted to know if the Bible actually have like errors, because of course the Bible is like a copy of the copy of the copy, and he wanted to know if academic on that specific branch would agree or acknowledge that the Bible could have like errors. Like for example,
So you see the
most of the
Hebrew handwriting here. That's
oh,
what's on the spine.
I didn't know this. So most of the text was written in crypta continua, which
Or
was
actually,
like
I think that's, I mean, that looks like an aleph, but maybe this is Greek because Jesus's words would have been in Aramaic.
Aramaic.
So don't quote me on that. But anyways, as we were saying,
Yeah, so he explained that crypta continua was a method of writing that everything was together, like no spaces. Crypta continua. And for example, you could have like a specific word like God is here now, and you could understand it as God is here now or God is nowhere. So he explained that that could happen within the original writings.
I just want to flag something for people that are not familiar with apologetics. Apologetics is basically arguing for specific a specific religion, especially Christianity, and for beliefs within Christianity. So it's, if there's a Christian who's debating a Christopher Hitchens, that's apologetics.
Hmm.
It's how to reason about it, how what proofs of God exist, and how to make those arguments. So it's almost sort of there's an element of rhetoric in it. There's an element of reasoning and logic,
Yeah.
and that all falls under apologetics.
The God hypothesis would be under that catalog also by
And
Stephen C. Meyer.
yeah, and sometimes you see more older publications that are called an apologia for this or that. And when if you're not familiar with that, it may sound like it's an apology, like somebody's apologizing
Raja?
for something, but that's not what it means. It just means an argument for something.
Yeah. So The Denial of Death by Ernest Becker. I learned about that book because of Mark Manson.
Mark Manson. Yep.
Yeah, he quote that book, which is basically that is mostly about. Uh, he used the theory of Sigmund Freud, like psychotherapy. It's basically most of that, but the main idea is that most of the things that we do, like writing a book, getting a degree in something, or having kids, it's because we are afraid that we are going to die and everything about us is going to be erased. So
So isn't this sort of a Freudian thing where it's like,
yeah, it's basically about Sigmund Freud. So basically, it's his theory.
because he has the death drive and he has the life, isn't Eros the life force, and then Thanatos
Hmm.
is the death,
Yeah.
which was a newer, that was sort of a newer invention of his, right? Later in his career, Thanatos.
Yeah, and I always say that that book is mostly about quoting like Sigmund Freud and like a original idea.
Hmm.
So that is why I don't really enjoy that book so much because he's always talking about Sigmund Freud.
Right.
And after that, we have books about mortality.
And
Yeah.
actually, one other thing is denial of death is also a major part of theories, a lot of atheist theories about like why do people believe in God?
Um,
They link it to this fear of death and the afterlife as sort of a coping mechanism for the fear of death. And also just consciousness that you're alive, that you will die, which most people think animals don't have that awareness. So, but anyways, go ahead.
yeah, that is a good explanation. So the other books are mostly about mortality. For example, Chasing Daylight is from a businessman that he found that he had a tumor in his head, in his brain, and he explained what he did about that and how he decided to live. Brownie Ware is she was like a nurse working with other people, and she made that little book, which is pretty famous, about the top five regrets of the dying. Which one of the top five regrets is not working so much. That is one of the five regrets. And When Breath Come to Air is one of my favorite books here. That was going to be in the top 15, but I used Shelly instead. So he was a very well known or a very successful neurologist. No, he was a professor and he was also a doctor.
Mhm.
And in a trip to New York, he had like a very bad back pain, and then he realized that he had cancer. And he that book was completed by his wife. So it's a pretty short book, easy to read, and it's pretty good because you read that book and you realize that wow, that could happen to me.
I want to
Choice
give
for
people the top five regrets. So number one is I wish I had the courage to live a life true to myself, not the life others expected of me. Number two, I wish I hadn't worked so hard. Number three, I wish I had the courage to express my feelings. Number four, I wish I had stayed in touch with my friends. Number five, I wish I had let myself be happier.
yeah. So I remember that I DM her and she responded. So she's
Was that on IG?
that was yeah, that was on Instagram.
Wow. So
Yeah,
IG
she
is good for something.
yeah. Sometimes it's good. I don't use IG too much, so I prefer YouTube.
Mhm.
Choice for Living is also pretty good. It's more like a textbook, but that is where I learn about a term. How is that term called? I forget about that term. It's basically the term from the fear of death. And again, he mentioned that he tried to debate if that fear is innate or if that fear is like within our culture. So basically, he thanatophobia is the name. Thanatophobia. I don't know if that is how you say in English. So thanatophobia is the fear of dying, and he basically
Well, it's what I was saying about Freud earlier, thanatos and then phobia. So
yeah
thanatophobia.
thanatophobia. So he basically argue whether if that is really nature or nurture. And he also have like from a perspective from Freud, which he mentioned that when if you have a baby and the baby see that his mother is out of the room, is going to begin to cry because the baby think that the mother have died, that she's never coming back. And then the baby learned that even though your mother is not in your side, she's not dead. She's alive and she's coming later. So he tried to explain whether our fear of death is something that is within our genes or is something that we learn from culture.
Hmm.
And of course, we have Shelley Kagan, which is one of my favorite books, which we talk about it later in the video.
Yep, that's part of the top 15 section.
Yeah. And the next one, that is a recollection of different authors like Epictetus, Seneca. I really like that book because there are only like quotes about different authors about mortality. So I really like that book. That was also a discarded book from college. So the other one is also one of the top 5, top 15. So that is a
30
series of,
lessons for living.
yeah, a series of interviews that he did, which he called the West American, which were like 2,000 old people that he interviewed. And again, similar to the other book, to the top 5 regrets, he made like a list of things that many people regret when they run out of time.
Okay.
Yeah. And you have there Zizek, which is pretty hard to read. I have read that.
Zizek.
Yeah, Zizek. I haven't read that book, but I have seen his video with Jordan Peterson, the Jordan Peterson
Yeah.
debate.
He has an interesting book called Christian Atheism,
Really?
which I think sort of gets at this thing in the zeitgeist about, Richard Dawkins and cultural Christian. Elon Musk was interviewed by Jordan Peterson in front of the Cybertruck thing, and he came out as a cultural Christian. So there is something about, these people need to find a way to fill the void. And
Right.
that's sort of what they're choosing.
Yes.
What about the hidden agendas, potential?
So that I found that book in the university lobby where many people like put books there too, so that anybody can have it. So that book is basically a self-help book. I don't know why that book is there. I need to check for that. So it's basically about how you can be more effective, how you can be more productive, that kind of stuff.
Hmm.
I never read it because it's pretty superficial, so I need to put it in another section soon. Hidden agendas. Hidden agenda. So here we have a pretty famous book, which is Good to Great. I bought that book in 2006, 2007, also in Borders. And here we have The Trumpet Short Sound. That is a book that I bought that book because I learned about that author in The God Delusion. So in that book you can learn about the Tana Island, which is an island in which you have what is called cargo court. Cargo courts, I'm pretty know you know that. Cargo courts, which was an island that was invaded by the Americans in the war. And they thought that the military was like some type of god or something like that, because of course the tribe never they never have seen like airplanes or ships. So
So basically, the cargo cult is literally that cargo that was left over from the war, basically like leftover war material,
Mhm.
was worshipped, and they became religiously meaningful objects to these people.
Yeah. And according to that author, before leaving, they say like we're going to come back and we're going to give you more stuff, more cargo. And
And I think Christopher Columbus had something similar happen to him where he was recognized as some kind of deity.
yeah, yeah, it happened here in Puerto Rico. We can talk more that when we reach the history part, but it happened here in Puerto Rico with the natives. So they thought that the Spaniards were like gods, and they killed one of them to see if they were mortal. So
Yeah, so we're going to do a whole section on Puerto Rico, and so we'll save that for then.
Lucy, which is of course about the skeleton that was found in Africa.
Let me actually, I want to return it good to great for a second because something came up in my
Yeah,
research.
sure.
I put it because I was pretty, it came out in 2001, and I was pretty sure I had heard something about how a lot of those companies featured in that book went on to have major setbacks. So Fannie Mae was a part of the 2008 financial crisis. Circuit City went bankrupt. Wells Fargo had the major scandal, I think, where they were like creating duplicate accounts for people. And there has been some criticism of some of the examples in there. So I don't know all the details, but I just wanted to flag that.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
so
Lucy,
Lucy. It was called Lucy because of the Beatles songs, Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds.
yeah, the Beatles song. Yep.
Yeah. And it was the first, I believe it was like the first ancestor that walking only two legs. So that is why it's so famous.
Bipedal.
Bipedal, yeah. And let's say the other one that I would talk about is the Tigris expedition. I have that book because I learned about the Gilgamesh story there, which is a story similar to the flood in the Bible.
So it's Tigris and Euphrates, the two major rivers.
Hmm. Yeah, so that book is very broad, have different topic, but I remember having that book because that is where I learned about the Gilgamesh story.
Yeah.
And
And Jordan Peterson is actually part of, he has I think it's the course he taught at Harvard. It's one of these really early recordings, I think from around 2000. He was a professor there, but he didn't end up getting chosen to be a permanent professor. And so then he went back up to Canada to
Mhm.
University of Toronto, which is a very elite school. It I don't know if you would necessarily say it's the Harvard of Canada, but it's sort of a similar tier, and he did get tenure there. So
Mhm.
um, that's a big part of Jordan Peterson's thinking, is that Jungian archetype thinking and understanding the biblical stories within the context of similar
Yeah.
myths in other cultures.
Yeah, because I believe that the Gilgamesh story came before the one in the Bible. So that is why it's interesting, at least for me.
Yeah. I wish I could remember the guy's name, but he's the guy who's really into archetypes, and he's in the new Exodus Jordan Peterson videos. He's at Jordan's right hand, so right
Mm,
to his right. Um, so it's a position of prominence there. Can't remember his name though. But anyways,
yeah.
I might be able to find that while you're going over the next ones.
Yeah, so here we have a continuation of a little bit of religion, and then we have philosophy and a little bit about politics. Yeah, philosophy mostly. So the first one is a book that I need to read. I read about that book in another book, which is basically about the genocide before the war. So most people, of course, we know about the Holocaust, but in this book,
I just got the name for the last thing. It's Jonathan Pageau. So
okay,
Pageau.
great.
So what was
And
the
it,
book?
yeah, the first one, Bloodland, but I need to read it. So it's basically, I read about this book in another book. It's about the genocide that happened before the war. So before the Holocaust, there was other thing happening. So that book is about that. And
And
why
that's
Christian?
Timothy Snyder.
Yeah.
Yep.
And, and then we have, I need to read the other one, After the Death of God, also. Why Christianity Must Change or Die is a pretty liberal book. Basically, is he arguing how Christianity must change? Like, if you read that book, you're going to believe that he's an atheist. Like, he doesn't believe in God. But for some reason, he's like uh, he's a member of the church. So I don't know how to write about it.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of what I was talking about earlier with Unitarian Universalism, which were originally two different sects, Universalists and Unitarians, and they merged. There are forms of Christianity that are non-deistic in the sense that they don't, or non-theistic. They don't believe in a supernatural, but they interpret the scriptures and especially the New Testament within a materialist frame of mind. And it's sort of like what I was talking about with which will in your top 15, your first book was uh Pedagogy of the Oppressed by Paulo Freire, and his understanding of the crucifixion, for example, has this sense of sacrificing yourself as an individual, or your notion of self as
Yeah.
individual for a more collective consciousness. And so that's a good example of a non-theistic interpretation of Jesus and of the crucifixion and resurrection.
Exactly. So the same thing with this book, Why Christianity Must Change or Die. So that is another good example.
And not Christopher Hitchens, the other journalist guy, Chris Hedges, is, or
Mm.
my understanding, he's sort of similar. I just wanted to read off Timothy Snyder's other books because he's sort of well known, and he was doing the rounds with the whole Trump authoritarian
Mm.
stuff. He was doing a lot of that prior to the election, and he put out a sort of famous PDF called 20 Rules. So he put out a book on freedom in 2024, which has sort of a interesting definition or redefinition of what freedom is, how he defines that. And freedom is one of these really important terms within thinking about liberal democracy versus dictatorship, and
Yeah.
um, stuff like that, because freedom is a very popular value, but it's defined in different ways depending on which religion or ideology you're talking about. And so it's one of these semantically overloaded concepts. But Timothy Snyder's 2002 Nationalism, Marxism, and Modern Central Europe, a biography of Kazimierz Kellis-Kraus, 2003, The Reconstruction of Nations, Poland, Ukraine, Lithuania, Belarus, 1569 to 1999. 2005, Sketches from a Secret War, a Polish artist's mission to liberate Soviet Ukraine. 2008, The Red Prince, The Secret Lives of the Habsburg Archduke, biography of Wilhelm von Habsburg. Then Bloodlands, study of mass killing in Eastern Europe during the 1930s and 40s. Yeah. Thinking the 20th Century with Tony Jute. Black Earth, The Holocaust's History and Warning, 2015. On Tyranny, 20 Lessons from the 20th Century. The Road to Unfreedom, Russia, Europe, and America, explores Russia's authoritarianism and propaganda. And then 2020, Our Malady, Lessons in Liberty from a Hospital Diary. So, yeah, he's sort of considered an expert on authoritarian regimes. And so with all this stuff with Trump over the last year, he's been on a lot of shows drawing parallels, and he put together this PDF, which is hosted on the Yale Law School on his site. I think he teaches there or something. Or Department of History at Yale. But he must be teaching something at the law school as well. So anyways,
I'm going to read that book, Bloodlands. Yeah, this in 2025. So pretty sure it's going to be very interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. So here, this book, A Guide to the Good Life, in my personal opinion, have been the best book about Stoic philosophy.
Okay.
So this is where I learn about negative visualization, more specific about Epictetus, and so also like a little bit of history about Stoicism. So this is, I would say, like, it's even better than Ryan Holiday books. So this is because he is actually a professor in philosophy, I believe. So I highly recommend that book if you are into Stoic philosophy. And the next one, What is Action Philosophy? There you can find also a little bit of information of Stoic philosophy, but it's mostly about philosophy in general. So you're going to have a good review here of history, philosophy, and including Stoic philosophy. And Essential Philosophy is also a textbook. So it's a one-on-one book for if you want to learn about philosophy. And the Honor Code is a very unique book because it's how morality changed through time. And he bring the example of Chinese feet. You know that in Chinese,
The foot binding.
Yeah, the foot binding. So he explained the history of that and what it really means. So he mentioned that was like a symbol that you were like a wife of a very wealthy person. So even though there were like women that they were singer or were trying to get married by a wealthy person, they would like use those shoes to be seen as a wealthy or the potential to be a wife of a wealthy person. And then wealthy women began to not use that kind of food and it went away. So that is what I remember from that book. And he also mentioned I have the book here. He also mentioned about the do or dies, the duel, like when you use like to confront another person and you will fight who dies first. He talked about that. He has another chapter about wars against women. So this is a very interesting book from a different standpoint of view, and I really like the way that he brought the book because he bring it from a history perspective. So very
And this
interesting.
is a famous medallion here. This is the
And
Wedgwood.
slaves.
Yeah, this is the Wedgwood anti-slavery medallion. From Wikipedia, the Wedgwood anti-slavery medallion was an abolitionist symbol produced and distributed by British potter and entrepreneur Josiah Wedgwood in 1787 as a seal for the Society for the Abolition of the Slave Trade. The medallion depicts a kneeling black man in chains with his hands raised to the heavens. It is inscribed with the phrase, "Am I not a man and a brother?"
Yeah,
So,
he has a chapter only about slavery. So
yeah, so that's a famous image
yeah,
and sort of
I bought
reminds
this.
me. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I bought this book also in Nebraska, so I found it like interesting, and it is actually very informative.
And it's also sort of reminiscent of Sojourner's Truth saying, "Ain't I a woman?" There's sort of a similar sentiment there. And that's another famous quote.
Yeah, so he he's from England, I believe. Yeah, raised and educated in England. So, and the other book that I would talk here is My Symbol, which is like a review of Karl Marx and Marxismo. That book was published here in Puerto Rico by Universidad de Puerto Rico. So it's a recollection of, or I would say like
Collected works.
a collected works of Karl Marx. I have the Capital, like Capital in Spanish, but I lent it to a friend and I lost that copy. So I only have Manifiesto Comunista, which is Marx and Hegel. So, and then I have El Príncipe, the Prince, and we have Descartes. I have two copy of it.
Descartes. Yep.
Descartes, the last one, I have two. Yeah, I have Descartes. That one with 1975 is also,
Discourses on method or discourse on method.
yeah, so that one is a print also from Universidad of Puerto Rico. So that is printed here in
Oh,
Puerto Rico.
interesting. Do you know what this is depicting?
I think that is the main building in the university in Rio Piedras. That is the Clark building in Rio Piedras, Puerto Rico,
Okay.
inside the university. Yeah, and I have read the method. How do you say discurso method? The course method.
Discourse on method.
The course of method, because I didn't know that that was like an introduction to other like three books from Descartes. So that book is actually like an introduction, and that is where he talked about the duality, about materialism and consciousness. And I have another copy of Descartes. I have two copies, and we have
And Descartes is, I think, therefore I am. So it's
yeah.
sort of where do you start? And his starting point is consciousness.
Yeah, because his main point is that you have to doubt everything. So he mentioned in the method that how you know that when you're sleeping you are not awake and when you are awake you are not dreaming. So basically, he mentioned that the fact that you can, the facts that you can question, so it means that you are alive because you can question yourself and you can think. That is what makes you sure that you really exist. And we have here the collection of different philosophic books like Michael Aurelius, Meditations, Seneca, which is my favorite on the shortening of life. Specifically, in the first chapter is the first one. Is the better of. Is the best chapter. So that is a book that I would recommend to read only that first chapter because it is so good. He explained like how time is like how time it's like money. Like if you have a lot of money, you're going to spend it without thinking. But if you don't have enough money, you're going to think about it. So he mentioned that. He mentioned that life actually is pretty long, but if you don't use it in the right way, like if you don't use your time for productive stuff, like for learning and to keep getting better at something, so life is going to be seen as pretty brief. So I would say that on the shortness of life is my favorite book of Stoic philosophy because I don't like meditation so much. And I have to copy of meditation, so I prefer Seneca. And then we have here I Am Thou, Martin Buber. That is how you say it, Martin.
I'm not sure. Uber.
Yeah, Buber. So I learned about it from a course that I took as a grad student. Pretty difficult to read. So it's a pretty hard book to read. So I was never able like to understand it completely. So this is philosophy is more like a popular book for. It's like a philosophy book for a student for undergraduate. So you're going to have there like the main arguments like morality, like Plato, the cave, everything that you need to know about philosophy if you are like an undergraduate student.
Mm,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. And then I would talk about Miguel de Unamuno. He was a philosopher from Spain, I believe. El sentimiento trágico de la vida, which means the tragic sentiment of life, the tragic feeling of life. Miguel de Unamuno.
Yeah. The sentiment tragic of the life.
Of the life. I remember from that book that he said that if ants were able to think, they would think that the universe was made for ants. I remember that passage from him. And we have Bernard Rosser, Why I'm Not a Christian, which is the last book there.
Why not I am Christian?
Christian, yeah. ¿Por qué no soy cristiano?
That's good because this is like about the level of my Spanish. So this is good practice for me.
Yeah. So I don't remember much of it, but I remember like he arguing about marriage and having said with other person with marriage and he trying to acknowledge why you can do it or something like that. So I remember that.
And Bertrand Russell is famous for the history of Western philosophy, 1945. This actually came up, and there's a discussion in my book tour with Greg of Reddit. In the comments, some of us went back and forth on what's a good big history of philosophy. Bertrand Russell's is one of the most famous, but it's considered biased by some. So, and it stops at, 1945. So,
Mhm. And I think in the last chapter, he argued that he used to work for a university in New York, and they tried to fire him because of his political ideas. And he mentioned why university must have professors from different ideologies, because he said that a university should have like different point of view, and they were doing the opposite.
he also wrote Principia Mathematica with Alfred North Whitehead, and that was a monumental work in logic, and it was big in terms of positivism. So
Yeah, because he was a mathematician, right?
yeah, and he wanted to bring that over to science and basically argue that all science is mathematical. And so when Thomas Kuhn came with his scientific theory of scientific revolutions, it really destroyed positivism in a lot of ways. The myth of positivism.
Yeah.
And
I have
yeah, good.
no, yeah, go ahead.
Well, I vaguely remember that there was some book that somebody else wrote called Why I Am a Christian. And then Russell's book of why he isn't a Christian was a reaction to that. But I'm not able to find what that book was. So if anybody knows in the comment what I'm thinking of, definitely let us know.
Yeah. So that book, Metaphysica by Aristotle, Metaphysics, I remember the first sentence which said, the man, right, humans, they want to know by nature. That is like our instinct. That is how metaphysics began. Man wants to know by nature. El hombre desea conocer por naturaleza. So that is Aristotle, metaphysics, the first sentence. And here we have made simple. That is like an encyclopedia of different psychology term, which is pretty old. So it's pretty how it have to be updated. And blood evidence is about DNA, when the DNA was a new technology, like in the 90s, I believe. And they present like the first case of a crime using DNA. The Birth of the Pill is the book that we were talking about, which they describe the experiment that they did in Puerto Rico to do trials for the pill to prevent babies, like to get pregnant.
Mhm.
So those first experiments were done here in Puerto Rico, because I remember, let me see if I remember, he mentioned that like in most Latin America, many people have like the rate is higher, like many people have
Birth rate.
more
Yep.
bed rates. So they were doing those experiments here with a consent.
Hmm.
And they also talk about the Viagra issue. That was also the trial were done here.
So I think I found the book. It's called Why I Am a Christian by William Lane Craig.
Oh, it's by William.
And it was, yeah. And so it was so I guess this one was a reaction to Russell.
Mm. But in what year was published?
I'll find that out.
Because that is the first time that I heard about that from William Craig.
So I guess 2001.
Okay.
And it's actually an anthology. So it's Why I Am a Christian, Leading Thinkers Explain Why They Believe.
Mm. Okay, good. So here I will briefly talk about overdiagnosed is it's like the A is with the same line like the ADHD does not exist. It's like those kind of books
Right.
that he mentioned basically that because now we have more technology that we can zoom in and find cancer with more accuracy. Now we have more cancer. So it's that kind of book. And Leandro Taub is a book that I think that was one of the first books that I read, Lamento Oculta, the Hidden Mind. It's pretty good. It's about pop psychology, like fundamental stuff. Binge eating, that is where I learned that I didn't know that you can be you you can be addicted to exercise. Like binge eating, of course, is like people that they don't eat for 3 days, but then they like eat like 4, 5 Whopper in the same day. But you can do that with exercise. So I didn't know that there are people that are addicted to exercise
Hmm.
and they can even get injured and they keep doing exercise even with an injury. So Osho, I don't know if you know who Osho is.
Yeah.
Or what. So I used to read Osho when I was trying to read more.
Mhm.
There's a Netflix documentary, I believe now. And let me see. The Three Question by Miguel Ruiz. That book was for investing when I was trying to invest, living the dream, just by the globalization. Yeah, investing the dream is, yeah, that is Lamento Oculta. That is Don Miguel. Personal wealth building. So basically, you can learn there like the fundamental stuff like diversity, diversifying your money, what is a stock, what is a mutual fund, and so on. So pretty old book though.
Mm.
And we have here globalization and the illusion of entrepreneur, which I remember from that book that he argued that most successful entrepreneurs are individuals that were working in a specific business for many years and then after that they quit and they build their own business. But they are not on average. He mentioned that on average, most successful entrepreneurs are not like Michael Zuckerberg, like Zuckerberg, like 20 years or something like that.
Right.
When
They're in midlife and they've
yeah, they are like midlife people that have been working for so long for a specific business that they know how it really works, and then they build like a business from there. And here we have Ben Shapiro Brainwash, which I haven't read so much. I do read his book, the one that you quote before early, which is pretty good. But this one I haven't read so much. It's pretty old book. I think was one of his first books, which is mostly he expressing that most college are liberal, and he was against that, and he used to write for like a mini newspaper from the university, and he used to get in trouble, and he got fired, and so on. So it basically,
I think he went to Harvard Law.
I think so, yeah. And when he talked about taxes, the minimum wage, I remember that he mentioned that minimum wage also make things worse because like a few percentage of society actually work under minimum wage. So getting a higher minimum wage is going to do even worse for the people that actually work for minimum wage, something like that. So I remember a little bit about it, but I haven't read it like from cover to cover.
So he went to UC LA, University of California, Los Angeles for his BA, and then he went to Harvard for his JD for law
Okay.
school.
He did a jury doctor, I believe.
Um, I don't know. I'm not seeing that in his. You said Juris Doctor?
Yeah,
Yeah, cum laude in 2007 from Harvard, graduated.
nice.
Um,
So here have a little bit more about politics.
okay.
We have Obama Summit, which is he's a Democrat, right? Yeah. No, a Republican.
Obama?
No, the author.
Oh, the author. Okay.
Yeah, he's a Republican, I
So
believe.
it's a criticism of Obama's administration.
Yeah, it's a criticism of Obama in 2008.
And what did you think of it, or what was it about?
So I haven't read it because that book was actually from a neighbor that he died, and his wife called me because she knows that I like books, and she told me come here and take everything that you think you're going to like.
Hmm.
So that was one of them, but I haven't read it like entirely. But I read the post catastrophe economy by Eric. It's pretty good. He mentioned that for example, many elements that used to work back then doesn't work anymore. Like I remember hearing that, for example, if you buy a property, that property, the price of the property should be higher like 10 years later. So he argued that that does not apply anymore, not in every cases. So that is what he called the fire economy.
Hmm.
So it's basically it's more about the 2008 crash and the closing American borders is of what happened after 9/11, that the government began like to restrict most people from foreign places to enter to United States, even though you have nothing to do with 9/11, or you were like a doctor, or you were like a student and you were trying to go to the US, to go back to the US to continue your college degree, and you cannot because of of I would say like the hype or the anxiety that was going after 9/11. And we have public opinion. It's a textbooks about, for example, what people tend to watch on TV, and how I remember that he argued that TV programming is basically a mirror of society. So if you have like a country or like a specific place that most of the programming is just gossip or something like that, so it's a mirror of that society. So I remember reading that in there.
What about the tyranny of merit?
The theorem Murray, I remember that was another suggestion by a professor of mine, and it's basically arguing different policy about universal basic income. He's a liberal, so basic universal basic income, how the problem that we have with inequality, that 1% of have like 80% of wealth in the United States. So it's that type of line of thought. So
Okay. So it's more about inequality.
yeah, it's inequality and policy.
What about decision points?
So decision point that was also from that same person that died, and she gave me that book. Basically, it's a memoir
Okay.
of Bush. Yeah. And I believe this is the last section. Those two old books for history are pretty good. I read it once again. And The Age of the Revolution is a pretty hard book to read. So it's pretty dense. And The Magnificent Catastrophe, I haven't read that. I found those two books in a bookshelf that I was going to throw away in an old bookstore. So I have them for reference. And let me see. A concise history of U.S. foreign policy is pretty good. It's like a review of different historic elements of the United States, including 9/11, the war of Afghanistan.
What about this one? Foreign direct investment.
I haven't read that. That is a pretty new one that I found in a coffee shop also. And that one that you cannot see the title because it's fade away is the Catholic Church in the Nazi War, I believe. Okay, I have it here is the Catholic Church and Nazi Germany.
Yes.
That one. Which is the behavior of the Catholic Church under the Nazi rule. It's basically about that. So he argued that basically the Catholic Church they want to have like an interest in with Hitler because they thought that they were going to have like power, like they were going to gain more power if they align with the Nazi party.
And the Age of Revolution.
Yeah, that is a pretty hard book to read. I haven't read much of that, neither the other one, The Coming Post-Industrial Society. I bought those books at the university library, like for $1, I remember.
It is basically like the American Revolution happens 1775.
Mhm.
You also have the Haitian Revolution, 1791.
Yeah.
A bunch of other ones, and then the French Revolutionary Wars, which is 1792 to 1802. So there were a lot of revolutions, and America's Revolution sort of helped kick off a zeitgeist of
Yeah,
revolution.
I need to make like I need to take most of the books that I haven't read here and to take them apart so I begin to read them maybe before going to bed, before buying any new books. And here there's an interesting book here, The Kidnapping Case. That is also a book that from a neighbor that was a lawyer, another neighbor, that when he died, he had a lot of books in his office, and his son called me, and I took that book, which is only like for lawyers. It's like this edition is only for Celedonio Lozada, which was the lawyer. So that is an interesting case. I don't know if you know about that case.
No.
Which they were like a very wealthy family. He was like an actor or something like that. And they had like a mansion in Upper New York, if I don't recall wrongly. And a person tried to kidnap their baby, and he used like a ladder, and he kidnapped the baby, and the baby fell from the ladder and died. The baby like dropped into the ground, and
Right.
he tried to he went like to the news like saying I have the baby, it's alive, and I want like $1 million, something like that. And then they realized that the baby was dead. So that was like in the 30 or 40, I don't remember. So
Okay.
it was pretty interesting to read. And yeah.
So I think this might be a good place to wrap up for today.
Yeah.
and then we can do these final
Shelf
two bookshelves next time. All right, so welcome everybody. We're now getting started with shelf B. So, Christian, why don't you give us an overview of what this shelf is for, and then we can jump to the first section.
Yeah, so I have two separate shelves from the main shelf, which is going to be shelf B and C. So this is shelf B, which is mostly for books that I read during this year.
And let me just show people shelf C.
Yeah,
getting to the next
shelf C. We're going to talk about this more later, which basically shelf C is more about academic books that I used for my dissertation. So this is shelf B, and mostly here I have in the lower, I have books that I read during this year, and which, as I said before, those books are going to be arranged into the main shelf later this year.
Mhm.
And the first section in this shelf is mostly about this. All these books are books that one of my professor, when she retired, she called me to so that I can have all her books that she had in her office. So she retired and she called me to if I really want to keep her books. So I agree and I took most of them. I have read some of them, not entirely, but for example, the history of psychotherapy is very interesting if you are interested on becoming a psychologist, because you have the history of that branch of knowledge. For example, you can read there from when medicine began as magic or like as shamans, something like that, and then you're going to go all through modern history.
Hmm.
So that is a huge overview of the history of psychotherapy. The next one, I thought that it was is I thought that the history of pain was like a mortality book about death, but it's more like a medicine book. So that book is mostly about medicine, how the body responds to different chemicals and so on. So and basically it's very technical. It's a very technical book. So if you are into medicine and you want to become a doctor, that would be a good reference.
So how far back does it go?
The first book,
No, History of Pain.
the history of pain, I don't recall exactly, but I remember like browsing it. I was trying to find like a chapter of maybe like mortality, of maybe the history of the fear of death or something like that. But from what I remember, it's mostly about medicine and that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah. The next one is a pretty old book. However, I really like that book because every chapter is the same based on the structure. So if you want to learn about the history of depression,
You're talking about this book, right?
yeah,
Neuroses. Okay.
yeah, and they have like he he always begin the chapter like with a brief history of the illness, and then he bring like the specific terms of that illness. So it is very interesting because you can read about how illness have been changing over the years. So, for example, they didn't call like depression as depression. They have another term. It was, let me see if I remember. I don't remember the term that they use for depression.
But this is all Freudian.
Yeah,
Neuroses is Freud.
yeah. So, and they also talk about like moods. They use like moods as also like some of the symptoms from depression or something like that.
Is it melancholia?
Melancholia, yeah, that is the term that they use for depression, melancholia. And in Spanish would be melancholia. So melancholia would be the term that they use in that specific book because, of course, it's a very old book, and now we have all the terms for.
I'm getting from ChatGPT. Freud had a seminal 1917 essay, Mourning and Melancholia. He distinguished between mourning, a normal reaction to the loss of a loved one, and melancholia, which he considered a pathological state involving not only sadness, but also self-reproach, guilt, and a diminished sense of self-worth. He theorized that melancholia stemmed from an unresolved internal conflict, often involving the unconscious identification with the lost object or person. So unconscious identification meaning a feeling of sameness or a feeling of I'm just like that person.
Yeah, and they also include like several like I remember that they describe in the book that they believe that depression or melancholia was mostly in women, so it basically biased over women. So they argued that that illness was specifically not for men but for women. And so yeah, so it is interesting because you can see the evolution of mental health and personality theory.
And it's important to just, in terms of intellectual history, Freud's stuff really isn't that influential on mainstream theories like cognitive behavioral therapy. So it's a lot of this stuff, it occupies sort of a weird space within sort of a gray area within psychology, because Freud was very influential, but also his stuff is not considered that scientific. And so there are still psychodynamic therapists, but they're very much like, I would estimate a few percentage points of professional therapists operating today.
Right.
Or practicing today.
Yes. And most of his writing was based on males, so it was biased. So that is one of the critique that we have today about Freud.
And also upper class, like he was seeing people 5 times a week and just very intensive, very open-ended. And his stuff actually does maintain a fair amount of popularity within literary criticism and that kind of stuff. And so various phobias, and anytime you hear the word phobia, that's really sort of code for a Freudian understanding of the person. And so when we were talking earlier about theories of man, anthropology, Freud's theory of man is a particularly important one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but for me, that book is interesting because I really like the way it is written, and it's very organized, and you can learn like the history of each illness.
Mm.
And yeah, so then we have 2 books about personality theory. I haven't read them like deeply because most of this book were donation. And Psychology of Human Relation is basically a textbook, so I haven't read that so much.
Okay.
And yeah, but I have them there like for reference just in case. So personality theory. So yeah, I have basically 3 books about personality theories. And the orange one, the yellow one, is also a textbook. So I personally don't read textbooks, so that is why I'm not really into those.
Why is that?
I don't really like textbooks because it's like most of those books, like I don't see like they make like a critique of the subject, like they present everything like this is the way it is. So it doesn't give you like a space to critique what you're reading.
Mm-hmm.
So that is why I don't like to read textbooks. And mostly for psychology, I don't like to read textbooks. So I prefer like more books that try like to debunk something or like to make you think more deeply or more critical about the subject.
Okay.
Yeah, so I would say that we can skip this section. Yeah. So here, most of these books are also donation. The first one, Educational Psychology, I used that book for my dissertation, or I tried because Housel, I don't know if that is how pronounce that name. So that person was going to be one of the theory for my framework, but then my committee like changed it. So I had that book because it's first edition, so it is original or the principal source.
Okay.
And then I have books about counseling because actually before doing my doctorate in education, I was going to do my doctorate in as a counselor. So I really want to do that, but then I changed, I switched major. So I had her name is Leona, like lion, Leona Tyler. She's like a pioneer in counseling. So I have the same book, both in one in English and the other in Spanish. So it's the same book.
And what you do now is sort of like an interesting mix of those two interests you have.
So I still have like an interest in this type of work, and basically this is like a fundamental work on counseling. So if you want to become a counselor, you need to read this book. And I like to have both languages because I like to see like the translation in some of the chapters. So that is why I kept.
So it sounds like this is more of a practical book.
Yeah, it's like the one book for counseling.
Okay.
So it gives you the history, the fundamental skill to be a counselor,
Hmm.
and learning the art of helping is also a counseling book, but that is more like a super practical, like a textbook of counseling.
Yeah.
I never used that book because when I bought that book, I had to switch major, so I never like dig into it too much.
Hmm.
So, and perspective of family, that is for my mentor. That was donation, and the other one too, the present in the past. So these are pretty old books, and I wouldn't recommend like reading it if you are like studying right now to become a counselor or a psychologist, because of course in this area of knowledge it basically changed pretty quickly.
Mm-hmm.
But sometimes it's refreshing to read like old books to see how have things changed through the years. And the book, the blue one, which is by before the Exploring Social Psychology, is a Spanish book, La Tarea del Duelo. That is a book about dying also.
Right here.
Yeah, it's a pretty good book about how to cope when someone dies. Alba Payas. I remember buying that book in the University of Rio Piedras. And yeah, that is the publishing, which I believe is by there. Exploring Social Psychology is also a textbook, but I really like that book. That is where I learned about Martin Seligman and positive psychology.
Hmm.
So I remember having that book like in 2016, I believe. And the next one, Carmen Rosado, she's from Puerto Rico, and she wrote that book. It's a counseling book. And I do remember reading that book, and one of the claims that she made is that in Puerto Rico, the population is getting older because not too many people are having kids.
Mhm.
So she mentioned that in 20 or 25 years, Puerto Rico is going to be like low on psychologists and counselors. So if you are if you are becoming a psychologist or a counselor, pretty there is a high probability that you're going to have a lot of client here in Puerto Rico because we're going to have a huge population of old people and not too many like counselors and
Hmm.
psychologists. So yeah, here we have a different section and we have different topic. For example, we have some books about Puerto Rico. Lolita Lebron, she was a leader here in Puerto Rico and she went to Congress and she shot some of the congressmen. I don't know if you know.
I'm not familiar with that.
Okay, so the third one,
This one? Okay.
yeah, Lolita Lebron, you can Google her and you can find information about her of what she did. So she basically went to Congress and she screamed Puerto Rico libre, free Puerto Rico,
Mhm.
and she shot some of the congressmen. The other book is about Puerto Rico independence, Razón y lucha mean reason and fight. And that book about Freud, conflict and culture is like a huge book about essays from from like daily habits, like how he used to write and gather information to make his works. I haven't read that really big, but I need to. And then we have two books which are pretty hard to read. I bought them, but I haven't read them. I don't know if you have read Bowman, Liquid Times.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard the word liquid before related to sort of postmodernism. So that's what
Mhm.
I would assume it's about.
Yeah, but he has so many books that I was not sure which to read first.
Seems like this one's on consumerism.
Yeah, but it's pretty hard to read, so maybe I'm not like ready for it yet.
Mhm.
And then we have the history of Greek philosophy, which is like a huge overview of the history of philosophy.
I actually want to just say something about just in general, when I'm trying to read difficult works, one of my favorite things to do is, and I use this when I'm reading stuff in other languages also, or when I'm reading parallel translations. Um, I will either I'll use ChatGPT and I'll either read the sentence or two or the paragraph that I'm trying to understand. I'll read it into ChatGPT and then say, explain what this means or explain each term. Or I'll actually take a picture of the entire page and I'll either say, like, explain the first or second paragraph, or I'll say, ChatGPT allows you to select on your phone with just your finger to draw a white line around the thing you're asking a question about. And you can say, like, explain
Wow.
this paragraph, or even translate this paragraph. So that's been extremely helpful because it's sort of, it will explain anything to you and it almost always explains it in an understandable way. Or even like, what's the counter argument to this, or what are opposing theories to this, or what would this person uh, say about this perspective? So it really, it's just sort of a miracle. And a lot of books a lot of books and learning projects that I'd given up on or put on the shelf because they were too difficult, I'm now going back to them with ChatGPT and I can actually take them on because when you have ChatGPT on your side, you sort of, there's almost nothing you can't figure out.
Yeah, maybe I should begin like doing that. Maybe I need to revisit some of those books using ChatGPT. I mostly like to read like without my phone in the desk, so I leave my phone in my bedroom and I read another room to avoid distraction.
Yeah.
But that definitely would be a good way of how to read, especially difficult works. So
Yeah, like when I'm reading a grammar of a certain language or doing exercises and certain things are not labeled properly, it would be almost impossible to figure out some of this stuff on your own, or it would take hours. And with ChatGPT, it's like in a minute or two, I've got it figured out and I can keep the momentum going. So just from like a motivational perspective, it's also extremely helpful for that.
yeah, yeah. So that is a great way how to read difficult books. So here we have the history of Greek philosophy, which I need to take some time to read it.
What does this say?
Los primeros presocráticos y los pitagóricos. The first presocratics and I don't know how to translate Pythagorical, which come from Pythagoras. So
Pythagoras.
yeah,
Is that Pythagoras?
yeah.
Pythagoras. Okay.
Presocratic is pre-Socratic, like before Socrates.
Okay.
Yeah,
And the Pythagoreans, I think it would be.
yeah. So I need to read that because, of course, it's like a pretty,
Dry.
yeah, dry and dense, but it would be interesting to dig into it.
Mm-hmm.
And then I would talk about the book that doesn't have anything in the spine is by William James, The Varieties of Religion Experience, a study of human nature. No, the other one, the white one. Yeah, that is William James, The Varieties of Religion Experience, which is like a pioneer work in psychology in the United States because I believe that he was like the pioneer in psychology study in the US, but not in Europe.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that is a classic. And he have like very interesting quotes. Like there is a quote that he has that said, "To possess our thing, resolve to possess nothing." Like if you want to have everything, you end up with nothing.
Mm.
So that is pretty interesting. And however, that edition, I don't like that edition because I bought it like without reading the publisher, and it's basically a self-published book. So because of course I believe that that is free domain now.
Mm-hmm. Public
So many,
domain. Yeah.
yeah, public domain. So many people like publish those classics in their own, and the quality is not the best.
Yeah.
Yeah, and yeah, so this is my Caribbean section, the history of Puerto Rico and the Caribbean, because we have Puerto Rico, Cuba, and we're going to talk more deeply about it later or in a separate video, I would say.
We're going to be doing a separate section on Puerto Rico and especially the academic, sort of like giving you a tour if you were visiting academic, a tour of Puerto Rico, but also especially the academic scene on Puerto Rico and how education works on Puerto Rico.
Yeah, but overall, just in general terms, so basically Jose Marti was the person that helped to help Cuba to be independent. In 1902 is where Cuba became independent. We're going to talk about La Mordaza, what is that in the video, so which was a law, the Gog Law. And the Green Book, Eugenio María de Hostos, is a very important figure of Puerto
This one?
Rico. Yeah, and the next one is also about Eugenio María de Hostos. So he's well known internationally. For example, if you go to Chile, they know who Eugenio María de Hostos was. If you go to Argentina, there is a train with his name in Argentina, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And moral social is social morality. So basically, he was born in 1850 something, and when you read his books, they are very hard to read because he was a philosopher, and for his era, he was way ahead. And then we have soberanías exitosas, which means like successful independent countries. He basically that is from Ángel Collazo. He is the author of Truman in Puerto Rico. It's the same author, Ángel Collazo. So that book is he basically gathered like different countries with roughly the same population of Puerto Rico, and he explained how those countries are independent and how Puerto Rico could also do something similar.
Mm.
And he used, for example, New Zealand, Singapore, to use them as an example of independent countries. And we're going to talk about Truman in Puerto Rico, which is a very important book. So,
Which one?
the Truman and Puerto Rico. The next one out after Jose Marti. To your left, Truman, and Puerto Rico. You have the third book. You have La Moldaza, Jose Marti, and then Truman.
Sorry, I don't know which one you're meaning.
The one with Collazo Suar is after the second one. From the start, you is the yeah.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I thought you were moving rightward.
Yeah,
from this one.
So that is the same book.
Okay.
Yeah, and Puerto Rico political and cultural history is like it's like a very academic book of the history of Puerto Rico.
Okay.
Yeah. And then we have Dr. Axel Hernandez, the brown one, after the gray one. No, go ahead. After, yeah, that one. So that one is about education, so we can talk about that in the other video.
Could you just read this title?
Yeah, it's a Políticas Imperiales sobre la Educación de Puerto Rico, which means imperial policies of education in Puerto Rico.
Okay, 1800 to 1920.
Yeah, it's basically about how politics and geopolitics influence the educational system in Puerto Rico between those years.
Okay.
Then after that we have a very slim book. It's El colonialismo y la personalidad de Puerto Rico, which means colonialism and the Puerto Rican personality. Yeah, that one. So pretty little book, punchy book, which is pretty interesting.
Okay.
Yeah, and then Estampas de Mayagüez is basically the history of my hometown. So Mayagüez is my hometown. So Ernesto Vázquez, he was a businessman here in Puerto Rico, and he explained how Mayagüez was like in the 1920s, something like that. And he like have different chapter about the earthquake in the 1918. We have like a 7 point something earthquake here in Puerto Rico in the 1918.
Mm-hmm.
And he explained the tsunami and the fires and everything. And the next one is also a history book, but of Saint Germain. Saint Germain is the town of my university, Inter-American University. So Saint Germain de Villa and Riega. So basically, San Germán, which is the name of the town, was going to be called Villa and Riega, which is a place in Spain. So that was going to be the name of that town. And then they changed it to San Germán. And the other one is a brief history of Cuba. So my boss, she gave me that book like 4 years ago. And the last one there is about the history of slavery in Puerto Rico.
Yeah. Okay.
So, so here we have a collection of very damaged and old books. We have The Meaning of Anxiety by Royo May, which is a pioneer fundamental book of psychology. So Royo May is a very well-known author if you are into psychology.
Is that Freudian?
Yeah, it also have to do with Freud, and I think he was contemporary with him, if I
Yeah,
am
so
not.
that's another kind of, in terms of intellectual history and just keywords to be aware of: anxiety,
And it's like
phobia,
phobia,
fear.
melancholia.
Yeah, those are all sort of, they're not always associated with Freudism, obviously, but a lot of times they are. So that's why I
Yeah.
asked that question.
And next we have Carl Jung. I bought that book through Amazon, and I don't know why I bought. So I was not like, I didn't check the edition, so I thought it was like a hardcover, like a more early latest edition, but it's basically first edition. And when you open like very old books, the spine tend to break. So I want to buy like a new version of that book,
Mhm.
a new edition. And then we have another classic, Modern Man in Search of a Soul, which also is by Carl Jung, which is in a better shape. So I remember reading it like 4 or 5 years ago. So that is another classic from Freud times. So Carl Jung was, I believe Carl Jung was a student from Freud. He was like a
Yeah.
colleague, and then they like separated
Jung had the whole
diplomatic.
concept of the collective unconscious, which sort of questioned the individual paradigm of Freud.
Yeah. So I need to read more about Carl Jung because he's very influential in psychology and even in modern times, and especially in dreams. So he wrote a lot about dreams. That is why the book is called Man and His Symbols, because it's mostly about the unconscious and the meaning of dreams. So
Yeah, so the big idea with free association as well as dreams is, how do you get unconscious material to bubble up to the surface so that you can sort of then skim it and collect it and then analyze it.
Mhm.
And so there's different approaches to getting that material to bubble up to the surface, and then it's there and you can sort of read the tea leaves and make connect it with these different symptoms and diagnoses that are lists of neuroses, lists of phobias, lists of whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, and the next one by Jean Piaget, that is like it's like a speaking book, like you have the name of the person and the dialogue.
So
Yeah,
interviews.
yeah. So I really like that way of books. So it's very interesting.
Yeah, especially in psychology, things can become, as they pass through different authors, they can become, I don't know if reified is the right word, but sort of over concretized,
Mhm.
or they lose some of their flexibility and some of their, the intent of the original theorist. And so, and the context that they came out of, which doesn't always generalize to other contexts. So,
Right.
I really like those finding interviews like that as well.
Yeah. And the next one, which is faded, is very faded, is by Leon Festinger, When Prophecy Fails. When Prophecy Fails, it is a book by Leon Festinger. It's also a fundamental book in psychology because that is where he coined the term cognitive dissonance, disonancia
Cognitive
cognitiva,
dissonance. Yep.
cognitive dissonance, yeah. So that is where he wrote about it, I believe, for the first time.
What was that?
Like,
Can you say the title again?
When prophecies fails.
When prophecies fail. Okay.
Yeah, so basically he have a chapter of he joined like a cult that they believed aliens were coming to the United States, and
Oh yeah, so I remember this book now. Yeah.
yeah, so they convey a lot of individuals to join like the cult, and he joined that, but he joined like for doing a research, which that would be illegal today for the IRB.
Do you know the
So,
guy who predicts Alan Lichtman? He's the guy who's predicted every presidential election for like the last 40 years.
oh no, I don't.
So he's always on TV, and he got his first prediction wrong this election.
Oh,
And he's got this book called The 13 Keys, which is basically these 13 factors. And if 7 of them tip one way versus the other, and it's focused more on the performance of the party and not so much, there's some elements of the individual candidate, but a lot of it is based on the party. And he got it wrong for the first time. And
oh,
I think an interesting kind of parallel to these cults or prophecies really is people who predict elections and then what they do when they're wrong, and they get it wrong. So you could what's funny with Lichtman is that I really like his theory, his 13 keys. And if you look at the comments underneath a lot of his videos, people are basically saying like, your theory is still good. You just got the keys wrong. You misinterpreted what some of those keys were. And so like a bunch of people used his theory of the 13 keys to correctly predict this
right.
past election. And they just disagree with him. And they think, he got that piece of the interpretation wrong. So,
Wow, I need to look for that because I haven't like listened to him or read about him.
I mean, there's been a lot of, just going back to this, there has been a lot of soul searching in the Democratic Party after this defeat. And it's sort of made, I've been watching a lot of those videos, and just, it's sort of this whole prophecy thing kind of resonates with that. So I might take another look at this book. I actually never read it in the first place, but I'll have to actually take a look at it.
Yeah, it's a classic, and I really like the book because it have different example like the UFO case. So of course the UFO never came, and then all of them like create like new way of to rationalize the failure. Like no, it they didn't come, but it's because we saved the world, so then they are not coming. And he has also the history of William Miller, which is basically the person that influenced the Adventist religion. So the Adventist.
Adventist. Yeah.
Yeah,
Seventh day Adventist or.
yeah, the
Okay.
Seventh Adventist. So William Miller was the one who basically created that. I would say that religion.
Hmm.
So
And a famous prophecy in the Bible is Jesus saying, if you destroy this temple, I'll raise it back up in 3 days. And there's the double interpretation of that, where he's
Mhm.
sort of prefiguring his own crucifixion and resurrection after 3 days.
Yeah, and Elena G. White, which of course was an Adventist, she was part of the William Miller community. So
Oh,
her
interesting.
her parents.
Can you explain who William Mailer is?
So William Miller, from what I recall from that book, he was a person that also tried to predict the coming of Jesus,
Hmm.
and many people believe him, and everybody began to solve everything. So that is, you can find that by the title of the Great Disappointment,
Mhm.
and also the band AFI, they made a song about it. So the Great Disappointment was that year where he said that Jesus was coming, and they went like to a mountain to wait for Jesus. And many people saw everything, and so Jesus never came. And then after that, he argued that the coming was like in a spiritual way. So Jesus was not coming to earth; it was like in the sky or something like that in heavens.
Mhm.
So, and after that, the Adventist church began to flourish. That is why what I recall from the history of William Miller.
Yeah, and it's part of what's important about these prophecies is they sort of determine how optimistic or pessimistic you are and how you do your long-term planning. So people sort of have implicit prophecies or implicit long-term views, and those shape all their other behaviors.
Yeah, but for me, it is a very interesting book and it's a classic. So
Yeah.
I believe it's first edition. So
Wow.
yeah, and then we have Theory of Personality, which that book is supposed to be in the top with the other books. And
The top of shelf A.
yeah, George A. Kelly.
Yeah.
And The Psychology of Getting Old, La Psicología de la Vejez, is also a good book. That is from an author from Puerto Rico. The Psychology of Getting Old. And we have La Mujer Puertorriqueña, Investigaciones Psicosociales, the Puerto Rican Woman uh, Psychopsychology Research. So it basically, I remember reading that book, is it's mostly she's arguing that we as Puerto Rican we need like not like a whole different psychology, but like a specific we need to do more research of the personality of Puerto Rican to have like a specific framework for psychology because we are using, of course, the same framework, the same theory that is used in the United States. But she argued that we need like more research to understand our behavior to have like more objective theory so that it can work in a better way instead of using like theories that have been using in Europe or in the United States.
Mhm.
So that book is basically about that.
Okay.
And Brain Power is like a very popular book about psychology, like regular stuff, regular research about pop psychology. So if you want to begin like learning fundamental stuff, that would be a good book, even though it's pretty old. So
Albrecht.
Albrecht, yeah. The other one is a dictionary, Diccionario de Términos Psicológicos Fundamentales. It's a dictionary of fundamental psychology, dictionary of fundamental term of psychology.
Hmm.
Yeah, and the other book is like a diagram book, but Anil Sert, he's pretty famous. He's an expert in consciousness. He has like a TED talk, I believe. It is called Estrategias de la Neurociencia para entender el cerebro. So it's basically how you can understand our brains through neuroscience.
Okay.
He's a very well known like academic, but he doesn't have like too many popular books about neuroscience. So it's a guía breve. It's like a brief guide. That is the publisher. Psicología para Todos is like a pretty fun books to read. Psychology for everyone. It's like fundamental stuff, but using diagram and drawings. And it's mostly about Freud because I believe that that book is from the 60s or 80s. I don't know. So it's pretty old. So it's basically about Freud. And that is the same publisher Paideia, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah. And that book is pretty old also, sobre la inteligencia humana, about human intelligence. So it's basically like lecture based on transcripts, like different lecture, and they transcribe the lectures,
Transcribe. Yeah.
transcribe the lectures, and it's from the 80s, I believe. So it's pretty old, but have interesting stuff about intelligence. Again, the debate about IQ and multiple intelligence. So I think by that time, like Garner was beginning like to publish frame of mind. So when this book was published, that shift was like beginning, like the difference between IQ and multiple intelligence. So and the other one also is about social intelligence, emotional intelligence. ¿Qué es la inteligencia emocional? What is emotional intelligence? So it's basically Daniel Goleman argument, but with those authors. So it's basically the same information. Pretty old book also.
And I think, one of the patterns I've noticed learning Spanish and also Latin is that just in general, the adjective comes after the noun, whereas in
Yeah,
English, it usually comes before the noun. And so when you're translating these literally, you'll notice that they're kind of the noun and the adjective are flipped.
correct. That is why you say in English you will say the blue car or the red car, but in Spanish you will say el carro azul.
Yeah. So like for this dictionary of terms of psychology fundamental. So you have the two adjectives coming after.
The fundamental term of psychology. Dictionary, yeah. The same happened here with Magia y Misterio de la Mente. It would be magic and mystery of the mind. So that's stays the same. Magic and mystery of the mind. I never read that book because I remember buying that book in Borders in 2005, 2006. But I thought it was like psychology, like research, and it's like she's like a poet or something like that. So I never dig that book because it's too superficial for me. Yeah, and we have another copy of A Theory of Personality again because of shipment. It's pretty late, and those are pretty good book. That book, Quiénes Somos, that one is about evolution and anthropology. I remember. So that book is pretty good. It's about anthropology, evolution, biology. It's a pretty good book. And ¿Quiénes somos would be who we are. Who are we? And the other one is a pretty good book. It's a recollection of many, many authors. You can see that we have Richard Dawkins in the top. Richard Dawkins. We have Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi, the Flow author.
Mhm.
So that book is a recollection of every chapter is by different authors, and the title is La próximos 50 años, the next 50 years. So basically, all the chapters are about how they see the future, like how technology would change, science would change, how society would change.
Hmm.
So it's a pretty good book.
Okay.
And all those books are books that I read or I try to read. There are some books that I give up. For example, the first two are pretty good. It's basically a critique of like entertainment. Uh,
What are some
of ne-
examples of pseudo events?
yeah, so the way that he defines pseudo event is something that is not spontaneous, like a fire. So he explained that, for example, most news, the news that we see in TV, are not like real events. They are like an interview. He said that the first example of a pseudo event would be an interview. So in an interview is something that has been planned.
Mhm.
So he argued that news should be like something that nobody like thought it was going to happen, like an accident or something like that. But so the events are like a specific thing that have been done just to present them to the public.
Hmm.
And life in the transition is a very like pop psychology. Is the main argument is basically that you should not like stop learning, and that even if you retire, you should like keep doing something new, that kind of stuff. So that is why I never complete that book.
Okay.
The other one is pretty good. Is very technical. It's mostly about DNA and evolution. So it's
Which one?
how the who we are, the
Okay.
green one,
Yep.
the David Rage. Yeah. So that is it's mostly about evolution.
Okay.
Yeah. I never read The Pursuit of Silence because again it's very superficial, like pop psychology.
Mhm.
And I bought the other book, A Man Without a Country, because he have like a short story which is called, I forget the name, is Harrison. He has a short story that is called Harrison, and it's very interesting because the story is that there is a time that in society that everybody is equal. So if you are like more intelligent than another person, you need to wear like a headphone, so it create like a noise so that it prevents you to think like
I think that's
beyond
Brave New
everyone.
World, right?
It's pretty similar.
Similar.
It's called Harrison, the name of the
Oh
character.
yeah. Okay. Yeah, that rings.
And then I bought that book to see if he has like other short story like that, but I didn't find like other stories so interesting like that one. So he was from New York. And then of course we have The Canceling of the American Mind, which is a pretty good book about how university have been changing, and mostly how politics is very intertwined with education.
Mhm.
And he wrote that book after the Jonathan Haidt, The Coddling of the American Mind. So
Yeah, didn't they? Isn't he a co-author? Lucky enough, isn't he a co-author?
she was he. I believe, that was a student from Greg.
Okay.
Yeah, and they wrote that book together. So, but I prefer the actual generation. So more interesting.
Mhm.
Building the Intentional University is a book that I learned a lot. So I didn't know that Minerva is like an online university. I don't know if you know about Minerva,
Yeah. Yeah.
and
Yeah.
it's very expensive university, which they don't have like any physical building or anything. So like
I
if
just want to
you
give a note about this book. The co-authored book is The Coddling of the American Mind: How Good
Mhm.
Intentions and Bad Ideas Are Setting Up a Generation for Failure, 2018.
Right. So the Minerva University, the idea is so good. So basically, when you enroll in that university, you are going to be studying in different places, like in the United States. Then you go to, I believe, to South America, something like that. So basically, you make your 4 year degree. I think it's 4 year. I don't remember exactly. But basically, you do your degree in different continents. So,
Hmm.
however, if you look for it in YouTube, there are a lot of video of different students saying that it's too much for them. That is it's pretty difficult, like to do that, and it's pretty expensive.
Hmm.
So,
By the way, this is, for people that don't know, this is MIT Press. This is their logo.
mm, MIT,
MIT University Press,
yeah,
I think. Um,
yeah. So here we have another Howard Gardner
Actually, it's
book,
just MIT Press. It isn't MIT University Press.
MIT Press. Okay. So this book from Howard Gardner, I'm very disappointed because I bought it because it's mostly about how to create a curriculum for the 21st century, like
Hmm.
a new way of seeing education. And when you read it, you notice that he has a big bias toward Western culture. Like he said that what music should be teaching the school, and he argued like Mozart, Beethoven, or something like that. And I was like, why is that?
Hmm.
And and when I look for reviews of that book after I tried to read it, it say this. Many people argue the same thing, like he has a like a bias toward Western culture.
Hmm.
And
Yeah.
here we have, yeah,
He, Gardner just, he pumps out a huge amount of content. So,
yeah, yeah, he has. I don't know how many books he has, but a lot of books. And Race and IQ is like a collection of essay about the debate of if IQ really measure intelligence or not.
mhm.
So if you are into that, that would be a good reference because you're going to have different author each if chapter is by different authors, I believe. And How We Die is a very hard book to read. I bought that book because I thought it was like about mortality, like Shelley Kagan and stuff. But it's literally about how people really die, and he explained everything. Like he was a doctor, and he explained like how people basically die in terms of organs and everything. So it's pretty hard to read. So I don't really recommend that book.
Hard to read emotionally or hard to read because it's scientific and medical?
Emotionally, yeah,
Emotionally.
because
Okay.
it's basically he literally explained everything with very detailed
Wow.
elements.
That sounds interesting. Okay.
Yeah. And Together is another book by a doctor. He basically explained that when he graduated, like a pretty rookie doctor, he went to to the hospital to work, and he realized that that a lot of people were like suffering from illness because they have depression because they don't really interact with friends or family members. And he explained how like technology have been influencing that and the importance of like getting together, like going out with your friends and having face-to-face interaction.
So he's the 19th Surgeon General.
Mm-hmm.
He's the Surgeon General under Biden.
Oh,
And the subtitle, I was just looking it up because I couldn't read it there. The
okay.
Healing Power of Human Connection in the Sometimes Lonely World. And he put out a Surgeon General warning or something, or emergency of loneliness. So this book goes along with that declaration that he made.
Yeah, so I never read the book entirely, but I remember that like that was like his first impression when he began to work as a doctor.
Mhm.
And these are basically the books that I read during this year. So I read Coswell basically from cover to cover. There are many things that I don't really agree with it, but there are some nice nugget of knowledge there. Of course, you're going to have AI stuff there. You're going to have like uh, climate change argument, and you're going to have like consciousness stuff, like downloading your consciousness in the future and being able to be immortal.
Mhm.
Pretty similar to Nexus in some way.
Okay.
And we have human diversity, also published by Charles. And it's basically a continuation of the bell curve, but with more recent statistics and research.
Yeah, I wanted to mention, we talked about Charles Murray earlier. A major part of the argument of people who criticize him, including the Ezra Klein, Sam Harris debate, is that there's the science of what's actually going on and how you measure it, and then there's the policy proposals of what do you do about it. And Charles Murray has been at this think tank for a long time called the American Enterprise Institute. And basically, his policy proposals often involve things that would reduce welfare or reduce various supports. And so that's a major part of why people oppose this, because they oppose it, and that's where it gets particularly controversial. Is sometimes if people disagree about policy, they may or may not disagree about the underlying science. But sometimes if somebody wants to attack a policy, they will attack the science underneath it to invalidate it higher up in the waterfall or in the food chain. So that's another piece of why Charles Murray specifically is so controversial. And you could sort of imagine an alternate, a sort of Charles Murray prime, who had the opposing politics, who had the same scientific understanding and analysis, but had much more of a socialist type of
Mm.
social policy proposals. And what you tend to see, I don't know, I can't say this for certain, but what you will tend to see is people who believe in race differences, especially in IQ, they will tend to also believe in more conservative politics, more personal responsibility, and reduced welfare. And so it's hard to always tease apart which way the causality is going. Is it motivated reasoning? Did they come in with a conservative bias or a conservative worldview, and then they wanted that to show up in their scientific results? Or did they come in having a more liberal understanding, and then their views were changed by the science and changed by the data? Or did they come in neutral, or some of the other possibilities? And do
Yeah.
people with opposing priors come in and create different science and different data because they want something else to show up? So that's sort of a little bit under the hood of why it's controversial and why he's controversial, especially.
Yeah, and also I will add that, of course, one of his most significant claim, I would say, which are controversial, is because he mentioned that intelligence as the G factor, right? It can be heritage. Like there is like a 30%, 40% that you can heritage intelligence from your
Heritable.
parents.
Yeah, heritable.
Yeah, and that is why it's also controversial, even though he always expressed that is on average. So if you say like, I don't know, like people from X place or X ethnicity are on average more intelligent based on IQ, it doesn't mean like a specific individual is going to be less intelligent than another population. So it's always on average.
And it's also that just because you can find differences in average IQ or in the bell curves of two different groups, that doesn't mean that's inherent and that's genetic. And I think he says in various places he doesn't know, or nobody knows exactly how much of it is genetic and how much of it is environmental.
Yeah, because you cannot like draw a line like this is from nature and this is from nature. So, and I don't think if that is going to be possible anytime in the future. So
Yeah, it's
so
extremely complicated stuff. So,
yeah, but I personally like the way that he writes. So he writes in a very clear and objective way. So I like his way of writing in the bird curve and also in this one.
mhm.
And then we have the ethical brain by Gazzaniga. I don't know if that how you pronounce it. So he's pretty well known because of the split brain experiment. So
So
he
that's where
had,
people had the corpus callosum cut.
yeah,
And
and
so if you cover one eye and show something, and then you cover the eye or
correct,
something else, they'll only one side of the brain. They're cross-wired. So your left eye is processed by your right brain, and your right eye is processed by your left brain.
right. So he's well known for that, and of course he mentioned that in that book. But that book is mostly about how in the future we're going to have different medication like to boost your memory. And he argued if that would be ethical, like to do that. And he used the metaphor of caffeine, like when you drink coffee, you are basically doing like a boost to your brain. So we're going to have that, according to him, in the future, but like 10 times better.
I remember a CSI or some SVU, Special Victims Unit show, where there was a question about whether a victim of a crime, a traumatic crime, they could take a drug, but you have to take it within 24, 48 hours after the trauma, and then it'll be like it never happened. You won't remember it happening. And there was a question about whether they should be allowed to do that or not, and is it ethical and stuff like that.
Yeah, so basically that book is in that line of knowledge. So
Okay.
if everyone is interested in that subject, can read that. So then we have critical sociology, which is a recollection of different authors. So basically, how I understood critical sociology is it's basically like a deconstruction of the traditional sociology. So this is how I see it.
Of what? Of
It
traditional sociology.
it's a critique of traditional sociology. So they have, I don't remember specifically like specific claims or information, but it is very broad. So you're going to have different stuff and different topic about society and different research. So, and
Yeah, there's a lot of, with critical theory in general, there's a lot of analysis of power structures. Marx being an example of that, criticizing capital and labor and the oppression therein, but then also later forms of Marxism looking at, a lot of intersectionality, whether it's race or gender or class, which Charles Murray has right here. Those are other forms of power structures, power inequalities. And so when you see critical, it's really about, okay, how do you dive more deep into that? And especially a big part of the theory, like with Marx, is that there's the false consciousness. So the people in power are creating they sort of have a conspiracy, and they're creating a false version of reality that they pump into the minds of the oppressed, and the oppressed have a false understanding of what's really going on. And so basically, when you look at any of these areas, whether it's gender, race, class, or all the, ability, disability, when you look at all of these different areas, there's always a sort of uncovering or investigation of what's really going on. And then what is the false consciousness that the oppressors or the people in power try to impose on the people who are oppressed.
right. So that is a excellent description of critical sociology. So I remember finding that book in a corner in the university that they threw it away.
Hmm.
Yeah, so then we have the shock doctrine, which is a very famous book about Naomi Klein. I really like that book because she mentioned the so basically the way that she defined the title of the book, the shock doctrine, is that her claim is that when a natural disaster happened in a specific place, like the hurricane in New Orleans, Katrina. So she mentioned that when that hurricane passed in 2005, I believe, most of the public universities were privatized. So they basically, when they begin to restore the city, most of the public schools were transformed to charter schools. And today, I believe that most schools in New Orleans are private as charter school. So she mentioned that that happened like in many places. So it's basically like like a strategy by the government, according to her, of how to have like better, like to profit strategy. Like another example would be it also happened in Puerto Rico with Hurricane Maria when the hurricane passed. So many property was sold to private property in a very low price.
Can you say that again? What was sold?
Uh, a lot of private property because many people like live to the U.S. because of the hurricane.
Yeah.
So many property was sold in a very low price to foreign individuals,
Huh.
and that is like another
Because they
example.
couldn't afford to rebuild, or they just.
Because I would say first because they were like in a panic, like we were like without power like for 4 months, and
Yeah.
people like they were like in panic and they really cannot like think straight of what to do. Many people live without thinking and they sold everything like in a very low price. So, and it began like gentrification. So that is why if you go to Rio San Juan or Aguadilla, you're going to see like many properties that were sold. I do know a person that bought a property in 200K, and now after restoring the property, now she's selling the house in 1 million.
Hmm.
So that is an example of what she explained in the shock doctrine.
Yeah, and when I saw shock doctrine, that made me think of Blitzkrieg, which was the German military strategy. Blitz, that's where the football term blitz comes from as well. Um, Blitz meaning fast, and Krieg meaning, I think, attack.
Mhm.
And Klein also has a book from 2017, No is Not Enough, Resisting Trump's Shock Politics and Winning the World We Need. So there does seem to be a bit of her using that connotation
Yeah.
with framing these things as sort of a very nefarious attack.
Yeah, I have that book also in the main shelf. So yeah, it basically the whole book is about Trump. And the other thing is that the shock doctrine have like a very good historical perspective in the first chapter about Chile, about the revolution in Chile and the Pinochet revolution. So if you want to learn about the history of Chile and the revolution, you can read that, and about the Chicago Boys. So the Chicago Boys is, very briefly, is a group of guys that they study economic in the U.S. and then they were hired by the government in Chile so that they implement their theory of economics of the U.S. in South America.
And that was what was the Chicago thing?
The Chicago Boys, they were like graduate students from a specific university in Chicago.
Chicago University.
I don't know if that is
Oh, okay.
Chicago. So I first learned about it in a Noah Chomsky book, and then she mentioned that there. So there were like a group of guys from that department that they were economists that they were hired in South America to implement Milton Friedman, I believe is his name, from their theories. So
Hmm.
Milton Friedman was like a pioneer, like economic guy, which he was certain that his system was going to work like in the United States and also in South America.
Mhm. I just want to correct something I said earlier. So I looked up the Blitzkrieg thing in ChatGPT. It translates to blitz is lightning and Krieg is war. So fast, sudden, overwhelming attack, much like a lightning strike. Rapid and high mobility military strategies used by Germany during World War II. And shock and awe, which was used by the U.S. in the opening days of the 2003 Iraq War, also had a similar kind of just sort of overwhelming, fast attack. So we sort of talked about Nexus.
Yeah, we talked about Nexus
Earlier.
before. Free thinking is a random house. Free thinking is he's from England, I believe, and that book is pretty good because he basically explained different concepts of democracy of the U.S. Constitution. So it's a very good book if you want to inform yourself about politics, policy, and a little bit of history. So I believe that is like a indie publisher. Like it's not like a big publisher. So one word.
Independent publisher, yeah.
Yeah, independent publisher.
So we've already talked about slow productivity and
Yeah,
anxious
next
generation.
And generación idiota, which would be stupid generation.
Mhm.
Is pretty similar to anxious generation. Is basically a critique of how technology have been influencing politics, the educational system, and basically media in general. So he's from Spain. So if
And then what about Strength to Strength?
so, Strength to Strength is very similar to the book that we talked in the top, which is the about the transition in life. So, strength from strength to strength,
Which one is that? Transitional?
yeah, life is in the transitions. So it's basically the same idea.
I don't remember that one.
It's in the top in the top shelf of from that. Yeah, right there. No, a little bit lower, and yeah, another one, the next one. So the white one, Life is in the Transition by Bruce. That
Oh,
one.
okay.
So it's basically the same idea.
Okay.
It's basically the same idea. And then we have some dissertation here. The first one is my own dissertation, which was published in December 2022. And yeah, December, Universidad Interamericana. And then we have other dissertation for 2012 and 2014 that I use as a reference for writing my own.
Okay.
So, okay, good. So here we have mostly religion reference. The first one is about morality. That is a very hard book to read. So if you want to read something like The Moral Landscape, something like with that kind of line, you can read about this book. I learned about that book watching a euthanasia documentary. I remember that in Oregon, you can have the right to die. That is how they call it. I believe.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah, so I learned about that book there. And then we have Esencia y Forma de la Simpatía by Max Scherer. I believe he's German, if I'm not wrong.
Mm.
Pretty hard book to read. I bought that book as an undergraduate, like in 2005, something like that.
Can you translate it?
Esencia y Forma de la Simpatía would be uh, the essence and form of sympathy.
Okay.
Yeah. The next one is a book about ethic and fundamental of critical thinking. Is a very good book. You have like the most fundamental example of logic and morality. You have like essay from Carl Sagan, and you have abortion debate. So that book is mainly about, I would say, like logic and reason, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Then we have Gandhi. I never read that book. I found that book in a coffee shop in French Cafe. But I haven't read that. Then we have Julio Cesar. I haven't read that neither.
Okay.
And then that was a gift from a friend of mine that she's a Christian. Dios no está muerto. God is not dead. And it's basically like an argument of why he believed God really exists. Casa, house.
Okay.
Then we have a book, if you want to learn more about the Bible, ¿Quién escribió la Biblia? Who wrote the Bible? Which, of course, you are going to learn there. You're going to learn that the Bible is a recollection of different books. And there are some chapters of the Bible that there's not like a clear knowledge of who wrote the chapter.
Right.
Yeah. And then we have the Bible in Spanish, Santa Biblia, Holy Bible. That would be the translation. Nueva Reina Valera. I don't know what Valera is. So
What do these words mean?
new new queen.
Huh.
New Queen Valera 2000. Referencias guía de estudio. A reference for as a guide of study.
Oh. Okay.
And then we have the Mormon, el libro de Mormon.
Book of Mormon. Yep.
Yeah, the Book of Mormon.
What does otro mean?
Otro testamento de Jesucristo. Another testament of Jesus Christ.
So sort of coming after the New Old Testament, New Testament, and then this.
Yeah, another testament of Jesus. Código Penal is about laws, all the laws in Puerto Rico, which is pretty old, so that would you wouldn't have to read a new one. Then we have the Quran, which the first chapter is called the cow, I believe.
Yep.
There is the publisher there. And here we have it's like a guide with illustration and everything. It's called La Guía Completa de las Profecías Bíblicas, the complete guide of biblical prophecies.
Biblical prophecies. Okay.
Yeah.
And then St. Augustine.
We have Saint Augustine, which I believe is I have read before like 2 times that is where you can learn that is where the first time somebody wrote about reading in silence, like without reading out loud. So I have read that this is where the first time that is like the evidence that people were reading like in their minds without speaking
Wow.
out loud.
Yeah.
Yeah. And here we have my own books. We have here the first one is the La Generación del Atajo, the Shortcut Generation. I have a English translation of that.
And we're going to be doing a giveaway of
Yeah,
one of
we're
each
going,
of these. So make sure you look at the link in the description where you can enter the giveaway.
yeah. Then we have my latest La Cultura del Caos Mediático, which will be the culture of the La Cultura del Caos Mediático will be the chaos of the mediatic culture.
Mm-hmm.
Then we have fake info, la ilusión
Wait,
del
so what does
conocimiento.
medicario mean? Mediático mean?
Mediático, yeah, mediático is like everything that have to do with media, like television, social media.
Okay.
It's basically media.
Right. Okay. I get it.
Yeah, then we have fake info, la ilusión del conocimiento del siglo XXI, the illusion of knowledge in the 21st century. So basically, it's about fake news, how misinformation is now everywhere in the internet, and why we as educator or student we need to be critical on how to read stuff nowadays and how
Sometimes
it
called media literacy.
yeah media literacy. Then we have info zombie, which is like how also technology have been influencing our concentration and our attention span.
Mhm.
The other one, la educación bajo el espíritu capitalista, will be the education under capitalism, or spirit will be a spirit. Education under the education on the capitalist spirit.
So is that a reference to Max Weber's?
Yes, yes,
Can you talk a little bit about that?
yeah. So basically, he in his pioneer book, he argued that there is like a hand of capitalism, which would be like free market, and that
And that's
basically.
a reference itself to Alex, the what's the guy's name?
Mhm.
The Wealth of Nations guy.
Oh, Adam Smith.
Yeah, yeah. So when you say invisible hand, that's
Mhm.
a reference to um
Weber.
no, Wealth of Nations.
Words of Nation. Yeah, I use a little bit of Words of Nation and Wax Weber of the Invisible Hand, which is basically how
Adam Smith. Sorry,
Adam
Adam
Smith.
Smith.
Yeah, Adam Smith. So yeah, I use that framework to anchor my book based on that framework of knowledge. And basically, the main argument of the book is like a little bit history of how capitalism begin like to enter into the educational system in the sense that we now don't even recognize what is really the main of education other than getting a degree to be functional in the industrial society.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay.
And yeah. So these are books that I'm going to read next year. So here we have Work, a deep history from Stone Age to the Age of Robots. I bought these three books in New York: The Attention Merchant and The Third Millennium Thinking. I need to read them next year. They were very expensive, so creating sense
In a
in a
world of
nonsense.
nonsense.
Yeah. So this is brand new books that I need to read. How Much Is Enough is another book that I need to read. I bought this one used, so a little history of psychology is also a new book that I'm going to read.
Mhm.
However, I read Kosh. I read also Tim Harford, the data detective. That I Am Myself. The word is basically about consciousness and a little bit about psychedelic, like mushroom trip and everything.
Mhm.
So he is the same author of The Feeling of Light Itself, which is another book that was in the main shelf.
Mhm.
The Data Detective, I really enjoyed that book because he explained like pretty well known research, like like the migrant experiment, like the prison experiment, the university in Stanford. So he basically explained that many journals does not accept like replications. And let's say that there's like a very well known experiment, like for example the marshmallow test, and then a group of scholars like replicate the marshmallow test and they have like a different results. So most of those research you're not going to find them because many journals does not accept like replication. So he mentioned that that is something that need to be changed. So for example, many information they're never going to be debated because they have already been published before. So that is one of the argument that he mentioned there.
And some of these experiments can't be replicated in part because they would be unethical.
Yeah,
You can't run a lot of these more extreme, like the Stanford Prison or the Milgram. They would never get past an ethics board.
right. You will never pass the RB panel. So
Yeah, what does that stand for? The
RB is
research
research
something ethic board of ethics.
board. Yeah,
What about the
yeah.
last ones?
The God Equation is a very good book by Michio Kaku. It's pretty short, pretty punchy. It's basically the history of what Einstein really wanted to do at the end of his career. So Albert Einstein wanted to create like a theory of everything. So he wanted to merge like quantum physics and relativity, which one theory is about the study of everything that is very huge, like galaxy, planets, relativity. And quantum physics would be like the study of everything that is below the atom. So he wanted like to merge those two theories. He never did, and basically Michikaku have been trying to do that since 1969, I believe. So he explained like a little bit of history about that and what he's trying to do. And there is a lot of controversy because there are like a group of academics that they argue that the theory everything is doomed, like it's like a dead end. And there is another group that say that it could be like the smoking gun to understand everything.
Mhm.
So, so you want to learn a little bit about astronomy, about relativity and quantum physics, you can read this because it's pretty simple, pretty general. So,
What is the value of learning this stuff if you're never going to use it?
yeah, so that is a nice question. I read it because I'm just curious. I've been always curious about the universe
Okay.
and how, for example, like understanding that everything is made of atom is like a brown is is so interesting for me.
But
Like
this is
this,
sort of going, I mean, most people already learned that in high school. So, like a lot of, I think people might be wondering, sort of like a lot of people that read nonfiction and they don't really read fiction. They're always wondering, like, what's the point of reading all these novels? And I
of
think
course, I
this is sort of a similar situation.
yeah, I don't think that this is for everyone. I don't think that most people are interested in understanding that there are other particles that are more fundamental below the atom, like quarks. So not so many people are into that. I understand that. So
Okay. We sort
and
of talked
then
about this Ben Shapiro book.
yeah, we talk about it. So if you want to learn, like there are some specific information that I learned, like for example, like many years ago, like in the 50s, there were like 70% of the population have like a 4-year degree, and now like almost 35 have a degree. He talked a little bit about inflation, academic inflation or grade inflation. And he also talked about how most media is based on the left political spectrum. Like, for example, most university are liberal. Most news channels are mostly
Yeah, I think most people will be familiar with a lot of the ideas here. I wanted to just make a point on the image here. I am pretty sure this is a reference to 1984, George Orwell, and there's a famous quote where where he writes, "If you want a picture of the future, imagine a boot stamping on a human face dash forever." So that's anytime you see a boot like this, and especially this perspective where you're looking up at the boot, um, that's almost certainly what this image is referencing.
oh, I didn't know that. So it's pretty interesting because most of the covers from a book, the author like never have something to do with that, from what I understand. So I
What
don't
about
know if
this one?
that was his idea. So that is a journal that I have for very important stuff that I have read. So basically, in that notebook, I have the quote from different books that I have read over the years.
So it's a commonplace book.
Yeah, it's a commonplace book from what I believe are like highly important quote that I should
Is it a 3-ring binder or is it a
Yeah,
bound?
it's a three-ring binder.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right. So now we're on to bookshelf C.
we are in shelf C.
And you want to just give a brief overview before we jump in?
Yeah. So basically, apart from the first two rows are academic books that I use for my dissertation or reference books. We have journal, we have academic books, we have dictionary, we have linguistic books, and we have reference books, for example, APA, manual, citation books, citation guides. So basically, that is this section. So the first two rows is the collection of great books, which again, this collection of books were a gift from a friend of mine. My neighbor was a lawyer and he died, and his son told me to take all his collection because he knows that I like to read. So he gives me the collection, and I didn't know that this kind of book was pretty famous. So
Hmm.
and I understand that he bought this kind of books like in the I don't know, like maybe in the 80s or later.
Yeah. So this is the first edition. And you know that because it ends in volume 54. The second edition, which we talked about briefly with Greg of Reddit's, goes up to 60. And basically, this first edition ended with Freud, who's the last major guy straddling the 1800s and the 1900s. And you see, we were talking about William James earlier. You basically have the two major psychologists of that period, William James and
Sigmund
Freud.
Freud. Yeah, and I believe that he bought this collection like through a catalog. Like a person was going like to your house and he sell you like the collection through.
Yeah, so one clue is that you have one edition of the Great Ideas Today, which was a yearly update, and he may have gotten this first one for free. So if he got the 1983, he probably bought the set in 1982. And I believe the second edition came out in 1991 or 1990.
Mm. Yeah, actually, all those books were like like brand new, so
Hmm.
he never used them.
Yep, you have
And
Iliad and the Odyssey here. And they're color coded based on the material.
really,
So the green is more science. I
yeah,
believe this is philosophy, red,
philosophy.
and then the blue
It's like fiction.
history, I think, and then this is like fiction.
Fiction, yeah.
Um,
And the number three is like a recollection of many ideas, I believe. So
yeah, so the Syntopicon is volumes 2 and 3, and it's in 2 parts, and it basically, I think it's 52 great ideas in alphabetical order. So Angel to Love is the first 26, and then Man to World is the second set. And then you also have the great conversation, which was Adler's thing on kind of giving an overview of everything. So the great ideas was listing these, actually, I think it was 102, and then it was 50 in each volume, but basically it was an essay on each of these big ideas. And then he had a massive team of people read through all 54 volumes and make an index of where each of these ideas was mentioned in each of the great works or great books, so that you could there's 2 ways of reading through it. It's sort of like a matrix where you can read through each work, but you can also trace one idea through all of the rest of the 49 volumes.
Wow. So this would be first edition.
Yeah. And this was all out of University of Chicago.
Okay.
And it was purchased, it was transferred from University of Chicago to Britannica.
Yeah.
So do you have any thoughts on any of these?
Yeah, so I would say like we have the card, which we
By the way,
talk
here's Adam
about.
Smith. We were just talking about
Yeah.
Invisible Hand. What
was
were you saying?
going to- I remember like browsing the cards because the Curso method, the method this card, and you have a Spinoza.
Yeah.
So Spinoza, I believe, was the guy who coined the term uh, when you believe like everything is God, pantheism.
Pantheism and or panentheism,
Yeah,
which are slightly different. I forget what exactly the difference is.
yeah. So
But sort of everything is God. God is the
everything.
universe. When you hear stuff like that, that's sort of totalizing, and God is everywhere and everything.
Yeah, we have Francis Bacon, which is, I would say, the father of like the methodology of science. Cervantes, Miguel Cervantes, Quixote.
Don Quixote. Tilting at windmills, whenever you hear that, that's a reference.
Mm-hmm. And then we have Rousseau, which Rousseau, the last one is
Blank slate.
the blank slate. We talk about
Tabula rasa.
Steven Pinker, yeah, tabula rasa. So he also he's very well known by the claim that a person is born like in a good way, and society is the one that corrupt the person.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point, because when I was talking about anthropologies and human nature earlier, like evolutionary biology theories often emphasize the negative side of sort of like Hobbes' life is nasty, brutish, and short. They emphasize the selfish nature. They sometimes also talk about group cohesion and the positive sides of human nature, but policy decisions and laws are often shaped around human nature. So do you need to disincentivize people? How much do incentives matter? Will people naturally do the right thing if you don't put any guardrails in place? Those kinds of policy questions are answered by the theory of human nature that you're working from.
Right, and I believe that it's pretty hard to tell if society is what's really what corrupt a person, because I think we have both sides. We have society and genes, because of course I would say that genes also have like an influence in our behavior, but you also have like the cultural variables. So it's never
I
going to be like 100%.
I was watching one of the new videos on Ryan Holiday's YouTube channel, and he had a guest. I forget her name. She's a famous female comedian. And she said, they were talking about addiction, I think. And she had a great quote, which is genetics load the gun and environment pulls the trigger. And that's a good encapsulation, actually, of one of the major schools of thought within psychology, sociology, of everything. That's the sort of Robert Sapolsky, no free will. The trigger is not pulled by a person making a moral decision as an individual, as a person with a soul and free will. It's all genetics and then environment. So that kind of theory encapsulates a more deterministic
Right.
type of social theory.
I think that the best way to see that is like with illness. So if your parent have like a specific illness, you have a predisposition to have that illness, but it doesn't mean that you are 100% sure that you're going to have that illness.
Right.
But if you like do something that make you more likely to have the illness, like if it is diabetes and you're being like to eat every day like fast foods or something, so of course you're going to have a more highly predisposition to be to have that illness
Right.
because you have it in the genes and your environment is basically not helping to avoid that illness. So
Right. So, um,
and here we have Adam Smith, and then we have William James. We talk a little bit about him, and Freud. We have been talking about him. So those two yellow books are from. I wrote a chapter in one of them. So this was published by the University of Curacao, which is an island here in the Caribbean. But it was a work together with UPR, Universidad de Puerto Rico. So I wrote an article for them, and then they sent me a copy. I wrote another article for them along with the University of Curacao, and I'm receiving the book today. So
which book did you write the article in?
the second one, because the two copies are together because they publish both of them because there are so many authors, so
Mhm.
they do like 2 volume.
What's the paper called?
The paper is basically my dissertation proposal.
Oh,
It's basically about academic plagiarism, but then like from a different perspective, like in the general education. So
academic plagiarism. So we'll be getting more into that in a little bit.
yeah, Sargasso is also a journal from Universidad de Puerto Rico, Guantanamo, which is in Cuba.
Mhm.
So this is a journal that they give me when I present a paper in UPR in 2019, I believe,
Mhm.
before the pandemic. And then we have some journal of economic literature, which the university was throwing away, and I just took them. And let me see, 2011. Yeah. The other one is also que is about education, informe de estudio ordenado de la I don't know what. So, and then we have another journal, Pedagogía is a journal from UPR also. It's another journal, Pedagogía, Revista Pedagogía. It's a journal from University of Puerto Rico.
Review of Pedagogy.
Yeah, and it's only about mostly about education, and there's some article there about plagiarism also. And the next one, the thin one, it says Revista Interamericana de Psicología. That was a journal from Interamerican University. They don't do that anymore, but they had their own journal in 1994. So that was a journal from the university. Conferencia de Renovación Educativa, that is another journal from a conference.
Yeah, I think we can speed through these because
Yeah.
most people aren't going to recognize them.
Yeah, and here basically is the collection of my plagiarism section. The Hidden Culture, that is a pretty good book by David. So it's not only about cheating and education, like plagiarism is mostly about different sector of society. And basically he explained that based on the chapter on education that he included in that book, he basically argued that most people do shit because they have the pressure to be like good in grades, that they want to have good grades because they need to have like a job, they need to make money in the future, so they have the pressure of the economic side. So that is a huge factor in the cheating culture, according to David.
David Callahan.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cheating Lesson is a magnificent book also. I think his name is William Long. That is an amazing book. It's basically a whole review of the most fundamental study of cheating. Psychology of academic cheating is also that is it's like a journal, so it's very good. Teaching to avoid plagiarism is mainly about patch writing. Patch writing is when you change the order of a sentence, or you change some word with synonym to try to express that you are paraphrasing, but that is a type of plagiarism which is called patch writing.
It's called what?
Patch writing, like
Patch
writing, yeah.
Patch writing. PATCH. Okay.
Right. And cheating in school is also about that line. I met the third author of that book of cheating in school.
Okay.
Yeah. And Johns Hopkins University, that is in Baltimore, I believe.
Johns Hopkins. Yep.
Yeah.
They brought the PhD from German universities, I think in the late 1800s. And then that spread to the rest of academics used to have to go to Germany to get a PhD because it didn't exist in the US.
In the US.
So Johns Hopkins, that's one of the
Interesting.
main things they're known for. And also their medical program and hospital.
Nice.
The teaching hospital.
Yeah, and then we have Gilmore, the copies. Copyright and copy wrong is also pretty good because it's pretty broad about different type of copyright infringement and even in music. Piracy is also very good. Mostly about music stuff and copyright. The Summer Fly is by he's a sociologist, one of the author, I believe. Basically, Alexander, he's a sociologist. Uh, Also from Baltimore, I believe. Summer Fly is a term that is used to explain what happened during the summer when students are not taking class. So basically, his argument is that when you are during the semester, it is important, but if you don't follow up your study habit during the summer, your grades are not going like to improve in the other grade, because he used like a test like in kindergarten, and then he measured like the the grade of every student like after every summer, and he realized that those students that went to summer camp and they took like classes during the summer, they like they learn more faster during the next grade, and all the kids that they just use the summer for having fun, they like stay behind. So basically he argued that if you use your summer like to study and to have summer classes, you are going you're going to be straight ahead than the other students.
Right.
Yeah. Policy as practice. And the last one is from Bandura, pretty well known uh, author from psychology, which is like his main theory is about learning model, which is that you learn by seeing other people doing the same. Albert Bandura.
Okay.
Yeah. So here is my like language section. We have the origin of language.
I want to ask you just one more question about this. So what is the book actually about? Is it just explaining that there's this imitative aspect to learning, or is he giving specific techniques and strategies for how to use this for teaching?
So basically, it's like different chapter are different like topics. It's not only about modeling. So they have like different, even I think it's even different authors. Like
Hmm.
they have like different chapter about different topics. So they have education. They have like modeling. So it's not only about one specific subject. From what I remember.
Yeah. Okay.
And here we have some language books. The prose reader, different essays. I use them like for teaching, like to bring essay to the students.
Mhm.
The origin of language, very good if you want to learn like how language develop and the connection between language. Second lesson acquisition is also very good. You have that is where I learned about the critical period that after center age is going to be harder to learn another language.
Mhm.
And I would argue, let's say, yeah, so that would be like the most important books here.
Okay. This one looks kind of interesting. Critical theory since Plato.
Yeah, I remember reading a chapter from there, which he talked about Freud. There's a chapter about Freud.
Huh.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
but other,
Because most people don't trace critical theory back to Plato. They think of it as a very modern or postmodern thing, but
Mhm.
there's actually elements of it that go back to classic philosophy.
Yeah, and here we have more. So this is more like curriculum-based books. As you can see, we have here Paulo Freire. We have Carl Rogers, which
We're
he
going to talk, this is the first of your top 15, so we'll be
right.
going in depth about this later.
Yes,
Separate
and,
section.
and the other book next to that is also about Freire. It's also a spoken book. So that
It's
is
what?
pretty. A spoken book. So basically,
A
break
conversation.
down.
Yeah, interviews.
Yeah, conversation. And Hilda Tava Curriculum Development is a pretty good, really good book also. The second one, Hilda Tava. So basically, that is a massive book about different theories. She talked about the learning curve. And her theory is that basically you need to teach something, but you need to intertwine the new knowledge with old knowledge. So you cannot teach something to a student without merging that new knowledge with background knowledge from the student. So that is basically her main thesis.
Is that scaffolding?
Yeah, something like that. But because this book is very old, like from the 60s,
Mm-hmm.
so I would say maybe this is like the roots of that.
Yeah. You've got
So
Carl Rogers here, client centered therapy.
yeah, it's a very famous book.
You've also got Mortimer J. Adler here, the Paideia Proposal.
Yeah, that is a pretty good book. I had to read all those books for a class, like The Process of Education, The Paideia Proposal, Dewey, all those books were from a class that I had to
What about
take.
this one, Radical Social Thought by Tillich?
Yeah, I haven't read that. I found that book in the lobby of the university where they throw away books.
Huh.
So I haven't read that.
Okay.
And Educating the Right Way by Apple he's like a very libertarian author,
Huh.
Marxist, I would say.
Yeah, I recognize that name, but I can't remember where.
Yeah, I need to reread that because it's a pretty hard book to read. So here I will argue about the first one is also a book that I found in a coffee shop. I need to read that. And Historia de la Filosofía de la Educación is a pretty good book. The history of the philosophy of education is a pretty good book. She's from Puerto Rico. Alfonso Lopez Justo is also Introduction to Education, is also from Puerto Rico. It's basically an overview of Socrates, Greece, everything about that. He's also from Puerto Rico. Those two books are like textbooks that you need to use at the Inter-American University.
Mhm.
And apart from that, yeah, that would be the most important. Oh, the Metodología de la Investigación, the last one. Methodology of Research, yeah. Methodology of Research. It's basically a guide of how to do a dissertation. So if you do a doctorate in Puerto Rico, you need to have that book. So
Hmm.
Hernandez and Pieris, he's from Mexico, I believe. So here we have very important books like the APA. If you want to, that is the most hated book ever. Like every student hate that book, the APA. We had the 2006, 2016, and 2007. No, this is 2019, the last one. I think there is a new one. I don't remember.
American
But
Psychological Association.
yeah, so that is the guide of how to quote
And this is the letter psi in Greek.
in Greek. And dissertation and thesis from start to finish is also by APA. That is more specific of how to write each chapter from a dissertation. And the last one is a book of how to write proposals, grant proposal, because I work for a federal program and they had to write grants and I was the editor, so I had to have like a little bit of knowledge of how to write a grant. And you can see like the second book is how to implement the Howard Gardner theory in the classroom, multiple intelligence. So that would be like a guide of how to use multiple intelligence in the classroom.
Okay.
Yeah. And here we have some reference. As I said before, like I don't like to read with my phone on the table, so I leave my phone upstairs. So whenever I have like I want to know like the definition of a word, I use like those dictionary, like old school. So I like to use them to avoid using the internet someday. So
Yeah.
new Spanish to English dictionary. And Marvin Minsky, I need to find a section where to put that because that would be like
Yeah, I
in
think of him with
psychology.
AI, but
Yeah, so he's basically like a pioneer in AI branch of knowledge.
what I would connect this with is like the theory of building AIs as a multitude of experts.
Right.
So instead of optimizing one large model, you have a bunch of smaller models that are each optimized on like a
Right.
different discipline or domain or profession or occupation. And then you have an umbrella AI that figures out
Yeah.
which expert should answer this question.
Yeah. And if you're interested in Marvin Minsky, you can watch his lecture on YouTube on MIT, right?
Yeah, I think he died
Yeah, he died
around
like
5 years ago.
many years ago. So, and here we have some textbooks. The psychology of aging is very interesting. Those were like discarded books from the library, and I took them. Handbook of Psychology of Aging, second edition, and the other handbook were also discarded from the library. And then we have Sociology, Sociología, and some textbooks, some psychology textbooks. So, and I believe that one is also sociology.
Mm.
Very old book. Introducción a las ciencias sociales. Introduction to
Social science.
social science.
Okay, so that is the final image of bookshelf C.
Nice.
So, just as a reminder, the great books, and then a lot of your different academic resources. And then we'll take a quick look at shelf B again.
It would be shelf B, psychology, Caribbean history.
And we're going to be getting into a separate section on Puerto Rico
Right.
next. And this is the shelf A. And as a reminder again, what is the basic organization of this?
Yeah, so the main shelf I basically have most of the books.
You're talking about this one right here, or the bottom, the center one?
No, the
top
the
one?
top. Yeah, the
Okay,
top.
these top two.
Look, these basically are the main books that I have used or have read for writing my own books.
Yep.
So that would be my research about media literacy, how technology have been influencing our productivity and education itself.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be like the main section from the main bookshelf.
Okay.
And then
Just some of your other interests.
yeah, some are
clusters.
interests like, for example, religion, cognitive psychology, neuroscience, and a little bit of politics and history in the bottom. So, yeah.
All right. So I think we can wrap up here for the bookshelf portion of the book tour. All right. Welcome everybody to this section of the video where we're going to be going over Christian's top 15 books. So Christian, why don't you get started with your first book?
Yeah, so the first book is going to be The Pedagogy of the Press by Paulo Freire. He was from Brazil. I really like this book because his framework for education, like his philosophy, his pedagogy for education, it was to make sure that you were not like learning something just to take a test and then you forget everything about it. So that is what he called the banking method. The banking method is when you learn something and you take a test and then you forget everything about it. So I would say that that is something that is still happening in society in the U.S. and in Puerto Rico. And that is why I believe that book is still relevant even in 2024.
Mhm. What about the larger political aspect to it? Because the banking, I mean, that's kind of part of it, but he goes significantly beyond that also.
Yeah, he was basically exiled from Brazil because he did like a rural school, like he did like a school in the mountains to teach farmers to learn to read because he want farmers to go out and to vote,
Right.
and the government basically threw him away. So he had to exile from his country. And why that is impressive? Because of course the government in that case they didn't want people to be able to learn, because when you learn to read, to be able to read, when you learn to read, you're going to be able to critique the government. You are going to learn knowledge, learn more stuff, and you're
Can
going.
you put this stuff in perspective for people of like what's the time period and what is the government that he's sort of organizing against?
Yeah, so the exact year I don't remember, but the Brazil was going to a big revolution by that time, and
Is
people
this like
try.
the 60s, 70s?
Yeah, the 60s. He came to Puerto Rico in the 90s, I believe.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, and it was like a big revolution in Brazil, and people were fighting, and they want to change the government. But many people were not able to vote because they were not really able to read or to write. So he did that school, and it was like a threat to the government. And I would say that that happened also here in Puerto Rico. For example, I don't know if you heard that in 2019 the government of Puerto Rico was impeachment. So the population of Puerto
Yeah,
Rico get
vaguely.
together and they throw him away because of corruption and because of a leak of a chat. And I believe that that is the main objective of education, to make people aware of what is happening and to be able to critique the government and to have to gain knowledge so that you have the potential to make a society even better.
Yeah.
And
So my understanding is that it's sort of like, the influence on education is interesting because he was really focused on adult learners, people who had already gone through school. And I thought of it as sort of a literacy project where it's like, um, I mean, in the US, there was a period where there were literacy tests where you couldn't vote if you couldn't
Mhm.
pass a reading and writing test. So I don't know if it was that bad, but that was like a key thing for him is that if adults, especially farmers, rural, if they can't read and write, they can't educate themselves politically, they can't participate as a full citizen. So, and I mean, this kind of stuff is there's even projects like this in the US, in first world countries, in terms of media literacy, disinformation,
Right.
misinformation. So it's a enduring issue and it shows up in a lot of different places.
Yeah, and I agree with that, and that is why this philosophy resonated with me, because when you think about it, like when you write and when you read in a critical way, that is reading and writing is a way of thinking. That is why it is hard to write in academic way, and to write trying to avoid paradoxes and contradictions because you are thinking. So if you never write, you're not going to think never in your life. So that is why I like to write, to think, because that is the best way to open your mind and to acknowledge your ignorance. And even today, even in the 21st century, we need to acknowledge that in the education system, in the traditional education system, mostly we teach students to learn to read, but not most of the time we teach them how to read in a critical way. So that is something that I want to talk about in another book that I have. How to learn to read in a critical way, in an active way, not in a passive way. So for me,
Yeah, I actually, there's a key word there, critical thinking, which I wanted to ask you about with, critical pedagogy and critical theory as opposed to the kind of critical thinking people might be, the classical definition of that, where it's logic and syllogisms and not making sort of logical mistakes, as opposed to critical pedagogy and critical thinking, which is more of a focus on critiquing or being critical of a power system or of a government, or it has more of a political valence of being critical. And that's what the pedagogy of the oppressed, it's the oppressor and being able to analyze power structures.
Yeah, and now I would say it's more relevant than ever because for his time there were no internet like it is right now. And you say misinformation and disinformation, which is different, right? Disinformation is when you publish information with the intent to to make like information that is not correct, to deceive the reader. But misinformation is when something publishes an information and people don't understand the real meaning of the information. And now we have both, right? We have disinformation and we have also misinformation.
Mhm.
And if you don't have the capacity to read in a deeper level, in a critical way, you're going to understand many things in a wrong way, I would say, or in a biased way. And that is why I believe that we need to use that framework, that pedagogy, even today in the 21st century.
What do you think about the connection with Marxism, with critical pedagogy and Freire?
Yeah, I read the Maximo, his principal book, and the Capital, and I would say that it is it is difficult to see it because I remember that when I was working like a full-time job, I was reading The Capital by Karl Marx, and I remember like understanding like job in a different way, like working 8 hours,
Right.
and you begin like to start seeing everything in a different way. So for me personally, when I read The Capital by Marx, it resonated with me because for me, in my case, and maybe for you, like you were born in the US, we are born in a society that teaches us that you need to go to college and then to work 8 hours every day, but you never question that. And when I read that book, The Capital by Karl Marx, that is when I finally understand that the system is not meant like to make you happy. Like a company does not hire you so that you are going to be happy. Like a company only want to make profit. And when I read that, it resonated with me also with Paulo Freire because that is the main objective of Freire, like to be able, like you as an individual, to make able to critique the society that you are living in, or even the educational system. So for me, Karl Marx and that specific book, The Capital, was like the tipping point to acknowledge that you don't need to work in the way that we have been raised. Like you don't need to be in the rat race, or happiness is not only to make make profit or to be able to have a lot of wealth. So that is for me, even today, to this day, like Karl Marx and Paulo Freire are two main characters that are very important in my personal life.
Okay. Do you want to move on to the next book?
Sure. So the second book would be Arvin Toffler, The Third Wave.
Okay.
So this is first edition. It was published in 1990.
Can you show the back of the book because it has a picture of him?
Yeah. He was from New York, I believe. I don't I don't remember if he was from New York. This is one of my favorite books because I learned from Arvin Toffler from my dad because he had his other book, which is called the Future Shock. And this book is very important for me because that is where I learned this concept that he has that is called information overload, which is basically what we're experiencing right now, that we have so much information that basically your mind is overloaded and you cannot like decide what to use your attention. So
Do you know where that book
we
came out? When it came out? Like 80s or 90s?
in the 80s.
80s. Okay.
Yeah, and I remember reading that book, and it was published in the 80s. And of course, we didn't have internet like it is today back then.
Mhm.
But he was talking about that. Even he even talked about on demand. Like he talked in the book like in the future we're going to have like the consumer is going to produce the item. So you are going to be able to make your own products and to buy them at the same time. But the most important thing for me in that specific book is that he talked about information overload. So he argued that in the future there was going to be so much information that people are going to be their mind like overload. People were not going to be able like to pay attention to important things because you were going to be like scrolling or every day.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, I mean, at the time it was a pretty novel concept, but it seems like you must have read this in the last 10 or 15, 20 years. I mean, isn't it kind of passé?
Mhm.
So what's the point of reading the book? Because doesn't everybody know that there's information overload? Like what is there beyond that?
So I don't think that most people are aware that we have information overload because, for example, if you are a Gen Z, you were born like with technology, and you are going to assume that that is the normal way of living. You see young people like distracted all the time, and if you try to make them like read a whole chapter without distracting yourself with your phone, they find that like something that is not normal. It's not normal, but we can see now that being distracted every time, every minute, is something that is not helpful for our brain or for our health, for our minds.
Have you read
So
The Anxious Generation by
yeah, about Jonathan Haidt.
Yeah.
I read that book, and that is basically that is why the third wave is so important for me, because I would say it's like the fundamental idea of most of the books that we are reading now, of the danger of social media or of the phone itself.
And you've written a book on this.
Yeah. So
We can maybe we're going to cover all your books
mhm.
in a separate section, but maybe you can just give people the title of it.
Yeah. So basically, I wrote 3 books about that theme.
Oh,
The first one is The Anxious Generation, The Shortcut Generation, which was published like 3 years ago. And I have fake info, which is like fake information. So fake info is about misinformation in the internet and how and why people believe like fake stuff.
mhm.
So we can discuss that
Yeah.
more in deep.
What's the third book?
So then we have
No, I mean, you said you had written 3 books on that, but you only named the 2 books.
yeah, the other one is called how is it called? I have Info Zombie. Info Zombie it was the second book that I did, not the third book. Info Zombie is basically the first one that I wrote about that topic.
Oh, okay.
And it's like a more basic idea of Arvin Toffler. And then in Fake Info, I brought like more specific about that idea of having overload information in the 21st century.
Can you explain what the 3 waves are that Toffler?
Yeah, so he basically used that metaphor to explain the first one. The first wave is the agricultural wave, where people live like working in farms, and
Right.
everything was based on that. The second wave would be the industrial revolution,
Right.
where we have cars and everything. And the third wave, he speculated was going to be like the information era, like internet.
Hmm.
So basically, right now, we will be like in the fourth wave, which will be like AI. So
Oh, interesting. Whose theory is that? Is that Toffler saying that that's the fourth wave, or is that?
no, that is me speculating.
Oh,
But
okay.
basically, he argued that the third wave will be like the internet revolution.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So let's take a. It's funny. I think this is a great example of a book where, at least in the circles that I run in, this is, Toffler's theory has become so sort of second nature that I never really thought about where that comes from. But he's
Mm,
probably the person that coined that or popularized that idea.
yeah.
And he's a good name to know. But anyways, I think we should move on to the next book.
Yeah, sure. So then I'm going to talk about this one, or Neil Postman. So I read this book like
Technopoly.
Technopoly. Yeah, Technopoly. And I read this book like 3 years ago. And the basic idea, the thesis of this book is that he said that every technology changed society, like from the print press, from the press, uh, everything began to change. But one of the main objectives of the book is that he explained that the curriculum, like the academia curriculum, is like a filter to acknowledge what information is really important. So he said that the educational system have the power to acknowledge what information was important for many, many years. But then with the television, the radio, the television, and then the internet, he argued that we were losing that capacity to acknowledge what information is really important or relevant. And he said that not having that capacity to control information was going to dismantle the educational system. Because he argued that now with the internet, everybody is able to search anything that they want, and the person itself, the individual is going to decide what is important, what I want to learn. And the school system now is like obsolete because they're teaching like you need to learn this, but now a student want to learn whatever they want. So he argued that the educational system have to improve, have to be updated to be able to stay relevant. And that is basically the main idea of the book. And I would say that it is pretty correct that today you can see that the educational system, that is why you hear many people say now that you don't need to college to be a successful person, or you don't need to college to be educated, because we have a different perspective of what education is. So education have nothing to do with being able to make a huge amount of money. Like when you see the word school, which comes from Latin escuela, the the definition was leisure, because leisure was like the free time that you have to be able to learn. So escuela from Latin mean leisure, because that was the free time that we have to be able to learn. But now we have another perspective of what is the traditional school system. And even to this day, many people believe that being educated is a person that is able to make a lot of money. And I think that is why even with a lot of money, people can be with depression and stuff, because you are missing the point.
Mm. So I wanted to touch on a couple threads there. One of them is that, and I think what's an interesting parallel is you have, like, with the pedagogy of the oppressed, one of the things is the problem-based learning, or like focusing on problems in the empowered learner. So instead of just having the lecturer give information, there is more of a collective aspect to it, and there is an empowering of the student. And what we're seeing in a more capitalist framing is that employees need to be more self-starter. They need to be more independent. White-collar workers need to be sort of entrepreneurial even within their jobs. And so they need to develop that independent thinking while they're in school, K through 12, and the traditional industrial model of being on a factory line and factory type education does not lend itself to that type of adult professional. So there's forces coming from both sides that are pushing students to need to have this more independent thinking, and the empowered learner with access to the internet, with access to the AI now more than ever, can sort of shape what they want to learn. So if you have any thoughts on that, and then I have a second point.
Yeah, having autonomy is something that I would say is important in today's workplace and even in education too. But it's going to depend on which culture you're talking about because and in what level of education. Like for example, if you're teaching K to 12, maybe a student they're not going to have that autonomy that most doctoral students have. But we can teach the fundamental about education, that education is not only a tool to be able to find a job, because even if you have a PhD, you need to be able to understand that after you publish your thesis, you need to continue to learn, to be able to learn instead to publish. And I think that in most culture or most university, we are losing that. Like many students say like I want to be done with this PhD and then I don't want to read anymore. So if you think like that, I would say the the education system has failed. So
And it's sort of the banking model applied to your academic work.
yeah, because we have a limit perspective of what is education. Like I want to have a degree to be able to learn more, to be able to earn more money, but that is just a that is like a byproduct of your education. But education is for your whole life, so you should be able to continue learning and to continue reading and publishing.
I
So
think education is really a semantically overloaded term where I don't think the banking model has to be in competition with, I think of it as sort of three different levels. I think, and I'm sort of spitballing here, but I think there's an element of just basic competency with being able to read and write. There's also the level of job preparation for a specific occupation and
right,
skills that are relevant to the market. But then you also have political education where somebody needs to be able to, combat misinformation, curate information from different sources and think critically about it. And then there's also, and there's the self-development and spiritual component where you're developing at like a spiritual level and as a person, and it goes beyond even politics. So there's maybe that's 4 or 5 levels, but one of the things that I think can be limiting about pedagogy of the oppressed and the banking model is that I think some people take it and they think, oh, well, you shouldn't have to memorize anything, or you shouldn't bank any knowledge, and you actually do need to bank a lot of knowledge. It's just that can't be where you stop, and that can't be all of what you do. But you don't want a doctor working on you and they don't know what they're talking about. They don't remember anything. So
yeah, I agree with that completely. To be able to know something, you need to memorize something, like background knowledge. That is what it's called, background knowledge. Background knowledge. So even for reading a book, if you don't know anything about anything, it's going to be very difficult to understand anything because you don't have a background knowledge. So of course you need to memorize things But the main point I believe that was the argument of Paulo Freire was that only memory is not like the main objective of the classroom
Right.
or education. So yes, you need to have a fundamental, right? You need to have.
And he's coming out of a context where this industrial type of education, where it's very regimented, that's my understanding of like what he's reacting against. And so it makes sense. And there was a lot of classical education in the 1800s. Harvard moved away from that under President Eliot to the elective system. That's where the Harvard classics really came out of, is replacing that type of classical education with more of a job skills preparation. It was still a fair amount of, banking knowledge and memorizing stuff, but it was a move away from towards practicality to an extent. And I mean, my reading of Pedagogy of the Oppressed is that developing a critical consciousness, which has this political aspect of, you need to be able to sort of interrogate leaders. You need to be able to read a newspaper. You need to be able to fully participate as a citizen. And so
Right.
you need, but because that was so important to him, that could become more important than job preparation. So I think that's where the tension is how do you balance these different aspects of education, and what should be the curriculum, what should be the different elements? Always a very political
Yeah.
and contentious thing. And so that developing critical consciousness is that more critical theory perspective. But it can, I think this is where critical becomes again sort of overloaded, in that you can criticize a government from a Marxist perspective, but you can also criticize it from many other political schools of thought. And in the old-fashioned sense, that's still critical. You're still critiquing. But from a newer sense, or from the more Marxist sense, it's not necessarily critical unless it's coming from that school of thought or those streams. And so that's, I think of it more as political education or citizenship or civics classes. These are different kind of schools of thought around basic political education, history as well. So these are different. There is an important role for schools to be educating people so they can participate as citizens. And Pedagogy of the Oppressed is within that school of thought. It's one of the most popular sort of classic books in that lineage. And Freire was really focused on that, raising a critical consciousness in the sense of that more Marxist lens on criticizing the government and getting involved in order to change things economically. That's my understanding.
Yeah, I agree. And I also agree with you with the balance, because we need to have that balance. Of course, you don't want to focus only on being able to be, or to focus only on learning about politics or learning about how to critique the government and so on, and you don't care about how you're going to make a living. So of course you need both. So that is why I always emphasize to my student the importance of informal education. Informal education is the education that you can have at home. For example, if you go to a traditional university, you're going to have regular classes like class of French concentration, that maybe they are not like inclined to talk about politics or how to have a critical mindset. But in your personal life, your informal education is going to fill that gap. So that is why I always mention that informal education, it is as important as formal education.
Right. Right. And the other thing I want to talk about is leisure, because to really understand higher education and even high school, it's not something that was accessible to most people until fairly recently, like the last 100 years. And so the people going to Harvard and other universities and colleges 100 years ago, they were the most wealthy 5 or 10% of men. There wasn't even women going to school, higher education at that time. And so it was this gentlemanly thing, and it didn't necessarily need to be as practical, because these people were going into leadership, they were going into politics. And so they needed this, the classics were serving as an education of how to think about politics and the ideology that they wanted to carry forward. And so the whole idea of most people going to high school or going to college, university is a very, very recent phenomenon. And so that's, and if you go back to like ancient Greece, the people who were citizens. There were a lot of slaves. Most people were not voting. So the number of these people who were really participating in the city-state democracy, these were men of leisure. These were people who didn't have to work, had quite a bit of wealth. And so the whole idea that you can even participate fully in politics and have an 8-hour-a-day job is sort of a joke when you think about what the sort of ideal of democracy is, where everybody is actually participating and they can spend a large portion of their time each day thinking about these issues.
Yeah, and when you read like the life of Seneca, like there were people with a lot of money, so they weren't like poor people like reading. And yeah, like even Aristotle, he argued he was the first one, I believe, that divides society like gold, silver, like how, like
Guardians, I think.
yeah, like the
Philosopher.
way yeah, like the way we know the society now, like rich, middle class, and poor. So Aristotle was the first person to divide society as that. And I read like I read the first Harvard graduation was divided by rank. Like it was not even like by major. It was like the people with the much money and so on. So as you say, like Harvard was basically only for men and of course white people and rich people.
And
But
where you would sit in class was also there was a rank.
right. So it was not like how much knowledge do you really know about that time, was about who your parents really were. And I understand that because the education by that time was mostly religious or like law and politics, because if you go to college by that time, that was like the first thing that you needed to have to be able to have power. Like if you want to work for the government or something like that, you had to go to college. Now, like you say, like most people go to college, but
But it was
that
also
is
for the
something
ministry. So Harvard was
ministry,
primarily training ministers.
and that was the best way to have power in the future, like to be a ministry.
Yeah, I don't know a lot about that, but that definitely rings true, because that is a community leader. And I don't know if Freire, how much Fieri got into that in terms of clergy, but he was, wasn't he a Jesuit?
I think so. Yeah, I don't recall, but
So the Jesuits, there's a whole history there, but I think we should move on to the next book.
yeah,
And I just want to make that point on leisure, because that's such an important thing. If you're working all day, you can't really think politically. You have to have a fair amount of free time to do.
yeah, you're going to have time near energy.
Yep.
So the other book is going to be How to Read a Book by Mortimer Adler.
I actually want to pause here just to ask you about these Post-it notes, because you have these Post-it notes on all the books you've shown so far, and I just wanted you to sort of explain what your method is for those and what the different colors mean and just how you do it.
Yeah, so I don't use specific colors. Because my main objective of reading is to be an active reader. Like if you sit down and you don't have a pen, you are not reading in an active way.
Right.
So my main objective of reading is to always be asking you, is this piece of information really true, or how do you know it's true? Do you have reference? Do you have like a reference section?
Right.
So my objective is to always being like writing down in the margin what I'm reading. I'm making question. So I use the notes, the post notes to be able to revisit that section, because I mentioned you that my objective of writing is to make like a synthesis of the book that I've been reading during that year. So I make notes because I know I'm going to read this again. So maybe argue about that in an essay that I'm writing. So that is the main objective why I use those notes.
Okay. All right. Yes. Do you want to show did you show the back of the book? Could you show that also?
Yeah, this is the front and this is the back.
Okay. Could you hold it up? Could you hold the books closer to the camera? So, yeah. Yeah. Okay. That looks good.
This is the front.
Okay. So Mortimer J. Adler.
This is one of my favorite books because this is where I finally like learned to read in a active way. Because most of the time we like to read, like, for example, if you're reading for fiction, you're not going to be like that critic about what you're reading.
Mm-hmm.
And he argued about the different type of reading. For example, you can read for information, like reading the newspaper. You can read for entertainment, of course, like fiction. But you can also read for understanding. And that is why I read. Like many people have different objectives of why they read. My objective is for understanding. And to read for understanding, you need to follow several steps, like to remember that you are reading to not only to accept everything that you read, but to be able to critique what you're reading and to make notes, and then to compare what you're reading with other authors. And then after that, you need to learn, like to make your own assumption of what you have read when you compare that information with other authors. So basically, that is why that book is so important to me, because that is where I finally like understood how to read in a more productive way, I would say.
Yeah, I think the great books of the Western world is a great embodiment of the higher level of learning Adler talks about, which is, and he's got a portion of the book set, which is the great ideas and the great conversation. And he's really, he's contextualizing each of the classics within a larger historical conversation of people debating and riffing. And you can't understand things that have been written today or 100 years ago without being able to trace them back further than that. And so these great thinkers, they're always in response. They're always working from their predecessors. And that's sort of what you're doing. And I read very similarly in terms of making notes, asking questions, and thinking, where does this argument or author fit within the larger conversation about this topic?
Yeah. Yeah, to be able to lay down different pieces of information, like when this was published, what happened in that era, and who was the author, what was he going through. So those different aspects of information, I will say, is influence how you understand the information that you're reading.
Mm-hmm.
But most of the time, I live how I was reading like 20 years ago was only for information. Like I thought that reading was to maybe to follow some step to do something or to gain some knowledge, but the main objective is, as you said, like to critique to critique the author, to critique the argument, and to be able to understand if that is information is really true.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and part of what I'm trying to do with this book, this library tour series, is show people you don't just think about a book by itself. It fits within a much larger collection, and part of critiquing a book or an author or an argument is comparing it to the other arguments or authors or books. And so that's really important. And part of what you're getting at is like, what is the intent of the author? Why are they saying this or that? And from the political perspective, is that author part of a group? Are they part of a school of thought? What is the objective of that school of thought? And not just taking at face value why they say they're recommending something, maybe there's a real reason underneath that they're hiding. So
Right.
if there's more of an assumption of people behave selfishly and they sometimes have ulterior motives, they may be telling you to do something for one reason, but they're actually want you to do it for some other selfish reason. So being able to think through that and not just we're used to doing that in a political context because oh, that TV show's liberal, this one is
Right.
conservative, so I automatically add a grain of salt. But people generally don't expand that to other areas. And this is something that I was reading about fairly recently. I haven't gotten too in depth on it, but the story of Lysenkoism and basically how political ideology affected the scientific study in biology and
Oh,
agriculture.
wow.
So it's that's an interesting one for people to maybe do their own homework on. But I actually have a video on this YouTube channel summarizing and giving my perspective on this How to Read a Book by Adler. So if people want to get more in depth on that video,
Read that book.
I'll put a link to that. So do you want to move on to the next book now?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, the next one is going to be what the internet is doing to our brains. The Shadows.
Did you show the
Nicholas
back?
Carr.
Yeah. Okay.
So this book was my introduction to gain more knowledge about how not only the internet but how technology itself change our life. Like we always have this concept that we think that humans make technology to change like a problem or to solve a problem, but technology end up like changing ourselves. Like for example, when the internet began to be mainstream, like at the end of the 90s, everything began to change pretty fast. Like for example, like the smartphone is something like that is relatively new if you compare that with other technology, but it has changed so much in so little time. So this book, I remember that he argued that he moved with his wife and his kid like to a cabin in the woods to write that book, I believe. And he argued that he cannot like concentrate like for an hour or two for writing because his mind was actually like addicted to emails and to see his phone every 5 minutes. And I think that most people, including me, we have that addiction that we cannot like do something like for 2 or 3 hours because we have that mindset that we need to be checking emails or checking messages and so on.
We're going to be getting
So,
to deep work in a little bit.
right.
I had a couple books that are sort of related to this. One of them is The Rise and Triumph of the Modern Self. It's a book by Carl R. Truman, published in 2020, and he traces the developments of how people have thought of themselves over time through these. Foucault has also written about, discipline and disciplinary things and how knowledge shapes our understanding of ourselves. Structuralism is big there. And then the other book is, or actually manifesto, Ted Kaczynski, known as the Unabomber, his Unabombers. I don't know if that's what it's called, the Unabomber Manifesto, but he basically made an agreement, I think, with the New York Times, where if they published it, he would stop mailing his bombs or something. Maybe it was Washington Post, but it was one of those, and he published it. And he was a professor at MIT, I believe, or Harvard, and he went off and lived in a cabin, and he was also very concerned with how technology was shaping people.
Yeah. And
it goes all the way to Anxious Generation, which we've talked about.
yeah. So I believe that we need to be aware of that, and maybe we don't have like too many studies to understand or to acknowledge that yes, the social media and that fast pace that we're living is making an impact to our mental health. So I would say I kind of speculate that maybe in 15 years, like the use of social media in the way that we are using now, like 7 hours per day is the average. It's going to be viewed like smoking, like it's going to be viewed like something that is harmful for our brains. So that is why I believe that we need to be more educated about that. And that is why I believe that the ancient generation also is an amazing book. So,
Do you want to move on to the next book?
sure.
Okay.
So this book is Really Go Home by Marion Wolf. She's an expert in dyslexia.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. So I remember reading this book at college,
And just for
but
people, dyslexia is where you have trouble reading and the letters get sort of jumbled up.
yeah, she have other books too, like two more books that I have in the bookshelf. So I something that I remember particularly about this book is that she argued that the way in California the the jail system, the correction system, want to know how many people are going to be in prison in the next decade, is that they go to the first grade student and they measure their reading abilities. So if a student at third grade they cannot read well, they know that there is a high probability that those people end up in prison. Because if you don't know how to read at first grade, you have a big chances that you're not going to be able to find any job as an adult, because of course you need to be able to read for any job. So that is something that impacted me. And according to her, that is how in California they make the numbers to be able to know how many beds they're going to need in 10 years in
Wow.
prison. And that is something that I always quote when I'm lecturing or doing workshops to teachers, because that present the importance, the relevancy of being able to read. And we have that problem right now. Like we have a student in even the fifth grade that they don't know how to read, at least here in Puerto Rico.
You also
And
have I saw the bell curve on your shelf. That part of
yeah,
that book talks about the separation between the educated and the non-educated and how the payoff for being highly educated today and with technology is just really much higher than it used to be, even pre-World War II. Like he gives the example of mathematicians, and you might be an accountant, now you're at a hedge fund. So there's these massive returns and wealth inequality. You have the book Capital behind you. And that also kind of gets into how this income inequality is increasing. And part of that is it just comes down to basic stuff like literacy.
yeah, and now we have media literacy, which is as important as reading. Because if you cannot use like a computer or even like a cell phone, you're not going to be able to do almost anything. And now we need to make able we need programs to to help the student to do that, because there are many people that they cannot use like a simple computer or like word processing.
Right.
And that is something that it is as important as reading. So that is another issue that we can talk.
Okay. Do you want to move on to the next book now?
Yeah. So I would take okay no. So the next one is going to be Deep Work, which is a pretty famous book, I would say.
Yep. Cal
The
Newport,
economy of
writing at the New Yorker now.
yeah. So I
His
have
most
read
recent
most.
book, Slow Productivity.
I really like it, but I don't think it's better than this one. So slow productivity. Did you like it or not?
Yeah, I mean, it is working on deep work is where he really made a splash because it really captured this idea of doing 4 hours of deep work and focusing, and then slow productivity. I mean, the edition I have, I think it literally has a cabin in the woods on the cover, and it
Yeah.
shows a lot of different stories of how to implement it. So it does have a more implementation focus. So I think if you've already read Deep Work, it's not it's not as much of an earth-shattering thing as Deep Work was.
Yeah, something that I really like about deep work is that he argued that being able to concentrate and to do deep work is going to be like one of the most important tools in the 21st century because they are going most jobs like knowledge jobs like professor teachers, they need to have that mindset or there are specific skills to be able to concentrate and to do only that.
Right.
And I think that is true, and that we are losing that. Like many people are losing that ability to be able to do only one task at a time because we believe that multitasking is something that we need to incorporate in our life. And when you read deeper about multitasking or dual tasking, which is another term that they use, it is like an illusion because when you're doing multitasking, you are not doing like none of the tasks in the best potential way that you can do it. Like if you are reading and you are doing text messages, so you're going to be doing two things at the same time, but you're not going to be able to read in a very deep way. Neither you're going to be giving too much attention to the text message. So that is why I believe this book is so good, and I always recommend that book to my students because that is when I learned the relevancy to be able to have that capacity, which is a capacity that not many people have. Like you can see it. Like many people cannot even read 2 pages because their brain is already addicted to be doing multiple things at the same time.
Yeah, and I think I mean, I don't think Cal talks about this too much, but and I don't know how much you're into psychoanalytic or other sort of I saw some psychological stuff, but I think that sometimes these problems that we call productivity problems or focus problems are actually at a deeper level where there's an unconscious or semi-conscious conflict internally or externally as well in terms of why am I doing this and motivation. And there can be an element of lack of political consciousness or critical
Mhm.
consciousness, as we talked about earlier. But whenever there's not alignment, whenever you feel like, well, I sort of want to do this, but I also don't. And a lot of people aren't clear in their thinking about why exactly they're doing what they're doing or
Right.
how they're making trade offs. And so I think stuff that shows up at a superficial level as multitasking can sometimes be more like procrastination or almost intentionally avoiding
Hmm.
or self-sabotage because there are those deeper level conflicts that maybe they don't know how to resolve or they're not aware of it or it's unconscious. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, because now with that, now that we have so much information at the same time, and now like everybody want to have like an account to be a TikToker or like a YouTuber or something like that. And if you cannot like concentrate on something, you're like you say, you're not going to be able to figure it out why you're doing something. You need to be able to acknowledge and to be aware of why I want to read this book. Even in reading, many people like they buy books only to try to gain knowledge, but they don't really know why they're reading that specific book. And that is, I would say, the main objective of reading is to know what are you going to do with that knowledge. And you need to have the intent and to be a specific objective of what do you want to learn about this book and why are you reading this book. Because if you're not aware of why you are reading, you're going to read this book and then you're going to be done and you're going to have another book and you're going to be reading and so on, but you're going to forget what you're reading or what is the real objective of reading that specific book.
And we're talking about deep level whys, not just superficial. And I think that's where the political and the religious come into play, because those ideologies are the ones that really determine the deepest level of motivation of why you're doing something. So when somebody is not spiritually aware or politically aware or understanding of the dogma or the belief system that they believe in or they were raised in or whatever, they don't really have clarity on the deeper levels of why. And one of the things that I've noticed just studying the biographies of some of the great religious and political thinkers is that a lot of these who had, huge output in terms of books or very politically active, part of that was that they really knew why they were doing what they were doing. They weren't sort of coasting on the surface of life. And so I think that political, that religious understanding, having a overarching worldview that sort of makes sense and is integrated and connects your day-to-day activities with deeper level reasons of why you're doing that.
Right.
That's really a critical factor in being able to stay motivated and enjoy the process.
Yeah, but I would say that takes time. Like you need to understand yourself and you need to know yourself to be able to have the time to make sure why you are doing something.
Right.
And now with this abundance of information overload, it's more difficult than ever, I would say.
Yeah. Do you want to move on to the next book?
Sure. So now we're moving like more philosophical books. This one is called Death by Shelley Kagan. He is a philosophy professor from Yale University. I bought this book it was published in 2012, I believe.
Can you hold up that picture of him with the cross-legged on the desk? That's sort of the iconic. You can watch these lectures for free online, and that's sort of the iconic. He's got the beard, he's cross-legged on the desk, and he's in a sort of a fun way. He's talking about very morbid topics a lot of the time.
Yeah, so of course this book is about mortality, but it's like in a different perspective because the main thesis of the book, I believe, is if is believing that your mortality is something that you should be scared of, or I mean, it is rational to be scared of your own death. So I remember that he argued that how can death be bad for you if you're not going to be able to experience that, right? It's like before you were born, like you were worried.
But it's within a certain ideology. This is basically within an agnostic or atheist
Yeah, of
ideological
course.
context.
This book is totally without any perspective of religion or anything like that. You need to
So
continue
like
with it.
within like a Christian context, this would be eschatology, this would be salvation, this would be afterlife, teleology. So this is sort of a secular version of that.
Yeah, and he mentioned that in the beginning of the book. Like he mentioned, like remember, this is like from a philosophical way. It doesn't apply to, for example, if you believe if you're a Christian or you're a Muslim. So it's only within the philosophical framework.
Right.
And for me, that was pretty interesting. So basically, the basic idea is that to understand if your mortality is the fear of being mortal is something that is rational. And the other question that I remember that he argued is, do you believe that you are going to survive your own death? Like, did you think you're going to survive your own death? So basically, it's the same question of making the question of do you think you're going to live before you die? So it's the
Mhm.
same question in another way.
Th-
And mhm.
There's another aspect to this which I don't think he talked about in that course because I remember I don't know if I watched all of it, but this is a course that basically went viral with I think it's edX, Harvard, MIT, a bunch of other schools. It might be on Coursera now, but it was a big kind of
Open your courses there.
yeah. So it was this was one of those viral courses that was like in the top 1% or 1/10 of 1% of all online university courses. And I don't think he got into this, but this is something that's particularly in the zeitgeist right now is death in the sort of limited sense, but also things like euthanasia. One of the Supreme Court Justice Gorsuch wrote a book on euthanasia, and he was more against it, but stuff on euthanasia, and then also you see stuff with like Elon Musk and pronatalism, and the declining birth rates. You also see stuff with like environmental activists or feminists or other groups that are more cautious about this idea of should we be just pumping out larger and larger populations and the load that puts on the planet and the ecosystem. So there's also these larger intellectual currents right now that are concerned about what does it mean to care about the next generation? What does it mean in terms of loading up on debt that future generations will have to pay for? What does it mean to bring children into the world when they're not consenting to that? So there's these, and should you have children? How many children should you have? Who should have children? Who should be parents? So this broadens the aperture on what death is and what does it mean to sort of live beyond yourself and your children. How should you raise them? Because that is sort of a continuation of yourself. And there's
Mhm.
this social reproduction that happens through education and through institutions and family
Of course.
in terms of you are sort of replicating yourself in a way in the next generation.
Yeah, but that would be like a very broad way. Like he doesn't talk about any of those issues,
Right.
I would say, for what I remember of reading the book. And I agree with that you said. And another thing that I remember from this book is that he argued that being alive is not enough. Like he argued that life is like a content. Like you have this content with water, but what is important is the content of what's inside the content of the bottle of
Container.
water
Yeah.
of the container. So you have a bottle of water, but it's contaminated. So it is really worth to be alive. That is basically his argument. So it's not only life itself, it's not only the container. So
And I think that metaphor is sort of a Buddhist metaphor, if I remember correctly. This idea of transcending your individualism is imagining sort of a glass bottle with some water in it floating along an ocean. And transcending an individualistic perspective is sort of pouring that water out of the glass container into the ocean and sort of merging with the larger self.
right. That is yeah, interesting. And that is something that of course I it can be interesting, like seeing life as a container, but in a realistic way, it's going to be very difficult to implement because I don't think that you're going to be able to think like that if, for example, I got cancer or something like that. I would say that most people that are sick, of course, they want to keep living.
Th-
And
yeah.
and having that mindset like, okay, the container is contaminated, so now it's not worthless to be alive. I understand the metaphor. I understand that what you can do while you are healthy is really important, but it is really difficult to tell. if you are like in the situation, like if you have an very critical illness.
This reminds me actually of Friedi again with Pedagogy of the Oppressed, where my understanding is part of how he thought about the crucifixion and the metaphor of the crucifixion and death was that sort of dying to self and merging with the collective and taking more seriously these collective concerns. And that's a metaphor that I think people who subscribe more to a Marxist perspective, or even how that merges with Christianity in certain parts of the world and certain understandings of Christianity, is that there's a dying to the self. There's sort of a resurrection as having more of a collective consciousness and concern about collective things. And so that's another kind of this spiritual, understanding of death at two different levels, a sort of spiritual ideological death where you're sort of dying to one ideology and taking on a new one and becoming a new person. And that's where the book on Carl R. Truman's book on the rise and triumph of the modern self, expressive individualism. What he's really talking about there is the individualism that's so present today, and how that's not necessarily a blank slate thing that people are born into. That's an ideological project, and that's something that people in other cultures don't necessarily have that strong of an individual identity or individualistic cast of mind.
Yeah, and I think that that mindset, or either like that idea of being only an individual and I don't care about what happened after I die, it's something that we learn from all society. Like in a capitalism system, you are raised and you have been educated to think that the most important thing is your ego, and that you need to make money to be able to feel happy, to buy stuff and to feel happy. And seeing mortality like that, I think is a little bleak. So for me, it's every day is more harder to believe that, or to live believing that you're going to die and that's it. Maybe that is the way it is. Maybe not. I really don't know. But where I've been alive, I think it's better I would say, to believe that we are here to try to make society better and to live like a community, I would say, like not only me and my ego. So I think that is why seeing your mortality like that, like if the container is contaminated, you cannot do anything about it.
Mm.
I think it's a bleak way of seeing mortality itself.
Yeah, I think there are interesting distinctions between, how individualistic is capitalism inherently. There's a really important book in the intellectual history of capitalism, which is the Protestant work ethic. And if you look at the origin of these Puritan communities, which include many in Massachusetts, they were actually very collective. There was an element of a very collective orientation
Mm.
in those communities. And so the level of anonymity that you see in many capitalist cultures today is very different from what you saw in those situations. You also see in Scandinavian countries, for example, a much larger social safety net, and yet there's still capitalism. And then you also see in China, they've been adding more and more capitalism, but within a larger focus on the common good. So I think it is important to, I come back to that Capital book again with Thomas Piketty, Harvard University Press. It's a very, income inequality and how wealth is distributed. I think that can sometimes get conflated with capitalism. And I think that there's a greater, you can sort of fiddle with the knobs in different ways. And I don't think you necessarily have to conflate capitalism with hardcore individualism. And similarly, you can have more socialized elements of certain things, like with China, and they have successfully, despite what vast majority of people in the West thought back in the 80s and 90s, they thought China wasn't going to be able to do it, and they have done it. So I think it's valuable to tease apart the distinctions with these things and look at all the different factors at play.
Yeah, because it's not like a panacea. Like it's not going to happen like in every place the same way, and that is interesting because those examples that you just brought, they are very interesting because you can see like the same system or the same idea can function in a very different way in another culture. So, and if they can do that, I would say that we can learn from them. So that is something that is a whole different topic, but
And just with the rise of populism, the populism that we're seeing shows that and the realignment of parties shows you how these energies are at play underneath the surface. So yeah, do you want to switch over to the next book?
yeah. So then we're going to have this one. It's called 13 Lessons for the Living. And in the back. So I read this book while I was working 80 hours a week. I remember that I was working and reading this book.
When was that? Was that academic work or?
I was working for a federal program for migrants.
Okay.
So I was teaching.
This was in New York City?
No, this was in Puerto Rico.
Okay.
And I remember reading this book, which is basically a study with, I think it's like more than 1,000 people, like very old people, like they are almost dying. So he did like a survey for all those 1,000 of people, which he called the wisest persons, like because they have lived a lot of years, and they have like different advice of what things they regret in life. And some of the advice that you can read in the book is that most of the people that have like 90 years that they are almost ready to die, they say that they regret working so hard, like working so many hours a day, not having free time for doing leisure, like reading, hiking, and being with your friends sometimes. And that resonated with me because I was doing the opposite. I was like working, saving money, working and saving more money. And I began to develop like insomnia, a little bit of insomnia because I was working so much. And I would say that this book was like when I really decided to make a change in my life. And yeah, and after reading that book, I decided to quit, and then I moved to New York, and I began to work in a different way, like I'm doing now. And right now, I feel so way better and happier than I was when I basically earn more money. And that book is amazing, and he have like a lot of interviews to these individuals, and he explained. I remember that he explained that when you are very young, you use your time like without thinking. Like the younger you are, you're going to use your time believing that you are never going to die. But as you get older, you're going to see time in a different way. It's like having a lot of resources, and if you have a lot of resources, you're not going to think too much about how to use them. But if you have so little resources, you're going to be very wise on how to use your resources. So that is how life works, basically. So when you get older, you're going to be more specific of how to spend your time. And I think that resonated with me because I remember that when I was like 15, 16, or even my 20, I was not really like aware of how I was using my time or spending my time. And now, of course, I regret spending too much time like doing things that were not really that important. And it's because when we are young, we are not really aware of how we're using our time. And that book is one of my favorite books that I have read so far.
Yeah, I think it reminds me of Anxious Generation again, and just how technology and these impersonal institutions encroach on our time, and we don't measure that properly. And from a policy perspective, governments don't always do a great job of thinking about how are we, what kind of system are we setting up here, where it's going to lead to thriving individuals, thriving families, thriving communities.
Yeah, I think that the problem is within the family too, because a lot of time I see that family believe that that job belongs to the school system. Like in the traditional school system, they are the one that are responsible to teach our sons or daughter how they should use their phone.
What is
And I think,
tertiary?
huh?
What is tertiary?
No, I mean the traditional system, the traditional school system, the traditional school system is where many people
Oh,
believe that,
traditional. Okay.
yeah, traditional system is where people believe that they should learn how to use these devices.
Mhm.
And I would say that that belongs to, to parents in the family. So I really think that like reading about how we are using our time, even if you are pretty young, should be a priority in our life.
And I don't have a specific book recommendation, but this concept of acceleration and accelerationism, the idea that just things are changing faster and faster, it's sort of an invisible time tax because you have to invest
Mhm.
time and other resources to just keep up with all the change. And when you look historically to even 50, 100 years in the past, or even further back, there just wasn't a huge amount of change. And so when you think about all the different aspects of life and parenting and family and community, where when things change, it destroys relationships, destroys groups, destroys stable things. And that's sort of that's a psychological cost. I think Anxious Generation gets into that. There's a lot of these costs that show up in mental health and other areas, community breakdown, but aren't necessarily financial. And the financial gain may show up in Facebook's earnings and people being addicted to their phones. So there is an element, and maybe it's more capitalistic than in other systems, but there is a temptation to want to turn everything into capital. I think that's one of the most interesting critiques of capitalism is that there's, to a certain extent, nothing sacred that shouldn't have a dollar value attached to it. So
Right.
whether that's sex work, whether it's other forms, whether it's your attention, addicted to an app, addicted to food and chemicals and food and all this other stuff, um, there are these social costs to it. But if you can put a dollar value on it, then there's an incentive for that to turn into something that's on the stock market, people can make money from, invest in, and that can be particularly dangerous because it's sort of like a paperclip maximizer.
Yeah, I remember that in one of the chapter of that book, The Anxious Generation, he argued that he asked Mark Zuckerberg, I believe. No, he asked about Twitter. He's talking about TikTok, excuse me. And he argued that TikTok does not have like a feature like for to make sure that the person is not a minor. Like for example, a minor can make an account and lie and put that is 16 or whatever. And he argued why the platform does not have like another mechanism to make sure that minors are not really making an account. And he explained that the younger you are, the better it's going to be for the platform, because the younger you are, the more addicted your brain is going to be to those products. So basically, if
It's like the candy cigarettes that the cigarette companies.
right, so it is better for the company that a person really, really, really young begin to use that product, because that is what that means, is that there is a high probability that that person is going to use that application like for many, many years, because his brain or her brain is going to be developed using that product, which is basically engagement, which is another word for addiction. And that is pretty scary, man. Like,
Yeah.
how we are allowing that.
And you see wealthy families, people in Silicon Valley, they don't let their kids touch phones or tablets. They keep it out of their private schools. So they
Yeah,
know that this stuff is damaging, but
it's harmful.
they don't necessarily want to protect the entire society from it.
Yeah, I read once that I believe was Steve Jobs. He had very different restriction for their kids, like not using an iPad for like,
Mark Zuckerberg.
yeah, my second verse. So that is an example of course, those devices were meant, or they were engineered to be addicted, but we don't care about it, honestly.
And it's sort of, I don't know that that's necessarily fair, because it's when you have a competitive system and people have to compete with other companies, they sort of have to make their stuff addictive. And the only way to prevent that is you have to have regulation that that changes the incentives for everyone, where you don't have a tragedy of the commons. And so I think these issues can actually show up both in capitalist systems and non-capitalist systems, where there's other incentives where you want people to be addicted to something or be
Right.
out of balance. So I think ultimately it has to be a holistic approach where you have, philosopher kings to an extent thinking about regulation and really having a better vision of what is the good life for people, and then putting that into play, because these companies sort of can't restrain themselves. Ultimately, those incentives come
Mhm.
to reality because that's just how the system works. So I don't, I think it can be misplaced to target too much these individuals or leaders, because the incentive problem is really the bigger, is really the root level of the problem. And I
Of the
think
issue.
villainizing these people can lead to getting distracted from the incentives. And if you had fixed the incentives, you'd think these people are angels, and it's really neither. It's they're following the incentives.
Yeah, and for me, the most difficult thing how to of how to think about this issue is that most new things, new technology is going to be seen like bad. Like, for example, I remember reading about postcards. Like when postcards came, when they came in for the first time, people were mad because they were arguing that now people are going to write in a very superficial way, because of course a postcard is
Right.
very small.
It's like a tweet.
Uh, Yeah, it's like a tweet, and people were saying like, now we are losing the capacity to write in a very objective way because of postcards, and of course that never happened. And I always think about if that is really what is happening now with the internet. I don't think so, but it is really difficult to think if a technology is really making a damage to humanity. But of course, now we have papers, we have scientific works that appear to aim that it is actually making a harm to society itself.
There's also just the element of autonomy and freedom. You can give people freedom, but if they don't know what to do with it, then, and so that's again part of that spiritual and political education people need, where they need to be able to lead themselves. And when you give somebody freedom, they actually need to have a huge amount of discipline and education to be able to use that freedom effectively, because they are sort of a philosopher king or philosopher queen of their own life. They have a huge amount of weighty decisions to be made. And when you take off other people making those decisions for them, they need to have the tools to make those decisions wisely themselves, or else they're going to fall for whatever the most addictive short-term thing is. And that's a very predictable thing.
Right. Yeah.
Do you want to move to the next one?
Yeah, so let me see. Okay, I'm going to move now to Metaphor We Live By. This is a book that my mentor, Dr. Micah Carr, he recommended me like in 2019.
George Lakoff.
Yeah.
Very famous linguist.
And something that I love about this book is that the chapters are pretty short. So they're I really like short chapters because you can like read deeper into all the concepts. And something that I really learned about this book is that we tend to see metaphor like in poetry, right? Like the moon is talking to me and so on. But the way that he explained is that the brain basically process information like in the physical way, like literally in the physical way. Like for example, he gave like one of the best example if debate like a war, right? Like we're going to have a debate, and when you heard the word debate, you think it is like a match or something like that, and that influences the conversation itself. But if you say we're going to have a dialogue, it's not going to be seen like a debate because it has a different perspective. And he said that basically language itself is not like something that is beyond uh, matter itself. It's something that is within the physical aspects. Like, for example, up is more, down is less. And when you try to explain that to the lay person, it's pretty hard because they don't grasp the idea. Because we think using metaphor without knowing it, and it's pretty hard to explain that to the lay person. And for me, it's so interesting to understand that thought is basically influenced by the physical world, by nature itself. That is, I would say, the most profound thing that I have read.
Yeah, George Lakoff has written a lot of interesting books since that one on politics and political communication. He has one called, I think it's called Don't Think of a Pink Elephant.
Yeah.
And it's about, that phrase, you imagine the thing, even though it has a negative
We have a negative
in there. So it shows you that language really has this imagistic quality to it, or the automata poetic element to it. Like ring ring sounds kind of like what it means. So you have these metaphorical pieces, and it sort of goes back to how language might have evolved, where you're pointing to specific things or you're making sounds, and those eventually evolve into words. So
like depressed. You can imagine like a baseball or like not inflated. Like you can imagine that like depressed. You can visualize that. It's not you cannot see like an inflated basketball. Like you're going to see that. That is amazing, at least for me.
Yeah. So George Lakoff, a lot of interesting stuff, and I do recommend those. And he has a blog where he discusses the various elections. I think he puts them he's done quite a bit of work on father versus mother language and how the Republicans and conservatives represent a father figure, strict father, and the Democrats represent a caring mother, and that goes very deep into the ideologies.
Yeah, I read that in this another book that he has is Librería on Politics, which is with another author. I think she was like a student of him. So
Yeah,
yeah,
he's done. Um, he just keeps up with all the elections and stuff. So it's interesting to read his take on each election if you want to apply this. And he's he's liberal Democrat, so he he will give advice to Democrats on how they should
yeah,
change their communication to better resonate,
yeah,
and he'll point out what the conservatives are doing well.
right. Yeah, so I highly recommend that book.
Yeah.
So the other one is going to be The Psychology of Money, which also is a book that have influenced my personal life in a significant way because when you see the title of the book, you might think that it's about investing or something like that. But for me, it's a very important book because when I read that book was when I finally understood that, of course, money is not only like a exchange uh, tools or something like that. Like money is not only to buy thing or stuff. So money is what gives you like free time. Money is what gives you peace of mind. And in my personal life, the most important thing is having a peaceful mind. So if you don't have peace of mind, and you can have millions of dollars and you're not going to be happy. So for me, having peace of mind, not having the scarcity that you don't have enough money to pay your mortgage or your rent, that is the real important aspect of money. It's not only to buy stuff, it's what gives you that peace that you don't have to worry about. I don't have money if I get a flat tire.
Yeah.
So so that is so important. It seems so simple, but for me it's profound because when you save money, when you like receive your paycheck and you save part of that money, what you are basically doing is that you are like saving your peace of mind. So that is how I see money since I read that book.
Yeah, and I link this to sort of going from thinking about just money to thinking about all the different types of resources and really thinking about security. And this is a type of thinking at the national security and presidential and senior leadership of a government where you're thinking about the security of the citizens of a country, and you're thinking about that within the larger global context. So, thinking about security is this much more holistic field, and there's a lot of thought there. It generally doesn't trickle down to how people think about their own life. I
Mhm.
happen to teach a course on this, and that's um, I get into this stuff quite a bit. And so, in the same way that a country has to worry about where is it getting its energy, where is it getting its other, food and other resources, military security, all these different types of security, and even mental health and well-being, information attacks, disinformation, the effects, psychological type of operations or effects that can happen to a country, whether in during times of military or other, all these different types of things fall under the umbrella of security. And so I think I haven't read the book, but from what you're saying, that's what it's getting at, is a holistic point of view.
Yeah, that is why I really like to read books that they have like different perspective, like a holistic way, like not only about something from the first page to the last one. And it really resonated with my personal life. So having that mindset, having that knowledge that money no is only to exchange something is what gives you security, is what gives you peace, is what gives you, for me, freedom, because freedom is of course subjective term. But having freedom for me, it can be like waking up and having 4 hours just for reading. That is for me like real freedom. To be able to wake up and to have enough time to drink a cup of coffee while reading, and then to have time to work out and then to work. But if you need to work so much to be able to maintain something that requires so much work and energy, for me, at least for my personal opinion, it's not going to be worthless. So, and most of the time, we have been told that money is only to try to find happiness, like to find the best clothes, the best cars, and you're never going to be happy for that, because the brain is going to neutralize after 3 or 4 years, and then you want to have a better stuff. And it's never going to end. It's the treadmill.
Sort of anti-consumerism, and that traces back to, in some senses, the Industrial Revolution and the idea that you have more production than you really know what to do with. And so you need to generate demand. And that's part of what set off Edward Bernays and
Right.
mass marketing. So there's a whole literature on that element of things, and sort of selling basically the history of consumerism. And I think with some of the economic contraction in the U.S. Over the last few decades, that my view of history is that there is an effect where, when there's harder economic times, people move more towards things like stoicism, things like minimalism, things like Buddhism, where there's a focus on doing with less, or finding other ways of meaning rather than just consuming stuff.
Yeah, and it is pretty, it's like a paradox, because there is a book that is called The Overworked American.
Hmm.
And she argued that I I think in the 20s, most economics were like speculating that by this time in the 21st century, people were going to be like without jobs, because the industrial revolution was going to be so successful that most of the jobs were not going to be necessary, because production was going to be like way more. The rate of production was going to be so up that we were not going to be able like to sell anything, because there was so much stuff, and that never happened because people continue to desire more and more, and now we have like useless things that we don't need, and we still buy that stuff, and it's never going to stop, even to this day.
There's also an interesting connection with some of the pro-natalism, anti-natalism stuff from earlier, later and later family formation, where basically single people are better consumers from the perspective of businesses. They spend more, and they don't get the economic benefits of being in a couple or part of a single household with two parents and then multiple children, where there's a lot of economic efficiencies there. And so companies can't get as much of that value, because if all of those people were separated, they would need to spend more money, buy more stuff, because they can't share it with each other. So there are these perverse incentives from just that perspective, in companies sort of wanting to encourage singlehood, or just they don't, their incentives are misaligned with family formation and household formation.
That is interesting. I would like to read more about that.
Yeah, I
Very
don't have
interesting.
a specific book in mind, but there are some interesting patterns there, and within feminism and different strands of feminism, there is a tension between how do you deal with these issues of women entering the workplace and entering these more capitalistic situations, because in some ways older, more traditional systems allowed women to and families to avoid some of these capitalist pressures. And so there's an increase in autonomy from being able to enter the workforce, but there's also a tension with certain things that are lost, and regulation isn't in place to prevent that. So parental leave is an obvious example, and pay equality. Like there were a lot of norms around men need to be paid enough to support a family. And so that sort of sets a limit. And then once you have both parents working, you don't have that norm. And so now you sort of need both parents working. And so you're bringing in a similar amount of money, but now there's nobody at home. And so there is this encroachment, and there needs to be, what do you do about that? So there's a lot of these kind of trade-offs and tensions that are affecting people.
Yeah, the problem with that is that I think it's very difficult to be able to measure about the inequality right between men and women, because you have a lot of work that is not like in the math. Like for example, in a marriage, woman typically is the one that cook and
Unpaid labor, basically.
on paper. So you need to take that also to the formula, and how you measure that is going to be way more difficult. So
some feminists argued that women should be paid for the work they do at home. And then there's others that, time activity measurements of how much labor is done, what is that labor worth? And then even I think what's going to be a huge shift is once these, Elon Musk's Tesla robots and other robots, once those become something that's affordable to people in the middle class, you're going to have robots taking on a lot of that domestic work that women were doing before. And then you're going to see that the gender roles that existed amongst the elite 100 years ago, where the woman of the household really wasn't, there were servants that were doing that work. The robots are going to be taking over a lot of those roles. There's still childcare, but a lot of those other domestic activities like cooking and cleaning, those can be taken over by DoorDash or robots. And so then you enter a new paradigm, and a lot of the progress and history of feminism was the washing machine, was the vacuum cleaner. And so technology has this huge effect on how families and communities are organized. And a lot of people haven't factored that in 5 or 10 years, these, a lot of people are going to have these robots, and there's going to be all this free time, but you still have the childcare problem. And that's sort of the thorniest one.
Yeah, and after that, you're going to have another problem is that maybe it's going to be the end of work, right? Like,
right.
You're going to have like there are different perspectives depending on what book do you read about AI, but
Kurzweil, The Singularity.
yeah, the
That's probably
singularity, the superpowers AI, and like I read that from 35% to 50% of the jobs are customer services. Like not like the majority of jobs are not like professor or teachers, are like customer service, and most of those jobs are going to be done like for AI, like Amazon. When you need to have a refund, you never talk with a actual person, you talk with a bot. So yeah, so I would say that we are going to have that problem pretty near in the future. So. Yeah, so let's go. Okay, we have 3 more. I'm going to begin with you. So this is my personal favorite book ever. is The Black Swan by Nassim Taleb. So this is my second copy because first I have an early edition, and then I bought the set that they have 3 books, four books: a Skin the Game, Under Fire,
Can
and
you
Full
pull
Arm.
that box? Can you pull that out and just show people what the box set looks like?
So this is the box set. Is called Inserto.
Yeah, what does that mean?
Incierto is like when you don't know what is going to happen.
Oh, uncertainty. Okay.
Uncertainty. Yeah. I really like this box set, and it's also have.
Can you just read off what the other 3 books are called? So people, they're just all 4 of them.
This is one of them. It's like
The Bed of Procrustes. So that's
aphorisms. Yeah.
and Bed of Procrustes is a metaphor for when there's, you're trying to fit everything into one
They cut your leg.
side. Yeah. So if you don't fit in, they cut your feet off.
They cut your feet. Of
Or they
course,
stretch you. If you're too short, they stretch you.
They stretch you.
So people forget about that part.
So we have again The Black Swan, which is my favorite one of the box set. Then we have Fooled by Randomness.
The hidden role of chance in everyday life.
Yeah, we're going to talk about that too. Anti-Friar.
Things that gain from disorder.
From disorder. So he said that there is no like a big concept, the opposite of robust, like there is something that is pretty robust, that is pretty hard to break, but there is not like a opposite of that. Then we have a Skin in the Game. I have not read this one like completely yet.
Hidden asymmetries in daily life.
Yeah, this is the last one. And yeah, that is the box set. So The Black Swan is my favorite book because I was a musician and most of my friends are musicians. And we all have the bias that, for example, if Tom DeLonge from Blink-182, he was able to make it, you also have the same chances of doing what he did. And that is what is called, according to Nassim, the survivorship bias. So you cannot use like a very successful person to know what are the odds that you are going to make it to. So you need to take all the people that are doing the same thing to know if you have the chances. So that is basically the survivorship bias.
And one of the key area where subjectivity comes into play there is, how do you determine the peer group? How do you determine what the population is that is the same as you, so that you can,
same as you.
because really it's sort of an argument about causality and how sort of philosophy of causality interacts with statistics. You're sort of trying to avoid causality sometimes by making it a statistical problem, but the trap door is deciding what is the sample size and what is the sample, because you're always making an argument from a subjective point of view about whether that's an accurate sample size.
And you don't know if that is a representation of, you don't know if that sample is a really representation of what you're looking for, like the one that represents you. So, for example, like reading everything about Bill Gates or Warren Buffett, the extreme is the example. The odds are that you're not going to be like that, because you are way beyond the the sample of being representative of that is to you.
And the whole metaphor of the black swan is this idea that biologists had never seen a black swan before. They'd only seen white swans, so they determined that there was no chance of a black swan. but then they ended up discovering one.
Yeah, so the fact that we don't have any evidence of aliens so far, it doesn't mean like they're not alien in the whole universe, right? So basically that is the and he said that, for example, the 9/11 was a black swan because nobody really expect that to happen, even though it was possible. And the other example that he used is like Turkey. Like most Turkey are pretty happy the whole year until November, and they never think that they're going to be murdered because the owner always gives you food every day, and you're pretty happy, and you say he's never going to hurt me, and then Thanksgiving came and you're dead.
Reminds me of Steve Jobs with his memento mori, where every day he looks in the mirror and he's like, what if today is the day I die? I need to live today like it's my last day.
It's
And
my last day.
yeah.
Yeah, so basically, I would say that it's my first, that is my number one book, the Black Swan. And then I have Against Empathy by Paul Bloom. He is a professor in Yale University, I believe. He's also in the Yale Open courses, though, like the Chili Caron. So he have a lot of material on YouTube that you can see. So this book is pretty interesting because nowadays you can hear in the media or in society itself that empathy is so important to be a good human being. And he argued that empathy is always biased. Like he gave the example of baby Jessica, which was a baby that fell into a well in Texas, I believe, in the 80s. And basically everybody was watching the news every day to see when the baby was going to be out of the well. However, if there is like a flood in Africa, like nobody cares. And he said that it is because one, it's not going to be that present in the media, and second, because it is a lot of people. So when one person dies, it's like a tragedy, and when a lot of people die, it's just statistics. So he
That's
argued
Stalin.
that, yeah, that is Stalin, and he argued that that is what happened like every time because he argued that and empathy is based on people that look like you. So, for example, if like 9/11, of course, it was a tragedy and many people die, but there are also other tragedies that happen, like genocide in Africa, that most people are not aware of. And he argued it's because most of the time, empathy is is biased to people that look like you. And and yeah, that is pretty interesting.
And Stalin means steel man.
The Steel Man, yeah, hombre de acero. And another piece of information that I like is that he mentioned that there is no relationship between empathy and aggression. So if you want to know if a person is going to be a criminal or a serial killer, the last thing that is going to tell you that that person is going to be a criminal is looking how empathetic is the person.
Hmm.
So I would say that empathy is something that is being like it's been so popular right now, but it doesn't mean that because you don't have empathy, you're going to be a criminal or something like that.
And it sort of goes hand in hand with George Lakoff's work on the sort of stern father and the caring mother metaphors.
Right. Yeah. So I read that book like 3 years ago. And my last.
And actually, I want to flag one other thing. Sam Bankman-Fried, who was sort of the poster boy for effective altruism, the big idea there was I want to figure out how to do an evidence-based approach to philanthropy where I'm saving the most lives or curing the most diseases. Bill Gates sort of takes that strategy as well. And Warren Buffett has put most of his money behind Gates philanthropy. So these are people that come from very technical math and science orientation, and they want to take a different approach to philanthropy. And a lot of times they're taking on stuff where it's like nets for mosquitoes or vaccines, where it's people in Africa or other parts of the world that don't get empathy, and
Right.
say they viewed it as their job to sort of have empathy, but in a very hyper rationalist point of view, where those people are overlooked because they're not the perfect sympathetic victim.
Right. Yeah, that is pretty interesting, and yeah, and I think that that is something that we need to acknowledge too, that there are a lot of things happening right now that they're not going to make it to the news. But just because it's not in the news, it doesn't mean that it doesn't happen, or it doesn't really matter. Um, and that is something that many people don't have in mind. I tend to argue with my parents that like they're always watching the news like every day. They never miss the news, and they really believe that what you're watching the news is really what really matter, or everything that is happening,
Mhm.
or that news is a really objective way of seeing the news, or seeing the reality. It's not really like that.
Right.
So yeah, so I think we're going now to the last book, which was the first book that I read when I began my journey of reading, and it's going to be How Music Really Works. He's Chase Wayne, I believe, and I read this book like in 2012, 2011, I would say. So I bought this music, of course, to learn more about music, but the most interesting thing is that it's basically about evolution. The half of the book is about cognitive psychology and evolution. And that was the book that basically introduced me to read Steven Pinker and other authors,
Well,
and Daniel Dennett. And he argued, for example, like what is an in he argued that what came first, language or music, or the problem that we have now, that we don't know if music is a byproduct or is a adaptation of language. And it is so profound to learn about all those things. And he argued also that why some type of gender of music like fade away and some of them never fade away. Or also he argued about why gender like rock music changed the sound because of new technology. Like he argued that rock music is never going to fade away, but it's going to have a different sound and color because technology do change. So you're going to have different instruments implemented into the genre. And I would say that is one of my favorite books ever, because he not only talk about music, he talk about evolution, connective psychology. He write about the brain and so on.
yeah, I mean, I have a little bit of a different perspective on it. I don't really disagree with anything you said, but um, there were a couple things about it that I found frustrating when I was really using it to learn music theory, and it had been recommended as one of the best to learn music theory in a very accessible way, which I think it is. And so I actually saw the stuff about evolution and about uh, the psychology of it. It sort of doesn't matter if you just want to learn music theory because
Yeah,
it's sort of good.
yeah, it doesn't really matter. I think that is why the book it was so interesting for me, because he began to argue about things that I was not expecting. and then like I forget that I was trying to learn music or something like that, and I began I end up like reading more stuff that I was intending to learn.
Yeah, so I had already had what I think it's because of when you read it, it was at the beginning of your journey, you hadn't been exposed to a lot of that kind of stuff from other books. And so it's sort of a reflection of where your library was at that period. And I had already been exposed to a lot of that stuff. So I was like, why am I slogging through all
Why
this?
am I reading
And
this?
so, and then the other thing that maybe you will agree with me on is I never really liked his whole like cowboy metaphor.
Ah, the horse.
It was like, it
That
just
is the
felt
one.
unnecessary and sort of very eccentric, like and weird form of humor. So that was pretty annoying.
I don't like that. I don't like humor in books. I don't know why.
It's hard to
It
do.
cannot, yeah, it's hard to do, and I cannot do it neither like writing. I'm never going to do that because it's going to be horrible.
I mean, Dennett
Uh,
tries to be funny.
yeah, but maybe he's a little
A
better,
different way.
but yeah,
And he has a
different way.
book on humor, which is actually pretty good later in his
Uh,
career.
I only have read Consciousness Explained,
Well,
which
breaking
has
this, yeah, good.
which was a little bit of frustrating because he doesn't talk about consciousness like until page 300 or something like that. So
Yeah. Dennett's also known for breaking the spell, which was his entry into the whole atheism debates of the 2010s. He was part of the Four Horsemen of
the
Sinclair,
Four Horsemen, yeah.
Christopher Hitchens,
And
Dawkins, and so he in my point of view, he was sort of the eldest brother of the bunch and the most mature and sort of had a almost paternalistic role among the four. And his breaking the spell was sort of his explanation of why religion works, why it's valuable. And in some ways, he was also the most religious of the four in the sense that he really appreciated the aesthetics of the church, and he would sing in a choir, and he would have these Christmas parties. When I was at Tufts, I took one of his courses,
oh,
um, and so I sort of have a sense of that side of him. And he passed away earlier this
yeah,
year.
I read that.
His interview with Jordan Peterson was actually like, I think, one of his final interviews ever. He was very concerned with fake people on social media, and he was doing a lot of work on how do you verify. So that gets to your misinformation, disinformation stuff, and fraud involved in just a profusion of fake humans, bots.
Yeah, he published like a book, like it was a memoir, I believe. I was going to buy it, but I didn't do it. So about Daniel Dennett.
Which book was that, or what was the subject?
I think it's like a memoir. It's like
Oh,
his
yeah.
life.
Yeah. So I was going to say his humor book is called Inside Jokes, Using Humor to Reverse Engineer the Mind,
Never heard of it, and it's
2011. He wrote that with Matthew M. Hurley, who I think is one of his star grad students. And he also, I'm just getting his memoirs, I've Been Thinking, and that was 2020.
that is the one. I was going to buy that, but it was like 400 pages.
Yeah, it's a really, I read the first sort of like up to the end of his academic, student years. And it was interesting to learn just what he was like growing up. And um,
Yeah, I don't like to read anymore. Like I read the one by Charlie that we know, Dawkins, Richard Dawkins, and it was like okay, I understand. Like he was born in a good family, and then he had all those privilege, and it was good. But I don't want to read like more and more. Like I don't know. I don't find that too much interesting for me at
yeah,
least. But yeah, I agree with you with how music really works. I don't really like that humor, like the horse and the cowboy.
And it is sort of optimized a bit for piano and guitar, right? Like a lot of the examples, I forget how much it was piano versus guitar.
Honestly, I never read like the theory chapters. Like I never like dig on it because by that time I was beginning my master in music. So I was already like learning music and reading music. So I was not like that interested in that.
Yeah.
And he has some good stuff about jazz music. I think I don't remember where,
Circle of
but
Fifths, I think.
yeah, the
And stuff.
second affair and all that stuff. But I never like read that because
Yeah, it's funny. We basically read like the two different sides,
opposite
different parts of
sides.
the book.
Yeah, you were reading like the music stuff, and I was reading like evolution and horses. Yeah.
All right. So, any final thoughts on these top 15 books? Uh,
Yeah, so I was thinking like it was hard like picking the books because I tend to change which are my favorite books because when you begin to read like like let's say like you begin to read like 15 years ago, so maybe you had like a favorite books like 15 years ago, but now you have evolved, your mindset have evolved, you have another knowledge, and maybe you don't agree like those books anymore, or maybe the main thesis of those books.
right.
So I had other favorite books like many years ago, but now I have like switched to other books because and I believe that that is the way it is. Like you are going to change. Like if you never change your mindset, you're not like evolving. That is the main objective of learning and reading, to keep evolving. And if you need to if you need to change your thoughts, well, that is good. Like not being willing to change your thought, I think that is a problem. So it was really difficult to choose those 15 books, but I think now I need to separate some time to reread them again because I believe that to read a book again is so important because when you revisit a book, you're going to read it with a different mindset because you have evolved. And I want to do that again.
I was wondering if any of them stood out to you as sort of symbolizing landmarks or mile markers in the sense that your last book sort of represents your first book and your stage of your life where you were really into music. Your first book is Pedagogy of the Oppressed, which is more the education side. And then your most recent books are, I think, on the misinformation stuff. And, I saw Nexus by Noah
Earl?
Urari, which I reviewed recently and summarized, actually, summarized, not reviewed, um, on my YouTube channel. And that's a very sort of big brain in terms of thinking about the future. That might be one of the most futuristic books I remember seeing on your bookshelf, on sort of information networks, the political aspects of sort of for adult learners, but also for, any kid that's using a phone, how that's affecting society and the political, social ramifications of all that. But maybe there's something, one or two in between that you think also are kind of landmarks in your life story.
Yeah, I would say like definitely like the Shelley Kagan book about death because I like to have a balance, like reading stuff that have a relationship with my major in education. Like for example, the media literacy stuff, like how technology have been influenced our life. It have to do with education because our students also have that problem. But books about mortality are also very important for me because that is how I have a balance of reading about education, technology, but also reading about the reality that we are going to die pretty soon. And it's pretty easy to forget that. And I always like to have that in my mind, like to be aware that we're going to die pretty soon. And reading about that and trying to be able, like, what is called negative visualization, which is trying to visualize negative stuff that is going to happen. And that is a good strategy to cope with that. And so I would say that the mortality books are like a middle ground for my journey in reading.
Yeah. Memento mori.
Memento mori, we're going to die. Remember that we're going to die.
So I think that's a good place to wrap up this section.
Perfect.
Thanks a lot, Christian.